Hello everyone, and welcome to the stream again today. We only have one more game to go in the Master Chief Collection. We spent the past week playing through every game in the Halo saga, from Wars to Reach to Combat Evolved to 2 to 3 to ODST, and now we've arrived at Halo 4, which is the sort of epilogue for the original trilogy of Halo games, and also the game that was dealt the most damage by Halo 5, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Today, well, in that case, happy birthday, Marie, and hopefully you enjoy the stream today as a sort of birthday celebration, I suppose. Hopefully, I don't know. But yeah, Halo, that's the wrong monitor. Why are you displaying on that monitor, MCC? That's not the one you need to... No? How about... No? Alright, great start. Great start, everyone. So, it's displaying on this monitor for some reason, when it should be displaying on this monitor. So, don't worry, I should be able to fix this relatively quickly. Unexpected halt in the stream, but I should, assuming the video controls work, I should be able to just switch monitors like this. There we go. There we go. Now everything's back in ready. There we go. Okay. Temporary crisis has been averted. Also, it makes me happy to see everyone wishing Marie happy birthday. Glad to see that everyone has a sense of community here. That we're all part of the same team. And on that note, Conflict Desert Storm 2. There we go. There's the birthday present for today. Conflict Desert Storm 2. The game that I must play. Dear God Almighty, I don't even know what that was yesterday, but it's over now. So, anyway, let's get this show on the road. We've done Reach, Combat Evolved, 2, 3, ODST. All we have left to do in the MCC is 4. And this will also be the last stream for a while, because of course Thanksgiving break is now concluded. So I won't be able to stream this week, but I will be back. I might be able to stream on Friday just for a little bit to check out Danganronpa S, whatever insanity that's gonna have in store for us. But the next lengthy stream will be on Saturday, where we'll play Halo 5, and then Sunday we'll play Halo Wars 2, and then, for as much as I can't believe it, we'll be days away from Halo Infinite. So exciting times ahead of us. But before we get to that, we have to get through Halo 4. So let's get started with the first mission. Legendary, of course. Skulls, Ground Birthday Party, I Would've Been Your Daddy, and yep, that's it. Let's begin. Was I able to enjoy my break? Yes. Most of it was spent playing Halo. And what times was not spent playing Halo was spent hanging out with friends I don't get to normally see during the school year, and with my family. So yes, in spite of the complications that came about as a result of stuff like the Halo 2 stream and the end of the Halo 3 stream, I thoroughly enjoyed my break. Thank you for asking. We need to stream someday for the memes. Maybe, like, it would make for a good meme stream. But then I just fear that we'd have to deal with more comments from the troll himself, because at that point that's the game he wants us to play. So who knows? But if nothing else, Conflict Desert Storm 2 is gonna make for a great meme for the foreseeable future. Danganronpa S equals dang stupid. Yes, it does. Even by Danganronpa standards. For those who aren't aware of Conflict Desert Storm 2, basically a guy kept repeating. Yeah, so for those of you who aren't in on the in-house memes, who weren't able to attend yesterday's stream, basically some random guy came into the stream at the beginning of ODST yesterday and just kept spamming chat with games he wanted me to play, from Minecraft to Grand Theft Auto. But the big one, the sticking point that he would not relent on, was Conflict Desert Storm 2. And, like, no matter how many times I said no, or maybe in the future, he would just keep doing it. So eventually I just said, everyone spam Conflict Desert Storm 2. And I think he eventually got sick of us. I had a time of that eventually, and that didn't really work. It didn't really scare him off, but he eventually left, so it's all fine. Conflict Desert Storm 2 Palace when... Yeah, so we have the IGN Palace, the Conflict Desert Storm 2 Palace, the Josh Cooley Palace. That one might be a 3-parter. That one might... That'll be the final... If we make our own Persona game, Josh Cooley's Palace will be the last one. That'll be like the grand finale. That'll be the grand finale of our little Persona adventure, I suppose.
You're something else. Records show Spartans routinely exhibited mild
Kodaka Palace.
tendencies. Difficulty with socialization.
I mean, so Josh Cooley's malicious. I don't think Kodaka's malicious. I think he's just incompetent. Kodaka has to be one of them. I guess potentially, but again, I don't get a vibe of malicious. Like I don't get a vibe of malice out of him. I get a vibe of just straight up incompetence. Whereas Josh Cooley radiates malice with every syllable he utters and every action he takes. We need to change the start of the situation to teens. That's also true. Yeah, in that case I get. Yeah, you think Kodaka is malicious? I'm open to hearing it. I'm open to hearing the claim there. But yeah, I guess that is true. We do need to change his heart for the sexualization of teens. I don't suddenly excited for the Halo 5 stream. Well, here's the thing. Halo 5 is Halo 5 is a special little duckling because for those of you who don't know, not that I doubt many of you have been paying attention to the cutscenes in the background, mainly because I've been talking over all of them, just talking to all of you instead. But for those of you who know what happens in Halo 4, but not Halo 5, you'll see. Halo 5, it's fun to play, but it breaks the story significantly, so I'm not looking forward to re-experiencing the story that it broke. And also, it can be very frustrating and hard and legendary, so not Halo 2 levels, but it's up there. So I'm kind of nervous as to how it's going to go down, but we'll see. The PE faculty will also be the secret boss. So Halo 5 is the ugly duckling of the bunch. Story-wise, yes. Gameplay-wise, Halo 2 is the ugly duckling. Story-wise, Halo 5 is the ugly duckling. It's the Apollo Justice of the Halo series. V3 ending, he left the company right after V3 and a whole nother sort of thing. I guess that's true. I guess that is a result, but also, I think that's more of just him wanting to get out and wanting to kind of, like, blow up the series as he runs away from it kind of thing. But I think up until that point, it was just straight up incompetence. Incompetence and or twisted desires. Most of it, I think, would fall into that category, but I guess, yeah, the very end, the final conclusion of Danganronpa with V3, I think that could definitely qualify as just malice. But I think for the most part, his actions can just be chalked up to sheer incompetence. Isn't that what Cooley did? No, well, so Cooley just like his entire creation is just an abomination, whereas Kodaka's final action is just what he did. Because for the most of V3 is just incompetent. It's just only at the very, very end where it falls apart at the seams. Like, Josh Cooley started breaking characters within the first 5 minutes of the film. It took Kodaka until the very end. So I believe that most of everything Kodaka created with Danganronpa was just him not thinking properly, or a result of having twisted desires. Whereas the very final act of V3 is a desire of just him wanting to get out as fast as possible. Come hell or high water kind of thing. What about Chapter 1? Well, so Chapter 1 has seeds of hints towards the ending, but the actual proper, like, I don't know if you're referring to the twist or the hints that lead up to the ending, but if you're referring to the twist itself, that's just blatant incompetence. But the hints that lead up to the ending is just trying to lay the groundwork ahead of time. I don't think that's indicative of the actual chapter itself. It was obvious he was fed up with the series by the time B3 came out. Hey, me too, same. Maybe we'd get along really well. Chapter 1 is overrated. It's more than just overrated. It's the epitome of what it means to be overrated, because everyone thinks that chapter is a masterpiece, and it's because they were all suckered in by the swap of it being the protagonist. Like, what? You're playing as the killer? Oh my god! Who could have guessed it? And to be fair, I didn't guess it, but it's because it made no goddamn sense is why I didn't guess it. So, yeah, it was frustrating. You don't think Apollo Justice is malicious, just incompetent? Yeah, I would agree. So I don't think Apollo Justice is a result of did you say a pistol here? Oh well, I don't think it's a result of malice either. I think it's just I think it's just incompetence, because it comes off as, well, most of it's incompetence. I think some of it is just just Shutakumi's hand being forced. Like, again, as I've said before, he clearly didn't want to do to Phoenix what he did, or to Emma. But, you know, gotta get that nostalgia in there. He was about done with Danganronpa. He wanted to end it, but the company was milking his franchise. And so, obviously the only recourse to that action is to literally nuke the entire thing before you leave. Obviously. You don't think it's just as Robert is stupid. Well, it's rotten in the sense that it destroys Phoenix's character and Emma's character, and it does damage to the world building with the whole jury system thing. But it's also self-contained, right? Like, the sewage of Apollo Justice is self-contained because it's fixed by Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice. Nothing that game broke was irreparable because the future entries were able to successfully repair what that game broke. Whereas something like V3, that's never... They don't think they've done anything wrong, so they're never going to bother to fix it. The twist would be better in a later chapter, is it more impactful? More impactful, yes, because you'd have more time to get to know who the character is you're playing as. But the problem with the logistics of that case would still persist. As in, like, the lack of logic running through how just how science works in terms of that's not how shot put balls work. That's not how really anything, momentum, just nothing that happens in that case really runs with any semblance of any kind of logic. So would it be more impactful if it happened later? Sure, but I think first and foremost we gotta fix the logic of that case before anything else. The best part of Apollo Justice is that if it didn't exist, we wouldn't have had Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice. That is a rationalization, but it doesn't mean Apollo Justice couldn't have been good in the meantime. Have I ever heard of the Ace Attorney no spoiler rule? Vaguely in passing, but I don't actually know what it consists of. I can guess, but I have a feeling that whatever it ends up actually being, I'm not gonna agree with. The only way to fix the V3 ending is to make the premise itself a lie, or just to make it an alternate universe. Just literally make it. V3 would have been so much better if it was just an alternate universe, but it's not. So unfortunately, it doesn't work. But we can fix that. Me breaking the rules thing. Yeah, I guess. I guess that also kind of works. I would still lump that into Chapter 1, like I would say that anything that Chapter 1 does to break the universe is only done as a setup for Chapter 6, whereas most of the self-contained mysteries and the general plot running throughout V3 is just a result of him not knowing what the hell he's doing. Whereas everything to do with the ending and the hints leading up to the ending are all broken, is what that would be my conclusion as to Kodaka's skill level versus intentions. Isn't the only reason... hold on, let me... Oh, you're rushing me down. Okay, hello. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a problem. That's a problem. Let me not die first, and then I'll respond to the message. Well, either not die or get killed by the elite, whatever happens first. Okay. Isn't the whole Dual Destinies only happen because of Apollo Justice? The only reason Dual Destiny pretends Apollo Justice didn't have me was because they didn't want to spoil the ending thing. Wait, oh, is that what that is? Is that seriously what that is? Oh, that's, okay, wait, hold on. The no spoiler rules were, you can't spoil anything major in other games, which is why Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice 1 is connected to previous games. That's, I did not know that was a thing, but that's dumb as hell. That's insane. I don't like that at all. Is that, wow. Is that a rule that the... Is that a rule that the community placed upon the games, or that the games have placed upon themselves? Because if the games placed upon themselves, that's contradicted inherently by turning about storyteller. Because Blackwell's existence in that case just spits in the face of Dual Destiny. Rule of the writers, community made. What? So literally back to back in chat, a rule of the writers followed up immediately by the community made that up. So now I ask, which one of you's correct? Because it can't be both of you. Someone, either the writers make that a rule for themselves, or the community has pasted it onto the... That elite just stuck himself. Or the community pasted it upon them. I'm not sure which one it is. They made it up. Okay, it's a mix. It can't be. It's a. Oh, yeah. Man, we cannot decide to. Oh my god. What do I think about the Mouseman of Ethan as a plot, but as a character? Terrible. I don't think anything about Tsumugi works at all. She's. Oh my god. Okay. Like, I mean, so I guess initially I was a fan of her because she seemed cool, but my view of her has been forever tainted because all I see her as now is a walking contradiction, essentially. So I can't really divorce my view of her from that. So I guess if you want my most unfiltered, untainted impressions of her, you can just go back and watch the original episodes of my V3 LP, and you'll get a good sense of it. Your apologies is made up by the community. Okay, that makes more sense because yeah, I doubt. So in that case, I can definitively say that that's a dumb rule because Black Will's existence is a blatant contradiction of this quote-unquote no spoiler rule. Which, yeah, I don't. Might be the strangest thing I've heard in regards to the Ace Attorney community. If Apollo Justice never happened, might never have had Athena, Black Will, the Kingdom of Orion, the Magical Tournament, German Academy, kind of riffle in the long run. Well, it was. I guess it's kind of a thing where the series had to hit rock bottom in order to climb its way back up to the top, kind of thing. As in, like, they had to stumble, and so that they can be forced in a position where they had to fix everything. Now, that still doesn't excuse what Apollo Justice broke, because it didn't have to break what it did. But, you know, we did get great games as a result of it, so it's an interesting question to tackle, whether it was worth the suffering of Apollo Justice in the meantime. Mostly applies to Land War and Apollo Justice as a whole. Well, so that's. I think the reason why the jury system was never mentioned again is because they realized that if they couldn't, the games couldn't continue in the way that they did if they kept that system in place. So they had to figure out a way to retcon it as fast as possible. And the solution was that they didn't actually figure out how to do it. They just kind of said, it doesn't exist anymore, lol. Which again, as someone who is very happy that the series got back on track after Apollo Justice, they really could have found a better way to revert back to the state that it was before previously. Just had a line, yeah, just something, even just like a throwaway, just like one throwaway line to say, hey, this couldn't work. I'm sorry, we did something so monumentally stupid, it'll never happen again. Prove that the jury system can work. Yeah, so a jury system can work, but the way that the jury system is implemented in Apollo Justice does not work. It's not so much a blanket statement of this could never work. It's that this specific system with these specific rules could never work. And because like it wouldn't really be hard, because all you would have to do is just point out the fact that, hey, this jury was kind of rigged, so maybe we shouldn't do this again. Because as we learned from the first Ace Attorney game, after a single instance of spirit channeling, they vowed to never use it in the courts ever again. Like, they used it once with Misty Fate and the Deal 6 incident, and then once that failed, they vowed it, they never did it again. Which explains why spirit channeling is frowned upon for the future cases in the games. Whereas, so you could just do the similar thing here, where you could just do, this jury failed once, now let's never use it again. They could have been a lot clearer. Yeah, they could have been a lot clearer with it. Even just like one throwaway, because throwaway lines can be very impactful. They can be like they can feel kind of lazy, like, oh, you just kind of threw that in there. But even just whether they threw it in or not, it can fix a lot. It can fix a lot more than people give them credit for. Throwaway lines can do a lot to save a script, assuming they're implemented well, of course. Because, like, for instance, you can't just say like, oh, off screen, Buzz imbued himself with a Halo overshield, thus he was impervious to damage from the thing or whatever. Here's an unfun fact: Tsumugi made the Love Hotel scenes and apparently came up with the Korikyo's incest backstory. I mean, I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all with that thing. It's just an V3's never-ending spiral of pain that I'm thankful I never have to touch ever again. Like, I seriously, I seriously want V3 to be my last experience with this series, possibly ever, at least for the foreseeable future. I don't want to touch anything this series has to offer ever again, unless something major happens next year with Danganronpa. I'd like a long hiatus, please. Danganronpa S, the S stream is gonna be my last foray into the Danganronpa for a long, long time. Grace Attorney 1 through 2, especially with tutorials. Oh, sorry, 2-1. Yeah, I have a bigger problem with 2-2 than 2-1. Because you could at least make the excuse for Susato and that she's been in a courtroom, but she's nervous in the face of having properly standing as a defense attorney. Like, you could make that excuse, but with the Clouded Kokoro case, the 2-2, that doesn't. There's no reason why Ryunosuke should ever forget. There's no reason why he should have forgotten about how the jury system or how the summation examination works. Would prefer if V3 was just Junko again and another mediocre host. Yeah, like someone else just said, would have been better than what we got. It would have been by process of elimination. It would have absolutely been better than what we got, because what we got broke the universe. It would have been painful to get Junko again, but I'll take another Junko story over something that just breaks the whole universe. Because now I have no reason to ever play the original Danganronpa games ever again. I also have no reason to really care about this universe moving forward. Because it's literally the Loki effect. Like, yes, the idea now is that now they've escaped from the TV show thing. Like, they've escaped the torture of the TV show or whatever. So now moving forward, they can think for themselves and they aren't confined by the killing games anymore. Problem with that is that doesn't and same thing with Loki. It's like, yes, now free will has been unleashed into the MCU, so now everyone can think for themselves, and then we can all live happily ever after. But what the clowns that wrote that show failed to realize is that if you say free will never existed, now it does. You've now made it so that, well, free will never existed, so nothing that happened before this point mattered at all. It's so goddamn bad. You wish they didn't lie to the audience of V3. Looks like we got a female protagonist and alternate universe. It's all lies in the end. Yeah, you wanted to play as a female protagonist? Well, too bad for you. She's actually the first culprit. Oh, were you excited about an alternate universe? Too bad for you. It's all connected. Oh, were you excited for a game that was actually gonna, not ruin everything? Too bad for you. The whole universe is broken now. Thanks for your $60. Or maybe, I don't know, $50 or $60. It was something like that. Something ludicrous like that. Ultra Disparagos, I paid $5 for Ultra Disparagos, and it was still a waste of money. I still felt ripped off by that game, and I only paid $5. Thanos was never actually evil. If he was evil, he would have melted. Yeah, absolutely. No, that's the thing. No villain throughout the MCU ever did anything wrong. None of them are actually evil because, well, actually, people are actually trying to now retcon. People are now trying to retcon Thanos into saying he wasn't actually ever evil, and because they're trying to say, like, oh, don't you see? All along, he just wanted to save everyone, because if he didn't have the populations, then the stupid thing from the Eternals would have popped out of the ground and killed everyone. Don't you see? He's actually a hero. He was trying to save everyone. It's like, okay, MCU fanboys will defend literally anything. Like, I'm sorry, if that was actually his motivation, was to save the universe from the Eternals, demons, or whatever the hell they're called, then they would have mentioned that. He would have mentioned that as his motivation. He would have told the Avengers, like, hey, I'm on your side here. If I don't do this, literally a giant monster is going to sprout out of the earth and kill everyone. You would have mentioned that if that was his motivation. If Tony never became a better person, you would have, yeah. No hero who underwent any kind of development actually mattered at all, and no villain who had any evil motivations ever mattered at all, because again, if the hero didn't do good things and didn't evolve as people, then they would have been melted, and if the villains didn't do bad things, then they would have been melted. If Tony didn't sacrifice himself, would have been melted, which is really funny because, like I've said before, Endgame makes it pretty clear that there are multiple timelines. That if you take out one of the stones from the universe, then it creates a branch timeline. Which I think there's a problem there, by the way. I think that there should be way more... There's way more things that should create a branch timeline than just taking a stone out, such as, I don't know, perhaps Tony having a heart attack, or Cap going back in time, but what do I know? But now, Loki's established that actually, that's not the case. Actually, there's only one... Okay, hold on, I need to change my settings. I need to enable crouching for this. But actually, that's not how it is. Where is it? Am I blind? Where's the... Oh, here it is. Got it. Actually, there's only ever one timeline. It's just it's called a sacred timeline, and if you deviate from it, then you are to be melted immediately. So actually, what Endgame said about multiple timelines is all bullshit, and and it was actually all... I hate Loki so much. What If also confirmed alternate universes? I didn't watch that show, but I'm pretty sure... Isn't that just supposed to be, like, literally what if, as in what if this happened instead? That happened. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure What If... That's why I didn't watch What If. Well, I mean, I didn't watch anything after Loki because Loki literally broke the entire universe, so I didn't care anymore. But even if I still cared about the MCU, I still wouldn't have watched What If, because it's by design, it's just a bunch of fan fictions that don't actually have any impact on the story at all. So like, why would I waste my time with this? It just seems like a blatant waste of my time to watch this. You guess Tony's gut-wrenching sacrifice was for nothing? Well, I don't know about all for nothing. I would go with it means nothing in the sense that his sacrifice was literally the only thing that could have ever happened. So it's not a moment where Tony decides, because god damn it, the whole thing with Endgame is that in the original Avengers movie, there's a scene where Cap and Tony talk to each other, and Tony says that everything that's special about Cap came out of a bottle. And Cap tells Tony that he's not the kind of guy to make the sacrifice play, and Endgame proves them both wrong. It's the whole point, is that Endgame proves both of them wrong, because Tony makes the sacrifice play, and Cap proves that there's more about him that's special than just what came out of that bottle. But now, none of that means anything, because if Cap didn't lift Mjolnir, he would have been melted. And if Tony didn't sacrifice himself, he would have been melted. So... yeah, Loki sucks. It's a terrible show and I hate it. What? You're evil, you monster. Basically. Biggest issue with What If was now Tony was treated every single episode. I didn't watch it, so I don't really... Again, I've never seen it, don't intend to see it, so I can't comment on it. Oh, I know. I know he's back. I'm just deliberately ignoring it because I don't want to feel the fire. If Hulk never gave... yeah, if Hulk never gave Ant-Man his taco, he would have been melted. If Thor didn't play Fortnite, he would have been melted. If Noob Master 69 chose a non-moronic username, he would have been melted. If you aren't evil, you die. Basically. We could really just go all day.
Where are we?
Checking coordinate impact data.
We have asked you to give up your
It's you don't. It's not someone else. It's just a different account.
It's the crash. I'm fine.
Something was wrong even before we left the Dawn.
Chief? Really? I'm fine.
Cortana.
I was put into service 8 years ago.
8 years.
AIs deteriorate after 7, Chief.
Halsey.
Chief.
We need to find Halsey.
Chief, please.
She made you. She can fix you.
I won't recover from rampancy, Chief.
If we can just get back to Earth and find Halsey, she can fix this.
Don't make a girl a promise you can't keep. We need to move.
And that's your first proper taste of Cortana's rampancy. And someone mentioned in chat yesterday that the story of her rampancy and kind of watching her deteriorate was kind of tied to the lead writer's struggle with his mother's dementia, and kind of that was kind of the passion that drove him to write Cortana the way that he did. So I'd like you to keep that all in mind for when we play Halo 5 on Saturday, because Halo 5, why do you exist? Okay, now back to chat. If Thor never hanged his hammer on a Korak, it would have been melted. Yep, that's true. When you said to a friend that Loki ruined the MCU, I'm not going the right way. And when you said to a friend that Loki ruined the MCU, he said that in his opinion the movies and series were totally separate, which is just wrong. Yeah, but don't you see? Don't you see? Because he said the phrase "in my opinion," his argument is now bulletproof. You can say literally nothing to him, because if you say something, then you're telling him he can't have his opinion, or at least you're implying it if you go by the end of the Halo 3 stream. Like, there's a reason I don't say that anymore, because it's just such a get out of jail free card that everyone uses all the time. It's like, I'm sorry, and at that point we're not even talking about a discussion of whether the show is good or not. We're talking about literal facts, which is that, does the show connect to the movies or not? Which, yes, it's a factual truth that it absolutely connects to the movies. So, but people don't care. People will throw out the "in my opinion" in front of literally anything. In my opinion, the sun is actually, the sun is not a star. See? I'm bulletproof now. You can't do anything to me, because I said the phrase, I said the thing. Also, this game is goddamn gorgeous. The whole, in my opinion, thing feels like an instinct at this point. I think it is. I think it's a self-defense instinct. In my opinion, the moon is made of cheese. Yep, see, he's bulletproof. Literally bulletproof. You can't do anything now. They said the thing. They said the moon's made of cheese. We can't do anything. He's bulletproof. If I don't get 5 gift subs by December 31st, I'll be melted. I am driving on 2 wheels. Okay. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We didn't tip somehow. In my opinion, water is solid. Yep, bulletproof. I can't do anything. Argument is bulletproof. Thou cannot be slain. Also, I keep rolling all over the place. How many times are we gonna roll? Still upright though. I rolled about 20 times there and I still didn't tip over somehow. Don't know how. In your humble opinion, the earth is flat. Yeah, it's just an instinct for people to resort to all the time. If ever they face any sort of scrutiny or challenge to any of the claims they make, then just throw up the "in my opinion" shield and you'll be safe. You don't think that applies to Disney Plus shows? It take place after Loki, so Wanda willingly robbed the entire town of their newfound free will. I don't actually know what. So the problem is that Loki, the show Loki says that it takes place outside of space and time, which first off there's a problem there, because then we have the question of, okay, so if you literally exist outside of space and time, then where the hell and when the hell are we? So the events, like the kickstart of Loki, as in the beginning of it, where he's taken by the TVA, that takes place during Endgame. But beyond that, we don't actually know when it takes place, because we don't. If it takes place outside of time and space, then what the hell does that even mean? Like, when does it take place? So I can't actually say definitively whether that affects WandaVision or not. But even if it doesn't, that's one show out of the entire MCU, so sadly the MCU is not saved now, even if it is true. And I see that sniper there. Can't get him though. See if I can get anyone else instead. Like, you for instance. Anyone else want to come out and play? In your opinion, Portugal is an independent country and not a cousin of Spain. Yep, so you can't do anything. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. If you try to counteract their argument after they use the "I am opinion" shield, they just use... Yeah, that's all they can do. I have seen so many conversations just stop dead in their tracks. Like, there's nothing you can do. Because if ever you make an argument with someone, like, it's happened so many times before, where you'll make an argument, they'll say, okay, but in my opinion, this, and then I say, okay, yeah, I get that, it's your opinion, but like, can we talk about this? And then they say, it's my opinion, and it just, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go, because it just ends the conversation immediately. Immediately, it comes to a screeching halt, because you can't do, I'm stuck, god damn it. Gonna eat, be back in a bit, alright, enjoy your meal. We'll still be here. It's such a stupid shield that everyone constantly throws up, and I'm getting really sick of seeing it. Because people think it makes them bulletproof, and I guess technically it works sometimes, because all you have to do is throw it up, and then they can just keep saying that, and the conversation will end. So if you ever run out of options, in a conversation with someone, just say in my opinion, and then they can't do anything. It's a neat little trick that appears to work every single time. Better ways to deal with time travel. Marvel chose the most confusing way possible. Yeah, they chose so it was already broken from Endgame alone, because the way Endgame's time travel works doesn't make any sense, like, at all. But it's made even worse by Loki. So, I don't know how they did that, but they somehow made it even worse than it already was in Endgame. Hello, Ryan Spurley, welcome to the stream today. We're currently on mission 2 of Halo 4, and making decent progress. Not great progress, but decent progress. We've had a few bumps in the road. Just think of the sprite of Kurosawa throwing his hand whenever someone says, yeah. It's just substitute territorial rights for in my opinion. It's like, you can't do anything to me because I have territorial rights, or sorry, extraterritorial rights. And then just substitute that out for, in my opinion, you can't do anything. And it's the same thing. Maybe that's why the end of that game pissed me off so much, because whenever he said extraterritorial rights, I just subbed it out of my head for, he's using the in my opinion shield. Maybe that's why it annoyed me so much, because I just instinctively subbed it out for that. In your opinion, Apollo Justice breaks nothing, can't defeat you. Yep, I have been slain. It's over, guys. I hath been slain. Argument defeated because they used the in my opinion shield as nothing. I've been cornered. I can't win. It's over. It's over. Game over. Flash did both and it did it good. I have never seen the Flash, so I cannot comment on it, but I shall take your word for it. One thing DC did better than Marvel, the whole multiverse time travel thing. Some of DC. I was about to say. I'm assuming you're not referring to the movies, because do you really want to talk about Zack Snyder's Justice League and Wonder Woman 1984 with that stuff? So yeah, DC. I can't speak to the topic of the shows because I haven't seen the shows, but I can speak to the topic of the DCU films, and oh boy howdy, those films are not good. In your opinion, your territorial rights are too powerful to let this game end. That's a perfect substitute. Also, I don't know how this Warthog is parked in the way that it is, but someone should take a picture. It'll last longer. This is a Warthog in its parked position, kind of. Or going flat out rewriting the laws. Their opinions, the laws. In your opinion, Persona. Yeah, that's what IGN should have just said. In my opinion, before they said Persona 5 is SMT5 without the heart, or sorry, with a heart. That would have made them bulletproof. Nothing we could have done. Nothing we could have done. It would have been game over. What makes Justice League so bad? You've never seen it. I don't have enough time to break it all down. In short, it's the thing people said was, guys, Justice League is crap, but Zack Snyder's cut is the prime version or whatever, and they thought that it was gonna fix all the, because Joss Whedon's Justice League is a terrible movie. So people thought, oh, but don't you see? If you resort back to, like, if you just wait for the Snyder cut, that'll fix everything. And people think that it did, but it didn't, because it has the same scenes from Joss Whedon's cut, except that they're longer and with more bloat. Like, there's nothing. Zack Snyder's Justice League, what it adds either bloats the runtime or breaks the world building even more. So it's not a good addition, essentially, is what I would say there, because you either get stuff that bloats the runtime, like excessive slow motion, or literally showing every single footstep a character takes to get from the car to inside the building for the bank heist or whatever, and then you have a sesame seed falling towards the camera. Then you have stuff that, like, additional world building and villain scenes that just break the world building even more. But a lot of some of the stuff that's broken in Zack Snyder's Justice League was also broken in Joss Whedon's Justice League. The problem is that people think that Zack Snyder's Justice League fixed what that movie, but they said what people said was, oh, these aren't the Snyder scenes, these are the Joss. These are the Joss Whedon scenes, not the Zack Snyder scenes. Only for so many of the Joss Whedon scenes to show up again in the Zack Snyder movie, and it makes you think, how interesting. Almost as if Zack Snyder just wrote a shitty script, or something crazy like that. Why is a Sesame Street? Honestly, that'd be a better movie. Is if Sesame Street was falling towards the camera instead of a sesame seed. I think that would have made the movie better. Is if like Elmo or Oscar the Grouch was falling towards my camera instead of freaking a sesame seed. Like, what? That was just like, why is this a thing? Why is there a sesame seed falling towards the goddamn camera? You found a link at a website called Greatest Movies Wiki, and they have a page for Toy Story 4. Someone brought that up to me before. I'm not surprised, because, like, people think that movie's a masterpiece. At this point, nothing surprises me. And it shouldn't be there, because there's so much about it that's broken. But I'm not surprised that it's there. At all. When I was a young warthog. I was trapped. I was trapped on the damn rock. Yeah, we'll send links to this public. Oh yeah, so YouTube doesn't let you send, unless you're a moderator, it doesn't let you send links. But if you post it in the comments on my videos, then I can do it, because like then I have to choose to manually approve the link or not, whereas in chat it'll just get automatically deleted, and I have no choice in the matter. But also I can probably just find it myself, so don't stress yourself out over trying to get the link. I can still find it myself. People will upload a movie and think it's good. Yeah, so I find it very interesting, because the same people who say, like, why are you making a 6-hour series talking about Toy Story 4? It's a kids movie, don't you know? Which is a thing Joe unironically said, for those who, just a quick reminder. Those same people will also be like, Zack Snyder's Justice League is amazing, and it's 4 hours long. It's like, no. Like, if you force me to have to watch the Snyder Cut or Justice League again, I'm gonna choose Justice League, because they're both terrible movies, but one is shorter than the other. Nothing that was added into the Snyder Cut made the movie any better. Anything that was added just made it worse for one reason or another, whether it was to bloat the runtime, or if it was just to break the world building even more. A lot of superhero movies are boring anyway. Some of them, I guess. Yeah, I'm just kind of blown away from, or not blown away, that's the wrong word. I'm bored out of my mind, or not bored out of my, can I speak properly, please? I'm just over the MCU, because now that Loki's broken everything, I have no reason to care anymore. But I think before Loki, I would still maintain that a lot of the MCU films were I think I said in a comment before that when you have a series as large as the MCU, you're gonna have a large range of quality. Like, you're gonna have bad movies, you're gonna have mediocre movies, you're gonna have good movies, great movies, and exceptional movies. So you can find picks from the MCU that would fit all those categories. So, but yeah, there's definitely some sludge. I've never liked any of the DCU stuff. I think that all those are crap. Where did Mr. Jackal Sniper's beam rifle go? Oh, here it is. I'm blind as a bat is the answer. I'm blind as a bat. But yeah, I don't know if I'd say the whole genre as a whole is boring. I just think that, because, like, you can do good stuff with the genre. There's a lot of great superhero movies out there. It's just that recent directors have not made good use out of them. Because, like, it annoys me to know when people like Martin Scorsese say stuff like superhero movies aren't cinema. It's like, okay, even if you don't think they're good, at least give them a chance to compete, because they are, by definition, cinematic experiences. It's just a nuisance. Your 11-year-old little brother loved the Toy Story 4 series. Thanks. I'm happy to hear that he enjoyed it. I certainly So I put a lot of effort into it, so I'm happy here that it was able to... he was able to get some enjoyment out of it. That makes me very happy to see. If Zack Snyder made a good movie, he would have been melted. Ah, yes, I forgot. It's not his fault. Just don't use this clip of some guy flipping someone off next time. Oh, right, I guess. Yeah, so I did my best to make the series somewhat palatable to a younger audience because I kind of... Anytime I censored out swear words and all that, but I guess that one thing did... I guess that one clip did kind of slip through the cracks with Harvey Specter flipping off the guy from that episode. I did try to make a concerted effort to kind of censor my vocabulary, because I knew that for a Toy Story series, it might attract a younger audience. I also knew that my parents would probably watch it, which means that they'd send it to my uncle, who would probably show it to his kids, because his kids have watched some of my videos before, so those would be my cousins. So I wanted to make sure the series wasn't unpalatable to them, but I guess that one thing that kind of slipped through the cracks. But even still, I'm happy to hear that he got some enjoyment out of it.
I'll put them up for you.
At least in my 6-hour videos, I gave details and good arguments, instead of making a 5-hour video repeating the same thing over and over with no new arguments. Yeah, so, like, it may sound hypocritical for me to say this movie's really long and bloated, while simultaneously making a 6-hour series about how Toy Story 4 sucks. The difference is that if Zack Snyder's Justice League was 4 hours of amazingness, it would be great, but it's not. The problem is, the length isn't the problem, it's the fact that it's bloated with, the runtime is bloated with slow motion and excessive world building that makes no sense. So it's not so much the length itself, it's just the fact that they don't do anything substantive with the length. Walking Steps movie, let's go. Yeah, that's... The Walking Steps in Sesame Seed movie is, in a nutshell, is how we describe it. If you didn't write this comment, you would have been... Oh, he's gone. He has been melted now, unfortunately. The MCU is freaking huge, even without Loki and all the stuff that came after it. Yeah, so the MCU was on top of the world. It really was on top of the world, but then it just sucked, because people think that Loki's the best Disney Plus show out of the bunch. Which blows my mind. You'd say that Toy Story 4, my Toy Story 4 series is my magnum opus? Possibly. I think it's gonna be either that or my Dragons of 3D video. Because both those things... because they both exist for the same reason, just on opposite ends of the spectrum. Because the general... almost no one's ever heard of Dragons of 3D, which is why I wanted to bring attention to it and kind of say, like, hey, this game's really, really good, you all should play it. And inversely, everyone thinks that Toy Story 4 is a masterpiece, so I made that series to be like, guys, this movie's terrible, and I'm going to tell you why. So they both exist for the same reason, just on opposite ends of the spectrum. So I think there's an argument to be made that either of those would be my magnum opus, but I think it's definitely one of those two things, either way. Because they're both born out of the things I am most passionate about. Because Toy Story and Dragons of 3D were things that were around when I was, like, super, super young. So the passion I have for those things runs deeper than a lot of things that I talk about on this channel. So, and passion often, not always, but passion will often bore a lot of, will often bring about the best quality out of someone. So that's kind of leads to why why I think that those series resonated so well with a lot of people, is because they're probably they're the best things I've ever created on the channel, and I'm very, frustrating as it was to make them, very proud of the end result. Damn it. Sony, you have good movies, okay movies, you have Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and Venom. I have not seen any of those, so I can't comment on any of them.
We may be able to use it to track the ship's location.
People have been telling me I need to watch the Spider-Man, the same Raimi Spider-Man movies, but I haven't seen any of them, and I don't really, plan on doing so anytime soon. Well, I mean, I guess I might watch them, because Forget 45 wants to show them to me before No Way Home comes out. Because I'm sure I'll be railroaded into seeing No Way Home, unfortunately. It just sucks, because I really want to, to be excited for No Way Home. I really do, because it looks like it's gonna be, it looks like it would be fun. The problem is that so long as Loki's now established that Kang is still in control of everything and Kang controls the universe, I don't really have a reason to care anymore. I said it's a hard working out the finale of the series. It was an amazing series. There was a lot of praise. Thank you for hard work and effort. Thank you for the praise. Thank you for the compliments for my work. It means a lot to hear that kind of stuff from you, because like that was the intent, is just to kind of, because like I hear that wasn't fake emotions. That was like genuine passion. Like I was genuinely starting to kind of lose it as I was reading out that script. So that definitely also didn't jump even a single time throughout that entire section. There was no sniper in the area to get hit by, and I headshot all the enemies. So kindly fuck off to the person in chat that keeps saying that. Anyway, yeah, like that was, I didn't have to fake anything there. That was just raw passion coming from the heart. Like you can hear me start to tear up a little bit as I read the script, because I'm just thinking about what the story actually, thinking about how the characters were destroyed just was heartbreaking. Loki damage can actually be worse and nullify every Marvel movie outside the MCU as well. Well, that depends. If the Marvel movies outside the MCU exist in the same continuity as the MCU, then yes. But if they're separate continuity, then they're safe.
That can't be right. Scan again.
Wasn't melted. Hey, praise. All's well with the world. Savas was not melted yet. Kang spared him for now.
You mean the planet's hollow?
Let me see if I can figure out a way to reach these coordinates that doesn't involve us digging a really big hole. There's a terminus on the far side of the complex. We can portal to the planet's core from there.
What?
I don't know.
You had to rewatch the series to get voice clips for I know what. And your brother started watching with me. Well, I am glad to hear that he got enjoyment out of it. And sorry about the Stu's clip. Guess I kind of slipped through the cracks. Yeah, I kind of wrote I wrote the Danganronpa 3 script, knowing that the target audience would obviously be significantly older, because obviously Danganronpa is, to say it's mature is a bit of a stretch, but it's very, I guess, it's intended for an older audience because of both violent aspects and other aspects. So the script kind of accounts for that, whereas Toy Story is generally targeted towards a younger, like it's rated G for general audiences, so on the off chance that younger people decided to watch it, that's kind of how I tailored that script to account for it. It's why I say stuff like Buzz Off, you stupid movie, instead of other things I could say. The Lewis who wrote the script clip is amazing. Yeah, that's, because I didn't even really think much about it. I was just kind of browsing the Suits channel, thinking about like, okay, like which of these clips would work for the best. So then I just kept browsing through certain clips, just kind of skimming through and thinking about, because I have a whole, I kind of showed you guys in the Infinite stream. I basically just I have a catalog of reactionary clips, like in just a folder that I can always return to if I ever need something, and it kind of works out nicely. And like obviously there's some clips I use over and over again, like obviously the Lewis who wrote the script thing, or Woody saying, "What are you talking about?" or Woody laughing about, you know, stuff like that I'll use again and again and again in future videos. But then some that I also just have the movies as well, in case I need to get a specific clip from a movie I haven't used before. Hi there, Elite. How you doing today? Oh dear. Speaking of that, thanks to my cosplay avatar changed second half of the video for the better. I'm just lucky I remember, because I was thinking, because I opened up the avatar editor on Xbox. I'm like, wait, I'm pretty sure when I was a kid I bought a costume like that. And so then I looked to see if I still, because sometimes the 360 stuff doesn't carry over to the newer Xbox consoles, but it did. I'm like, yes, this still exists. So I am happy to hear that it's gonna get some good use now. Don't forget Ralph pointing. Oh yeah, Ralph pointing is also a classic. Well, then again, so is Wreck-It Ralph. Man, Wreck-It Ralph is such a great movie. I really like Wreck-It Ralph. Because, like, obviously as a kid, you like it because it's like, oh, look, it's the video game characters. I like video game stuff, don't you? But then as an adult, you watch it back again, and you're like, man, there's a lot of really great character stuff here that I just didn't really think about before. So yeah, Wreck-It Ralph is really solid film. Big fan. Take this, and I'll take this, and we should be good to move on from here. If Spike Chunsoft didn't ruin the ending of at least 2 visual novel franchises, it would have been melted. Yeah, I really am... Because Zero Escape has no hope, because I don't think there's ever going to be another Zero Escape game. I think that's over definitively. Like, they've declared that that is the end of the line. And Danganronpa's not going to get fixed either, because they don't think that Danganronpa needs to be fixed. They think they're doing just fine with that game franchise. And so I guess that's it for both of them. Over the Hedge, another good take from Shiny Man. Yeah, that's one. Over the Hedge is definitely an underrated classic. I don't think it gets the attention it deserves. But I still, I do wonder, like, if I ever get the chance to talk to Shiny Man, I do wonder if I would ever, if he'd be open to hearing from me about exactly why this movie's so broken. I do wonder. I do wonder how a conversation between me and him would go. I ponder that question. I mean, that would never happen because he would never want to talk to someone of my channel size. I also don't think he'd want to start up drama, so that would never happen. But if it did, I wonder how it would go. Like how it would, whether it would, I would hope it wouldn't end up like an Infinite Stream Brook situation. But I don't think it would go over as well as we would want it to. So I think it's just, I mean, it's a pipe dream to talk about it. But like, if that would ever happen, I do wonder how it would actually play out in the end. That's an elite. That's an elite. That's an elite. Okay, out of the thing. Out of the thing. Oh my dear God! Give me that needler. And take needles. Thanks. That was close. We can't blame Josh Cooley, because if he would... Yeah, Josh Cooley's not to blame, because he would have been melted if he didn't make a terrible movie that destroyed the entire series. Wreck-It Ralph is one of the best modern Disney... I think that Wreck-It Ralph is the best modern Disney movie. I mean, it has some competition, definitely, because Disney's made a lot of great stuff, or at least they made a lot of great stuff in, like, the 2012 to 2016 era. Like Zootopia, Moana, there's some good competition there. But I think, ultimately, I think Wreck-It Ralph would win out in the end. Because Wreck-It Ralph is just that good. I didn't really know what to expect out of it. Cable changing his opinions happen before Ralph with the internet. I guess, but that was also... I'd also go with that. That's kind of as a result of his own introspection, and he was already leaning towards the film being on the lesser end of quality anyway, as opposed to we'd be talking about him because he thinks Toy Story 4 is a masterpiece, and I can definitively prove that it's a steaming pile of shit and one of the worst movies ever made. So I don't quite know how that would go down. I think it's a bit of a different situation. If don't forget Tangled. Oh yeah, also Tangled. Definitely Tangled as well. Tangled's really good. Tangled's a very good movie. That's Sniper. Goodbye. If Woody never abandoned his friends, he would have been... Well, he was almost melted anyway, so... You know. Which again, I still say, like, he should have mentioned... The first thing I thought of when Forkface is like, I like the trash because it's warm. If I were Woody in that situation, I would have said, hey, Forkface, yeah, I get you think the trash is warm, but I don't think you quite realize just how warm it's going to get pretty soon, because my friends and I were kind of in a situation where it got really warm, really quickly, and if you keep going down the trash, you're going to find yourself in a very similar situation there, friend. If the claw didn't save them, they would have been melted. That is true. That's true. If the claw didn't save them, they would have been melted. Absolutely true. In more ways than one. Grunt? There you are. Nice knowing you, Grunt. Man, this game is so goddamn pretty. I'm also low on ammo, so that's big sad. Anyone else want to play? Except the claw makes sense to destroy the world. Yeah, the claw is how I learned what it meant to be a setup and payoff. Hey everyone, hello, Mr. Sanjon, welcome to the stream today. Halo 4 is what we're doing today, towards the end of the second mission, going through it at a pretty decent pace. Did someone say B? As in B movie? Yeah, that was the first movie that I watched as a kid when I understood, oh, so that's what it means to set up a payoff, that's kind of how I understood what it meant to be a setup and payoff. Because, like, both in terms of inside the movie itself and with connection to previous material. Because connection to previous material, it's like, oh, that's so smart. Because not only does that mean, is that the aliens repaying Mr. Potato for saving their lives, but it's also a tie into the aliens' mission to find the claw eventually. So it makes sense there in connection to the first movie. And within this movie, they showed the aliens going towards the claw, and in the end, they end up getting to it to save them. It works. That moment works on so many levels. It's freaking genius. It's ingenious how that moment works. Still can't over how good the music when they were rescued by the claw. Yeah, it's so good. It's such a masterful soundtrack. I love it to pieces because it changes. It's so perfectly, like, built in scale from oh my god, we're all gonna die to triumphant, victorious music. And it's because of that I really, really fucking hate the fact that they just blatantly copied and pasted it to reuse at the end of Toy Story 4. I hate it. I hate the fact that they reused a lot of tracks, but I think that's the one that stings. Either it's that compounded with the fact that seconds before the reference to the claw is just pasting the track from the beginning of the first Toy Story movie. That's what pisses me off, is the fact that those two things are compounded together. That you try to do this full circle thing with the first movie, and then immediately afterwards you just blatantly rip off the end of Toy Story 3 with the claw soundtrack. There's a lot of tracks in Toy Story 4 that are ripped from the first 3 movies that piss me off. But that's the one that's gonna sting the most. Too bad everyone will remember the OST. Yeah, that's the other thing that annoys me, is I guarantee you most people don't even remember. I guarantee you most people don't even fucking remember that that's the track that played at the end of Toy Story 3. I guarantee you that whenever anyone, if you play that soundtrack with someone, now, what they're going to think of, is To Infinity and Beyond. It's like, you fucker. I hate Josh Cooley so much. Because you're right, I guarantee you most people don't even remember. I don't even remember what that track was originally designed to be used for. Because Josh Cooley is so goddamn good at gaslighting people. Oh dear god. Get away, Hunter, please. Hunter, please. Hunter, please. Hunt, thank you. Good lord almighty, this Hunter has a lot of hits. Load him up. Wrong, wrong, wrong. There we go. He's down. Alright, time to move. Because I'm trying to think if there's anything that pisses me off more. And I don't think there is. I think that ultimately it probably, the honor probably goes to Parting, because that track is called Parting Gifts and New Horizons. Because reusing the Ride Like the Wind track from the end of Toy Story 2 at the beginning of Toy Story 4 pisses me off. Reusing the Andy's birthday theme in the beginning bedroom scene pisses me off. Reusing Buzz's theme, reusing Jesse's theme, reusing Woody's theme, reusing the escaping the caterpillar room's theme, reusing the theme from the end of the first Toy Story movie where they're riding on the back of RC. There's so many that really annoy the hell out of me, but if I had to pick just one, it's probably gonna be that one, because that's the one that stings the most. Because it's back to back. It's coming off the heels of the assassination of Woody's character. What are my top 7 and best moments on my channel this year? Well, number 1 is probably going to be when I found out that someone actually used my LP in a montage. That was a very, like, I couldn't even believe it that someone actually thought that my thought that my video was worth putting in a montage, so that was awesome to see. So that's one. Moment number 2 is going to be seeing how many... reading the comments in the final episode of my Toy Story 4 series, and seeing... because like I said, the reason I made that series was to act as a sort of catharsis
that spans the entire planet.
What?
for people,
When I tried to access the outlet closest to Infinity's transmissions,
like, to kind of act as a catharsis
What is it?
for people who watched that movie and felt pissed off as much as I did.
Humanity. That's got to be in.
So, and like reading comments from people who
Those coordinates.
who Woody and Buzz and Jesse meant as much to them as it did to me, and reading how much how much the movie pissed them off and really insulted them to their core. That was another big moment. Number 3 is probably going to be
this can't be right.
probably the Greatest Attorney live stream. The one that I did back in September is probably going to be my pick there,
Cortana.
because that's the first time I streamed on this channel. Like, that's when I learned
Into the portal.
that it was actually viable to stream on this channel, and that there was a really great channel interaction with everyone. It went longer than I thought it was going to, but that's because I just stopped to talk to chat so often. So that's probably number 3. Number 4 is going to be being in the live chat for the premiere of my Danganronpa 2.5 video, because that was the first video I made of its kind. And it was kind of like that was the thing where it was like, wow, people, like, watching people's reactions to it was a big thing, because I kind of learned, hey, I can actually kind of do this. I can do this type of video pretty well, and people seem to really like it. So then it inspired me to do more for the future.
Come on, let's figure out
Number 4 is going to be the release of my curtain call video, because that was a video I just made out of pure passion for the community and for Ace Attorney as a whole.
Where's Infinity?
So
This is Requiem's core, all right.
that'll be number 4.
Probably not here.
And there's a lot of good options to pick from.
That satellite in the center is amplifying the ship's broadcasts like a relay.
Maybe we can respond.
Perhaps.
From the videos themselves? Oh.
Or creating the interference with
Oh, so if it's from the videos themselves, I'd have to think a bit more from that.
Can you get us there?
If it has to be from the videos themselves,
pull me and let's go.
that'd be hard to think about. That'd take a bit more to kind of dissect and think about.
This is the
Off the
first.
top of my head,
Negative.
Um,
As close as I could get us.
there's a lot of moments,
Don't mind
probably
a little?
the final moments of my Greatest Attorney 2 series.
Contact.
Rinosuke's first objection. Oh, saying the tentacle scene from Ultra Despair Girls is kind of weird, because that implies that I think that scene was good. It was more just like my reaction to it was so insane that I think it was probably entertaining to watch. So, you know, that might go down. He said best. Well, that was kind of my reaction. Playing Facade, that's one as well. Like I said, I need more time to think about it, because there's a lot of great moments in the channel. Really, any moment from Ultra Despair Girls when I react insane to some bullshit that happened, or V3,
Connected, all right.
like when I figure out Korikiyu's plot to freaking, essentially commit incest and do a double murder for no reason. The reaction to the very end of V3.
Well, he's just a ray of sunshine, isn't he?
There's a lot to think.
From that peek under the hood, I'd say these constructs
I think tentatively, again, I need more time to think about it. You can probably get a good sense from just checking out my, initial, the trip down memory lane at the beginning of the Greatest Attorney 2 finale. I can check out, those probably consist of some of the moments that I thought were the best this year. Quite the year of ups and downs. Oh, that's for damn sure. Ups and downs is a great way to describe this year. It's been a roller coaster. We went from from enjoying Danganronpa to being baffled by it with Ultra Despair Girls, to questioning my life choices with Danganronpa 3, to then losing many hours of sleep creating Danganronpa 3, the series, all amidst streams of It Takes Two and Halo earlier this year. Not to mention that following that, I then got V3, which just drained me entirely. Then after that, I got to Grace Attorney Chronicles, which is the completely, totally polar opposite end of the spectrum. And then after that, I started making my Toy Story 4 series, which is a whole other can of worms had to open. And now, we switched to the other end of the spectrum with Persona 5, and then back to the other end of the spectrum with the Shovel Knight series, and now that went down the drain. So, it's been a year. It has been quite the year of ups and downs, let me tell you.
Can you tap into it?
Raging Astro Coast was a fun moment. Wasn't fun for me, but I'm glad it was fun for you. That was more like pain for me. Still think my disbarment trials were the peak of my channel reactions. I think my Apologist series in general, because that's probably my most raw, I guess. As in, like, I wasn't really. I mean, I'm still not afraid of pissing. I think if one thing's been made crystal clear, it's that I'm not afraid of pissing people off. So, but that was back before I knew what I was getting myself into with, like, before I knew what was ahead of me. And I just kind of was just raw, because I recorded the entire Turnabout Succession all in one day, like literally from the start of the investigation to the end of the final jury decision. That was all just made. Ow. That was all recorded in one night. So I was done by that point. I was just sick of playing the game, and I was pissed off, my throat was sore, I was infuriated, and I just wanted it to freaking end. So, yeah, that would definitely be, I think my Apologist series in general would probably consist of some highlights from my channel's history, because even when I was just glimpsing, like, skimming through my Apologist videos to try to get clips for the trip down memory lane that I was putting together for the Grace Attorney 2 finale, even I was just watching back was like, man, I was firing on all cylinders back then, wasn't I? So, I can see that the whole series would probably carry some positive, because I don't even, most of Apologist is just like, a giant medley of rage and frustration. So I'm sure for the viewer watching it, the specific jokes and rage might stick out more in people's minds, but for me, playing it, I played it all back-to-back in the span of a few days, that whole game, so it was an experience that I don't want to replicate with anything moving, because with every game I played on the channel, I always hit a point where I don't want to stop. Like, for instance, every game, the 999, Danganronpa, Versus Us Reward, Zero Time Dilemma, any Ace Attorney game, I always hit a point where I don't want to stop, and like once I get close to the end of the game, I just decide, alright, I'm close to the end, I just want to keep playing and get this finished. So there's always that point that I hit where I just want to keep going. I never hit that point with Apologist, because that was just the whole thing. The whole thing was just getting through, just like furiously racing to get to the end of the game as fast as possible, so I didn't have to touch it ever again. Only problem, I always turned to love is the gameplay video. Yeah, my computer was shit back then. Like, that was before I had the budget to be able to actually upgrade my that laptop was actual garbage. Like, genuine piece of shit hardware. Which, honestly, I guess maybe it's a testament to my commentary that even in spite of my shitty hardware, people still somehow found quality and enjoyment out of it. That's kind of like, wow, you guys are very loyal for sticking around even through those, because a lot of people found my channel through those LPs. So the fact that people still stick around even through all the shitty technical problems is a testament to your guys' loyalty. So thank you all for sticking through all. Just choked on myself. Thanks for sticking through all that. What would be my thoughts on Apologist if only Case 1 was bad as Phoenix was the only destroyed... Hold on, let me... what would my thoughts on Apologist be if only Case 1 was bad and Phoenix was the only destroyed character? I'd still hate it. Because, like, the reason I hate Apologist is because I don't... Because Justice for All has a lot of really broken logic with Big Top and Lost Turnabout. But I don't hate the game because its characters are still intact. In fact, the character work there is exceptional. But Apologist, like, even even if we say that, like, even if we imagine an alternate reality where Apollo Justice is this airtight game where that makes perfect sense, but Phoenix's character is destroyed, I wouldn't suddenly love the game, because the thing I hate about it is what they do to Phoenix's character. So even if Case 1 was the only bad one, and the rest of it was amazing, I'd still be like, what have you done? It's the same thing with Toy Story 4, because Toy Story 4 is a movie that literally, blatantly, mercilessly, indefensively assassinates Woody, Buzz, and Jessie, because Jessie overcame her fear of being in the closet, overcame her claustrophobia and her fear of isolation, and then Toy Story 4 decides, actually, she's terrified of all that again, because fuck you. Buzz went from being the smartest character in the original trilogy, by making incredibly intelligent decisions throughout all 3 movies and the short films, to being a bumbling idiot who can't think for himself at all. And Woody went from someone who was loyal to his friends to his last breath, to infinity and beyond, to someone who left them for Bo Peep, who treated him like absolute shit throughout the entire movie. So, yeah, even if we pretend that, even if we imagine a reality where Toy Story 4 makes perfect sense, I wouldn't care, because its characters would still be broken. And that's what pisses me off to no end about that movie. Is the characters, which is this. It's same thing with Apollo Justice as well. The bad logic was just the cherry on top of an already moldy cake. Yeah, basically, it's a cherry on top of an already moldy cake is the perfect way to describe what's wrong with Apollo Justice and Toy Story 4. I suppose there's a lot of similarities between Toy Story 4 and Apollo Justice. Now you think about it in terms of what it does to its characters. Oh God, please no, stupid washer. Get away from me. Dear God Almighty. This could be a problem. Take this. Hold steady. God damn it, Watcher. Now come revive him. Where'd you go? Where'd he go? Watcher? Where is he? Oh, he's over there now? Okay. Sometimes he comes to revive him. He didn't do it this time. Good. Concert video rant was amazing. Yeah, that was... Like, I didn't laugh when I was going through it, because I don't laugh at my own stuff. I don't really... I guess kind of... Like, you hold yourself to a bit of a higher standard, and you kind of... I find it impossible. Like, I can acknowledge when I've done something that I think is well written, but I don't really find emotional reactions to what I make, because it just... It would feel narcissistic to watch something that I made and be like, man... I was pretty funny back then, wasn't I? But I did watch that back and I'm like, man, I was really firing on all cylinders back then, wasn't I? Do something about him and I mean, if he doesn't stop him, I might put him in timeout after a while, but we'll give him a little longer. If he doesn't take the hint by me constantly ignoring him, then maybe I'll put him in timeout and eventually do something. I might take it a bit further, but if he's just gonna keep doing this, or if he takes the hint, then I think we'll be fine. I ran out of ammo. Fortunately, this checkpoint is good, so we're all set. Thinking about something for a while. Why did Buzz think he was the real Space Ranger when every other toy knew who they were? That's a question I can't answer, but it is consistent in that. But the best answer I can come up with is probably just something to do with how he's programmed. Because you're right, because the thing is, it's every other toy except for Evil Emperor. The Evil Emperor Zurg also thinks he's really the Evil Emperor Zurg. So it seems to be limited to just that toy line, which I can't provide an answer for, because I just genuinely don't know. But I think it's clear that it's something to do with the way those toys are programmed. Unfortunately, we're never going to get an answer for that, but that's the best I can come up with for right now. Well, at least I would say that, except for Toy Story The Time Forgot. I've become more and more frustrated with Toy Story The Time Forgot over the years, because previously it was just that the Buzz Lightyear line of toys and his toy line with the Evil Emperor Zurg thought they were more than toys. But after Toy Story The Time Forgot, we now know that it's also the Battle Swords that think they're more than just toys. So, it's kind of... Well, actually, I guess technically not, because I guess I can explain that away. Because it's not all of them. Because what's it? The leader of the... I forget his name. I think it's called the Cleric. The leader of the Battle Swords clearly understands that they are actually toys, but he tells them otherwise. So I think I think now that I'm actually thinking about it a bit more, there is actually room to explain that, because the explanation would be that the cleric understands that they are supposed to be toys, but he doesn't actually do anything about it because he wants to be he wants to be the one in control. He wants to control the battle swords and all that. So that's probably why that's probably why they think they're toys, but not anyone else. So I can explain that. What I can't explain is, like, what is it about Buzz's programming and Zuri's programming, because it's clearly the same toy line since it's only them and no one else. So I can explain why the battle swords think that they're more than toys. I cannot say the same for Buzz and the Zurg. However, the reasons why are less important than consistency, and they're consistent with the way, like they're consistent with the fact that they do think that he does think he's a Space Ranger, and same thing with the other toys in that line, which is why it'd be a problem if it contradicted itself in terms of whether they think they're a toy or not. But the mechanics of it are a bit of a different matter. Like, for instance, the topic of how toys are alive, that I can't explain. But as I said in the video, like, you're allowed to tackle fictional concepts, like obviously outlandish concepts that don't exist in the real world. So long as you're consistent with your own rules, that's fine. So if the rule is that every toy thinks they're a toy except for the Buzz Lightyear line of action figures, then at that point it just comes down to something in their programming, and as long as they're consistent with that, it's fine. What are my thoughts on Toy Story That Time Forgot? I think it's the weakest, of the two TV shorts, it's the weaker of the two. I think Toy Story Terror is way, way better. But I just don't think that there's entertainment to be had there, specifically with Trixie's development.
They try to follow it.
They'll get caught in the gravity well.
Imagine if Lightyear tries to explain that. I hope it doesn't. I don't think it will. I don't think they have the guts to try to integrate it with the real, because does that require bringing in Tim Allen, and that would, I don't know. I don't think they would do that. If they do, I will be very afraid. But I think it's going to be just focused on the movie itself, which is really the only saving grace that's going for it. The only saving grace that movie has going for it right now is that, in theory, it looks like it's going to just be confined to the in-universe sci-fi movie that they're showing. They might have a cameo towards the end where it's like, hey, look, it's Andy and his mom watching the Lightyear movie, and now he wants to go get the Buzz Lightyear toy. They might do something like that, but I don't think they'll touch the actual world building.
That can't be a coincidence.
At least I hope they won't.
Sounds like the Prometheans don't want the Covenant here either.
I mean, technically, I shouldn't have faith in them at all. I shouldn't really have faith in Pixar with Toy Story anymore after how they literally destroyed everything with Toy Story. Like, there's a reason I call my series How Toy Story 4 Destroyed Everything. But that wasn't an exaggerative thing trying to get more attention. That was like, no, this movie actually destroyed the entire series. So, I shouldn't really have faith in them anymore. But Josh Cooley's not as someone pointed out yesterday, Pete Docter's the one writing it, not anyone even remotely associated with Josh Cooley. So I shouldn't really be afraid. Well, I shouldn't have faith because of after Toy Story 4, but I have more reason to be a little bit more, a little bit less concerned, but not by a large margin. What do I think Pixar's reactions to Lightyear will be able to come out? It's the same thing it always is. Wow, Pixar's done it again. They knocked it out of the ballpark. The visuals are so shiny, the music is so good, and damn, the voice actors know what they're doing. Chris Evans proves that Buzz Lightyear can be played by anyone. And something else, etc., and so on and so forth. Pete Docter's a good director, so maybe. Yeah, so the thing is, though, it's less about who writes the script and more about who actually directs the film, because the director's the one who has creative control over what decisions get made in the storytelling process. Pete Docter will be the one who puts the pen to paper and actually gets the ideas down into a script, but the one who will be in control of the story is Angus MacLane, and I don't know anything about him, so we're in uncharted territory again. And the last time someone who was in charge of Toy Story I didn't know anything about them was with Josh Cooley, and we all know how well that went last time. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll really, honestly, we're just gonna have to wait and see. we can't make any qualitative statements before. I mean, we can judge the trailer and how shit it looks, but we can't make any qualitative statements about whether his character will be intact or what the movie's going to be about until then. Unless you're Joe and then you go, damn, what shiny visuals. Great movie, right? And then, of course, you can make statements, but if you want to be substantive and actually talk about the story and what matters, then we can't say much yet. But I'm guessing we'll get another trailer. Maybe not soon. I'm thinking maybe March. I'm thinking we'll get another trailer in March. And then we'll get a better idea of what the movie's... Damn it. We'll get a better idea of what the movie's gonna consist of when we get the next trailer. Did I see the Sing 2 trailer? No, I didn't even see the Sing 1 trailer. Well, that's not true. I probably saw the Sing 1 trailer, but I forgot all about it because I don't really care about Sing. Not a big fan of, I mean, I guess, I've just never seen it, honestly, so I can't really, I can't say I like it, can't say I hate it, I can just say I've never seen it. But I can say I'm not excited for Sing 2, because I just don't care about the first one. So no, I have not seen the Sing 2 trailer. Any games to look forward to playing this year, or next year? Because this year, we're coming up on the end of this year right now, and the only two things I have left looking forward to are Halo Infinite and FNAF Security Breach. Beyond that, we're coming up on the end of the year. If you mean next year, then the big one's gonna be Bendy and the Dark Revival, because I really like Bendy and the Ink Machine. I kind of want to see what happens next. Obviously the Cuphead DLC. Nope, don't revert to last checkpoint. Obviously the Cuphead DLC, if it actually comes out next year, which it probably won't. But if by some miracle we actually get the Cuphead DLC next year, then I will look forward to playing that next year. Okay, so next year, Bendy and the Dark Revival, Cuphead DLC. With an asterisk next to that one. Beyond that, I will go with Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. Again, asterisk, because I don't know if that's actually going to be good. So, the new Sonic... This is a questionable checkpoint. The new Sonic game could be good. I'll have to wait and see. I think, is it called Sonic Rangers? I don't know. It's the new mainline Sonic game. Could be good. Undecided. We'll wait and see. What else? I think that's it. As of right now, unless I'm forgetting something. I guess I'm kind of interested in checking out the Life is Strange Remaster Collection. Not that I don't think it's going to be any, like, noteworthy upgrades in terms of visuals, but, you know, I like Life is Strange. I'm willing to check them out. Oh, I also need to play True Colors. I've been so busy with Toy Story 4 and everything, I haven't gotten a chance to play True Colors yet, so I need to play that. Still need to experience that story. Trying to think. I think that's it. I think that's it in terms of big games next year. At least of what's been announced so far. Apparently at the Game Awards, there's going to be a lot of new game announcements. So, well, maybe my list will change after I see what's coming next. But for now, that's the extent of my list. Since Danganronpa S is getting turned into a stream, is there going to be another LP next to Persona 5 in December? Yes, Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite, and then when Security Breach comes out, that will also... I think I'll alternate between, depending on how long Halo Infinite is, and depending on how long Security Breach is, I might alternate releasing one of those every other day. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna handle, because I'm committed to doing 2 episodes of Persona 5 every single day. That I'm gonna do. But I don't know how I'm gonna handle Infinite and Security Breach yet. That remains to be seen in terms of... We'll have to wait and see exactly how the... how long those games are before I can say definitively how I'm gonna handle that. You're a fan of the Ace Attorney and Toy Story franchises? Oh, sorry, you're responding to someone in chat. Sorry. You don't like Life is Strange? I can see why. I can certainly see why someone wouldn't like it, but I've always definitely cared a lot about the characters, so I'm... Oh, God! I'd be interested in seeing a remaster collection. Will the Halo Infinite LP last as much as a Halo stream? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. Because if you mean, like, will its total runtime be as long? The answer is yes. Because the campaign, whether it's a stream or a Let's Play, it'll still be as long as the campaign is. If you mean, will the episodes themselves be, like, hours and hours long? probably not. I'm probably going to do one mission, unless the missions are really short, which I don't think they will be. Then I'll probably just do one mission per video. But I also don't know how long the campaign, because they've said that this is like the largest, most wide open, most expansive, and longest campaign of the series. So I don't really know. Checkpoint where? Okay, this is a good checkpoint. I don't know how long it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to consist. I genuinely don't know. I have to wait and see until the game comes out to find out how long its campaign is going to be before I can definitively say whether. Because because other campaigns have been anywhere from like 5 to 8 hours, depending on the length. So, but I don't know. I don't know if that's consistent if that's going to be consistent for Infinite or not. In case I ever plan on playing Mother 3, let me know. Yeah, I noticed. When someone recommended me Earthbound, I looked into Mother 3 as well, and I quickly realized that because people referred to Earthbound as Mother 2, so I'm like, okay, so is there a Mother 3 then? And there was, but I couldn't actually like look at it, or I can't, because it was never actually localized, so I did notice that in the explanation or the research process for that. But yeah, Earthbound is something that I've seen recommended, definitely. Anyone here want to play? Oh, great, another ghost. Alright, see how this goes. Total runtime of all the videos together. The total runtime of all the videos together will, well, again, I can't really say, because, on a broader scale, whether I streamed it or I did a Let's Play of it, it would be the same length either way, because a Let's Play or stream will both be as long as the campaign itself. The bigger question there is how long will that total runtime ultimately be, because we don't know how long the campaign's going to actually be. We'll have to wait and see on that note. The other thing is that there's going to be like side missions in Halo Infinite and hidden loot stashes and loot caves and weapons caches and all things like that. So we don't know. Hello, Banshee. Like, I don't know how many of them. I don't know if I'm going to do the side missions or if I do them, how many I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm just going to blitz through all the main. Because what I did for my Rift Apart LP is I did all the main quests and didn't do any of the side quests. And then when I did my second playthrough on the hardest difficulty, I did all the side quests. Just on my own time. So I don't know, what my plan is going to be for that. But we will. It'll be a learning experience together. We'll learn. We'll figure out what to do with Infinite together when the game properly comes out in less than 2 weeks, which is exciting. We're less than 2 weeks away from Halo Infinite, which honestly it doesn't even feel real. It does not feel real that in just a little over a week I'll be able to play Infinite's campaign. It doesn't feel real. It does not feel real at all. And I think we're good to move out now. His acting is worse than Takamaki. True. Truer words have never been. Oh god. Oh, problem. Shouldn't be alive right now. Shouldn't be alive. That's a texture glitch. That is a very interesting texture glitch. The bullet holes are on the texture, but the texture is, oh god, we'll admire that later, is wider than the tree or the rock itself. All right, so first of all, I don't believe that, but even if it's true, I don't really, I don't post an age restriction in either direction on my channel. You're allowed to watch my channel no matter how old you are.
Other 2 power cores and we can access the pylon.
But also, it's worth noting that I don't think he's being serious. I'm pretty sure this is just all an elaborate. Well, I say elaborate as if there's any thought put into it. I think it's all just, you're just messing with everyone here. Okay, let's see how long until I die in this Banshee. Oh, that's a ghost. In other words, very, very quickly. I'll die very quickly in this Banshee. Unless I... Oh, God. Problems. Yeah, that was... Mistakes have been made.
Power core down.
Enjoying the stream so far? I don't know if you're talking to me or the chat, but if you're talking to me, yes, I am enjoying the stream so far. If you're talking to chat, then that is not a question I can answer. Oh dear lord. You have a rough time believing 7th graders trouble from 7th structure. Well, I think the bigger problem is that we need to remember that yesterday, one account was trolling and then said goodbye, and then seconds later, a second account appeared out of nowhere and said, I'm the brother of the other account, as if that's how anything works. So I think there's some critical pieces of information that people need to remember in this situation.
Power core down.
But he's not harming anyone right now, so long as he keeps not harming people, I don't see a reason to ban him.
Access the pylon.
But if it gets out of hand, then it'll probably result in a timeout. But I think the ultimate lesson here is I just need to get mods, is the ultimate lesson of the stream. I didn't think this would actually be a problem that persisted into this stream. I thought we closed the saga on Conflict Desert Storm 2, but I was wrong. That was his brother, and so I think you need to listen to what I said again. One account said goodbye, and then literally seconds after that, a second account appeared out of nowhere. Like, think about the implications of what that would actually entail. I really think you're giving this too much credit. Anyway, boop. He's pretty suspicious. Yes.
Second power core offline. Good
Point.
job.
I guess if you want me to be blunt, I'm saying I don't believe. Hi. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm basically saying I don't believe it. There's too many things about this that just. Oh, well. I mean, if you said it's real, then in that case, give me this Banshee, please. I'll take this freshly. Ow! I got crushed by my own Banshee, I think. Alright, what's left? Nothing major doesn't look like. Yeah, because like I said, most Halo campaigns range anywhere from like 5 to 8 hours, depending. Well, unless you're Halo 2, in which case you're like 60 years long. But by and large, it's anywhere from 5 to 8 hours, minimum to max. Obviously depends on how many times you die and things like that. But that's the average length for some streams, or for most of the campaigns. So, but with Infinite, we have the fact that it's supposed to be a longer campaign by default. We have the fact that there's going to be side quests, there's going to be a lot of hidden audio logs, there's going to be a lot of skulls, there's going to be a lot of weapons caches, forward operating bases, and all that. There's going to be a lot to Infinite, so that's going to only further compound the question of, well, how long will this game actually be? I'm hoping long. I'm hoping, I really, are you behind me? Oh my god, you're right behind me. I'm hoping it's going to be a longer campaign so that, like, I can get more out of it and I can really spend a lot of time digging into because, like, I don't want to rush through it. I really want to take my time with Infinite to get the most out of my experience with it, because I don't want to just rush through it and then have it be over in the blink of an eye, because it would literally be just six years of waiting for what might be cleared in a couple hours. So I want it to last longer than just a couple hours is what I'm getting at here. Oh wait, did he actually? Oh my god, he actually said it. Oh my god. Yeah, this is just a clown show is what this is. Welcome to Big Top Circus, everyone. Welcome to Big Top Circus, starring Conflict Desert Storm 2.
UNSC AI Cortana. Do not approach Forerunner planet. Repeat, do not approach.
Really, I think I'm just getting too much enjoyment out of this, actually. Can everyone post a clown emoji?
Negative, Infinity. Do not enter the planet.
If you can hear us, keep transmitting.
No, Chief.
Game looks
we
gorgeous.
have to get
Yeah.
that beam down
It looks
now.
absolutely gorgeous. Halo 4 is a very, very beautiful game. Now, the thing is, unlike Toy Story 4, Halo 4 is gorgeous and it has good gameplay and a good story. Whereas Toy Story 4, the only thing it has going for it is its visual fidelity and music.
To Infinity. Do you copy?
Well, yeah, this is actually this is a game that I referenced at the end of my Toy Story 4 series when I'm saying, like,
Not strong enough.
the graphics can be a good thing to praise if the substantive elements of it are phenomenal. In which case, Halo 4 it is, like, the gameplay is great, the story is great, and the jaw-dropping visual splendor only complements that. Whereas Toy Story 4 depends on visual splendor in order for people to think it's great.
You just find us that control room. How soon till Infinity hits the gravity well?
A minute or two max.
Never knew this was here. Is there one over here as well? There is.
Push for something on the far side of the satellite.
Toy Story 4 makes for good eye candy? Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, I need a little bit more than eye candy to think something's good, but you're right, it definitely does make for some pretty damn good eye candy. Eye candy that fooled billions of people all around the world into thinking that it was more than just the sum of its parts. You're just fiction, just like Danganronpa, oh god. Now this is like the ultimate culmination of all the memes. Unfortunately, candy is bad for your health. Yeah, so you need a balanced diet when it comes to films. Like candy can be a nice reward, a nice little mini dessert, but it can't be the only thing you eat. Essentially, is a good way to put it. Also makes good ear candy. Yep. Whatever that would consist of. I just don't want to imagine what ear candy would consist of. But, yeah, same general idea. Oh god, mistakes have been made. Critical errors have been made in my decision-making process here today. I thought the battlefield was more clear out than it was. Oh god. Hello, Elite. Can you not? Where'd he go? Oh, there they are. There they are. Oh, there you are, Perry. Found you. I've been stuck. You are not a clown, you are the entire circus. Let's get into it, get it. It always amuses me how everyone always uses that reference from, like, everyone always puts the image of Edgeworth saying that, but Edgeworth never said that. I don't understand how that meme got made, because that's not something that Edgeworth ever actually said, so it's always confused me. But, I mean, it is something that Edgeworth would say, and I'm surprised he hasn't said. So, you know, I guess it works. Yeah, I think at this point, if in case anyone's not been convinced that this should have tipped the scales for you, this is nothing more than a giant waste of our time. So I recommend that we all just kind of adopt the words of Nayuta Samadi and let it go and move on, and just not waste our time with this anymore. Which, by the way, I tweeted out, I quote, because GameSpot tweeted out a post saying how to open Halo Infinite's loot boxes, which is nothing more than deceptive clickbaiting garbage, because there literally are no loot boxes in Halo Infinite, but there are caves in Big Team Battle that you can access to give you bonus weapon caches and things like that, which are by definition not loot boxes, but they have loot in the name, so they can make a nice clickbaity headline out of them. I need a weapon. I need a weapon. And I need one right now. Bad weapon. Bad weapon. Take a stick. I missed. Okay, we're fine. We win. We win. Somehow. But yeah, oh dear Lord Almighty. It's, not worth our time anymore. You make any certain character say anything with... Oh, like, I know how it was made, obviously. I just find it interesting that has persisted so often, despite it literally never popping up in any of the games. Seeing the butterfly on the sand. Yeah, so what I was saying is that someone was, because I quote tweeted that saying, like, are you guys competing to see who can make the most clickbaity bullshit headlines? And then someone responded to my tweet saying, let it go and move on. And it was all I could do, because I didn't know if it was someone, because they didn't follow me, so I wasn't sure if it was someone, or at least initially, I wasn't sure if it was someone who actually followed the channel and was just trying to reference Nayuta Samadi with that. But they appear to not actually follow me on Twitter, so it seemed like someone who was just, like, actually telling me to let it go, because I guess I can't criticize things. So, you know, I was tempted to respond by saying, like, is Nayuta Samadi in here, but I don't think they would have gotten it, because I don't think they actually follow me, and I don't think they recognize the reference. Found something a while ago. Oh, I don't, so I guess I need to be clear with what I'm saying here. I'm saying that, like, I find it so interesting that specifically the one of Edgeworth saying that has persisted for so long, despite the fact that he himself, as a character, has not actually said that in the games, is what I'm trying to get at here. Voice acting is great, by the way. I don't... People say that. People say that the voices I do for the characters are great. I've never really thought... Like, I just kind of put on... Like, there's no effort that goes into me putting on a high-pitched voice like this. I guess there's effort putting into a grovelly voice like this for Gumshoe, but that's just pain. That's not talent, that's pain. That's just me going through pain for the sake of making Gumshoe sound grovelly. But people were really happy with some of my voices, so I guess it worked. I don't know how, but it worked, so I can't complain. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know how I did this, but people liked it, so, you know, I guess it worked out in the end. So let's not question how it worked, kind of thing. That's a problem. Knight, stay away. Hello. The only voice that I regret is my Jock Sportsman voice. I quickly changed that voice for the second episode or the next time I saw him, because I really was not happy with how that. No one was happy with that voice, but for the most part, I'm content with what I put on for the characters. Because it's like pulling off his talent. I'd say endurance. Like, that's just speaks to the endurance of my vocal cords that they can put up with the strain that I put it through. But there's not much effort in just lowering my voice a little. Because, like, if you want to break down the specifics of how I actually do Gumshoe's voice, I just lower my voice to something like this. And then I really strain my throat to make it sound really grovelly like this. I can't explain how I do it. Like, it's one of those things you can't explain. Like, if you were to tell someone how to replicate it, I could try. I could say, lower your voice to get it lower, strain your throat, and then exhale as you do it to kind of give it a grovelly effect. But I don't think anyone would know what I'm talking about. It doesn't really work as a means of transmedia, or as a means of transformative communication to someone else. To be like, this is how I do this thing, kind of thing. I'm pretty sure voice actors go through pain as well when doing voice, where they get used to it. Definitely some of them, but some voice actors, it's just their voice. Like, for instance, Steve Downes, when he does Master Chief, to be clear, I'm not trying to diss Steve Downes. I'm not trying to diss any of the voice actors I'm going to mention. They all do great work. But Steve Downes' voice is just the Master Chief. Like, his voice is the Chief's voice. So it's not like he's putting on a voice for someone. Whereas Tom Hanks, you can hear that his voice sounds like Woody, but he does kind of amp up his voice and put a lot of energetic, bombastic effort into it to kind of amp it up a little bit. And then, of course, for something like, I imagine Trucy's voice actress probably goes through something. Pearl's voice actress, you know, stuff like that. But some, like, if it's just a voice actor just doing their own voice, I don't imagine. Like, obviously, it's still a lot of work to get into the head of a character and bring out their emotions through your voice. But in terms of, like, actual voice... Oh, yeah, also, Tom Kenny... That's the obvious example. Tom Kenny is SpongeBob, obviously. Because if you listen to Tom Kenny, he sounds nothing like SpongeBob. But then you see him do the voice and you're like, oh, that's him.
Turning my own guardians.
Don't put him down. Tish. You cannot do a hyper voice without glass shining around me. I think that's just... I've always been able... Like, my vocal cords just never dropped that low. Because, like, my voice isn't that deep compared to how I can make it go. This is about as deep as my voice can possibly go. So I think that's why I'm able to do a high-pitched voice like this. But most people, like, I think it's just... Because even when I was in 6th grade, and I was in a chorus class, I was always able to hit the higher notes. But like, I would listen to some of my classmates actively try to do it. Their vocal cords literally would not allow them to reach that higher pitch. So that's not even something that I would say is skill. It's just like your vocal cords are restricting you from being able to reach those higher pitches. And then there's Chris Pratt. Yeah, he's in a league all by himself. Why has Chris Pratt become a meme all of a sudden? Well, it started when he was cast as Mario, which was a mistake. Then it got worse when days afterwards he was also cast as Garfield, which happened on a Monday because of course it did.
We've gotta go.
The thing is, I have never even read any of the Garfield comics, and I still knew that that was a meme. It's like, really? You did this on a Monday? Of course you did. There are voice actors that are so iconic you can't imagine anyone else playing the role. Yeah, like for instance, Steve Downes. No one else can ever play Master Chief. Same thing with Cortana. Master Chief, Cortana, Woody, Buzz, there's SpongeBob, Patrick, there's so many iconic characters that can never be played by anyone else.
Grab one of those ghosts.
And I've just been given a horrifying thought of what a Chris Pratt Woody would sound like. Oh god, Chris Pratt as Master Chief. No, Chris Pratt as Cortana. Chris Pratt as Cortana. There you go. There's the casting for the Halo TV show. Chris Pratt voices Cortana. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Charles Martinet. Yeah, also Charles Martinet. Again, a character that you can't imagine anyone else voicing them, and then someone else voices them, and you're like, why have you made this? Why have you done this to me? Chris Pratt as SpongeBob. Oh god, just end me now. Chris Pratt as SpongeBob. Armageddon has arrived at our doors. Wonder how it'll sound. It'll sound like I can tell you, it'll sound like Chris Pratt. It'll just be him. Like just get a clip of Mario's mouth moving, and then play a clip from Guardians of the Galaxy in the background, and that's just. Am I dead? No, I'm not. That's just what it'll sound like. Excuse me. It'll just be Chris Pratt doing Chris Pratt things. Imagine Mario not being voiced by Charles Martinet. Oh, I don't have to imagine anymore. We know it's a thing. Welcome to the future, friend. Oh god, don't turn. Apparently, there's story reasons as to why Charles Martinet isn't voicing Mario. I would love to know what those story reasons are. I would love to see them try to explain away this one, because I'm pretty sure the main reason I can't imagine what story reason it could possibly be. It seems as an outsider looking in that it's just a case of, hey, we got to get a cool celebrity voice in there, because the movie-going audience doesn't know who Charles Martinet is, but everyone knows who Chris Pratt is. Got to get Chris Pratt in there, am I right, guys? So, there's that. Ellen DeGeneres is Birdo. Come on, let's go. Yeah. Also, let's get James Corden in there. James Corden will play someone else.
Whoa, cowboy.
Who would James Corden play in the Mario movie? It's a clone of Mario created by Bowser. Yeah. So, by the way, if I ever make I don't think I'll have to. But if the Mario movie is so bad that I end up making a video on it, which again, probably won't, but if I do, it'll be so easy to do nicknames, because I can just call them, like, Poe, or Star-Lord, etc., etc. James Corden is, there we go, James Corden as Wario, oh dear god. Hey, remember when James Corden was cast in, Into the Woods? As the freaking baker? Yeah, that pissed me off.
Track its descent.
Marking.
Which, speaking of which, Stephen Sondheim passed away recently, and he was the I don't know if he was the composer or the writer of Into the Woods. I know he that was his creation, and Into the Woods was a play that meant a lot to me when I was younger. So,
You know where he's heading.
you know, may he rest in peace.
Same place we are.
I think referring to him as Evan would be funnier. I might just do what I did with Keanu Reeves because in my Toy Story 4 series, I just kept changing the name that I was calling him. Like I went from calling him Keanu Reeves to John Wick to Neo to Johnny Utah to Jack Traven. Just any character he kept playing, I just kept changing it. Because I couldn't decide on which one most embodied Keanu Reeves, so I just decided, well, I could go with one, or I could call him literally all of them. May he rest in peace. Yeah. Stephen Sondheim was a really talented guy. I really love him. Not the I love the play Into the Woods, and I was actually in Into the Woods as the baker
Stay low.
when I was in elementary school. So it's sad to hear that he passed away because he was really talented. It's also
The ship looks intact.
the movie really pissed me off
That's only because the Didact wanted it.
because it's just a piss poor adaptation of the play. Where is Keanu Reeves? Yeah, that was
This is Sierra
the intent was for that to be funny. I don't know if it came across that way, but the intent was just to have it seem so normal with my commentary, just be like, da. Where's Keanu Reeves? Because it just like that. If I had to pick one non-character, because obviously the 3 sections I'm most proud of are breaking down Jesse's character, breaking down Buzz's character, and breaking down Woody's character. If I have to exclude those 3, the section in my series I'm most proud of is the series where I break down the battle to get Fortress out of that cabinet. Because that whole action scene, it goes by so fast, you don't have enough time to think about any of it. But if you actually stop and break down that scene in slow motion, none of it makes any sense at all. And I really had a lot of fun writing, voicing, and editing that section. Because, like, I made my most, of all the videos, the one I edited the fastest was part 4. Because I edited from the time that they start the rescue sequence to the time that they, oh, I dropped the IFF tag. But from the time they start the rescue sequence to the time that they're in the alley, I edited that long 30-minute chunk of the video in one long shot, like all at once. Because it was just so much fun to break down. Because it's also just such a juxtaposition. Actually, no, I also edited the Gabby scene in that day as well. It's just such a juxtaposition of fast-paced, frantic, insane action to slower-paced nonsense with Bo in the alley, to then culminate with frustratingly gaslighting garbage of Gabby's scene. It's three scenes that are so totally different from one another, and I had to transition between them all in a way that wouldn't feel forced. It would feel natural, and I hope I did a good job. I hope that it didn't feel too because it seems kind of weird to how quickly it goes from fast-paced action to slower alley scene to somber, heart-wrenching Gabby whatever. So I try to make the transitions somewhat seamless in terms of not having it feel too tonally balked along the way. I just had a blast editing that section non-stop. Because I made a lot of progress on that video that day. I don't have an auto-sentry. What am I doing? I thought I had an auto-sentry. I didn't. Turns out I didn't have the thing I thought I had. Mistakes have been made today. Oh, I got him. Nice. The nightmare doesn't stop. It really doesn't. It just keeps getting worse. And I've still found more... even after making the series, I've still found more problems with Toy Story 4 since making it. It hasn't gotten better. It's only gotten worse. The film just doesn't stop. Josh Cooley has a random goodbye so Mario can stomp on him. Yeah, I'm interested to see what Josh Cooley makes. Out of nothing but morbid curiosity, I am very curious to see what Josh Cooley makes next. Because, like, I don't really have an interest in going after every movie he makes, because I don't... It would seem kind of childish to just, like, only target the films he makes for the rest of my time on YouTube. I don't want to do that. I'm just interested to see what else he makes. Because if the next film he makes is a masterpiece, it would only solidify my belief that his actions with Toy Story 4 were nothing more than malicious and non-incompetent at all. How far am I through this game? A little less than halfway through. There are 8 missions, and we are currently on mission 4, so we're a little less than halfway through. And we're about 2 hours into the stream. I think we're making pretty good progress.
This is what they've been using.
I think we actually made great progress today. 2 hours and we're already almost 4 missions through. I say that's a pretty fast-paced run, all things considered. I say as I get instant lasered out of this dimension. You hope the Mario movie is decent? Well, I mean, I don't think any of us hope it's going to be bad. I just, looking at all things considered, we don't really have much reason to think that it will be. So, maybe the movie will surprise me. Maybe it'll blow me away and it'll prove me wrong and that it'll actually be this great movie. What's happening? We're currently talking about the Mario movie and how we don't think it's going to be good at all. Intermixed with some more dunking on Josh Cooley, of course. Gonna make a sandwich. Hope you enjoy your sandwich. I'll still be here trying to not get sniped by these things. Where is that coming from? Is it behind me? Because it looks like that just hit the rock. Oh, oh, that's why I kept dying, because he's behind me. I was wondering where the hell I kept getting sniped by. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Hold on a second. Can you get out of here? Thank you. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. Isn't the Mario movie made by Illumination? Yes, the Mario movie is being made by Illumination, which gives me even more reason to think that it's going to be nothing but absolute garbage. Because, I don't know if you guys know this, but Illumination, not a great track record with movie making. As we've spoken about on these streams before, Illumination's track record with filmmaking, not that great, I must admit. Can I aim? I guess not. So yeah, I guess, again, I don't hope it's gonna be bad. Because I never, despite what some people think, I don't go into any movie hoping it's gonna be bad. I just look at all the evidence and I'm like, this has no chance in hell of being good. It'd be great if it was. It'd be great if it just really surprised me and ended up being this great masterpiece of a film. Or even just like a decent film. But when you look at all the pieces linking together, don't really have a reason to think that it will be. But again, could surprise me. I'll reserve judgment until we know for sure whether it's going to be whether it's great or not. Okay, should be another, not what I wanted to grab. Give me that. Should be another thing over here. There you are. Take snipe 1, take snipe 2. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Illumination is just the laughing stock of the animation industry right now. The only movie made by Illumination you remember is Despicable Me. That's because it's the only good movie they've made. Everything else they've made has ranged from that was alright to that was literally the worst thing ever created. Like, I don't remember anything about Hop at all. I know I saw it. I know that I saw the film at some point in my life. I did go see Hop in the theater, but I couldn't tell you anything, like, actually anything about the plot. I couldn't tell you even a single thing about it. I think it's a bunny that wants to play the instruments. It uses the same gimmick. It uses the same gimmick that, that stuff like the Smurfs uses, where it's just, talking animal goes into human world kind of thing, and interacts with one human figure. It's that kind of thing, I think. I don't know. It's point being, Illumination does not make great stuff since Despicable Me. You can't remember anything about the movie you just mentioned? Neither can I. I don't know. Hop is a mysterious film. I know I saw it. I know it's about a rabbit that wants to play drums. I know it's Easter themed, but I can't tell you anything else about it. No image. Well, I at least have an image in my head. Like, there's some shots that I remember vaguely, and I'm sure if I watch the movie again, which I will not do because I just don't care enough to do so. If I watched it again, I'd probably be like, oh yeah, I kind of remember seeing that, but I could not give you a plot summary right now, even if I tried. I could at least give you a vague plot summary of Despicable Me 3, which is that the girls want to find a unicorn, the minions trying to break out of prison, and then the evil villain wants to douse the town in bubblegum or something, and then Gru and Stu bond over being a villain again, and then they team up to save the day in the end, or something. It ends with a dance battle. I can at least give you a vague idea of what it consists of. But I couldn't do that. Like, for Hop, I couldn't even give you a vague idea.
I've got another IFF tag, but as far as I can tell, we're moving into a
A great plot. Yes, no, Despicable Me is really bad. Like, it was shockingly bad. I didn't think it was gonna be great, but I didn't think it was gonna be terrible. Because Despicable Me 2 wasn't the worst thing ever, but it wasn't really great either. But Despicable Me was just so abhorrent, and the pacing's the worst part of it, because it jumps all over the place with a bunch of plotlines that go absolutely nowhere, and the one main plotline that actually matters has almost no time spent on it whatsoever. And you really have to wonder how people spend years of their lives on these things. Like, I do genuinely wonder sometimes how people can spend years of their lives on these things and have the passion for it. Because someone on the team, like, you'd think that the writers and directors were like, you know, this is a great movie we got here. I really want to make this. But you have to imagine the animators were like, this movie is so goddamn stupid, but I have to do this because I gotta get paid. And I feel like that just makes it harder to do your job when you don't have the passion for the thing you're doing. It kind of makes it harder to put all your effort, to put a lot of effort into it and make a really great thing. So, you know. I'd be shocked that people on the film actually thought it was great.
I thought you'd be taller.
Commander, radio's hot.
And beyond that, I've heard people say Sing is alright. I haven't seen Sing. I've seen the Lorax, which didn't. And of course, the Minions, because of course the Minions. Like, why?
We got numerous casualties and require immediate assistance. Over.
Remember when Despicable Me was about a villain? Yeah, hey, yeah, well, I mean, the original movie is great. It's still a really good movie about a villain who rises up to become the hero in the end. Like, they really did a great job with that story, and then they forgot. I mean, so because like the idea of him wanting to do good things now is fine. The idea of Gru turning to the good side, like, that's kind of what the whole first movie was about. But the length they go to it in movies 2 and... well, movie 2 is okay. But movie 3 tries to bring it back to the villain side, and then there's the stupid second act breakup. It's just like, ah. Sing tried to fit 1,000 different plot lines into one movie and failed. I can believe it. Never seen it, so I can't verify for myself, but I can believe it. Literally every elimination is just alright. Not, except Despicable Me. Despicable Me, I will still readily defend as a pretty great movie. But since then, yeah, they've not managed to surpass the realm of just alright. They thrive on mediocrity. Yeah, so long as they have shiny toys they can sell, and a lot of immature toilet humor and all stuff like that, then they're in the clear. But Minions is where, like, it simultaneously baffles me and it doesn't surprise me at all that Minions got a sequel, because on the one hand it's like, this movie's shit, but also it's like, oh wait, I forgot, this movie is a goldmine for marketing, or not marketing, for merchandise, because Minions are literally everywhere, they're so profitable, and so long as they keep making money, they'll never change. There's like 3,000 protagonists in Sing, so, correct me if I'm wrong, the plot of Sing is a bunch of underdog singers compete to become the one, like, it's them competing in a music competition or something, or like trying out for an audition or something like that, and then they're all competing to see who gets the chance to do the thing or whatever. Again, I've never seen it. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what it is. If it's not, by all means, correct me if I'm wrong. But I need to know if that is the plot before I make my next. Yep. Okay. So if that's the plot, then I think it should have been a TV show. That sounds like a plot of a great TV show where you have each episode focused on a different character, and you have the time to focus on each individual one. But excuse me. But an hour-and-a-half movie does not have the time to spend an adequate amount. Like, you don't have enough time to spend an adequate amount of attention on all of them. That's not that can't work. Also, I forgot to mention, but the Tom and Jerry movie happened this year. It's easy to, I feel like this year for me has just been divided into, it's divided into pre-Danganronpa and post-Danganronpa, because pre-Danganronpa was when we did stuff like Crash Bandicoot, The Room 4, we did A Hat in Time, we did Famicom, we did a bunch of these cool games, and then everything changed when the Danganronpa Nation attacked. And we went from that kind of pre-Danganronpa era to we've just gone off the rails, and now Ultra Despair Girls is here. Danganronpa 3 drained my sanity. V3 broke everything. So that's kind of like, there's the pre-Danganronpa time where we have stuff like Tom and Jerry and stuff like that, and then there's after that where it becomes Danganronpa 3 and then Toy Story 4, and then trying to save both those things with with the Grace Attorney Chronicles, and which was great. Like, it was enough to bring me back to a state of like, wow, this is awesome, following Danganronpa, but it was brought right back down again with Toy Story 4, so kind of nullified itself by the end. How many Tom and Jerry movies are there now? Like 50? I don't know, but they're all well, they're not all shit. There are some good ones, but by and large, they've not had a great track record. Also, this one's in live action. I don't know if you guys knew that, but this Tom and Jerry movie is a live action. It's got real humans mixed with 2D cartoons, because that's exactly what Tom and Jerry needed, guys. Am I right? It needed real humans. And you know what else it needed? It needed real human drama. And you know what else it needed to be? Since someone mentioned a liar reveal story, you know what else it needed to be? Is a liar reveal story with Michael Pena, and it's like Tom and Jerry are literally cameos in their own movie. They're not the focus of this. They should be the if your movie is literally called Tom and Jerry, they should probably be the focus of the damn story, but they're not. They're the comic relief in their own movie, which is embarrassing. They pop up every now and again whenever they need you to laugh, but the main focus of the story is on the girl whose name I don't even remember and Michael Pena and their quest to put on a wedding or whatever bullshit. I honestly I was tempted to make a video for it, but it just wasn't. I think if it happened to post Danganronpa, I probably would have made a video, because at that point I would have had the experience I needed to know how to make that kind of video. But back then I just didn't really, because I didn't even think I didn't know if it was something that people would want to see, is like kind of an analysis style video. But Danganronpa kind of taught me that's like, oh, I can make this type of video and people will actually want to see it. So I think if it happened post Danganronpa, I probably would have wanted to make it then, but it didn't, so I didn't. Which is depressing, because I would have had a lot to say. I would have had a lot to say about that movie when it came out. It was really, really, like, it was shockingly bad. I honestly thought it was going to be good. You can call me naive for that, but I really, if for no other reason, I wanted to watch funny cat, funny mouse do funny things. And I didn't get that, because instead I got a bland human story where nothing interesting happens, and Tom and Jerry are cameos in their own film. And you could basically take them out of it and nothing would change. What'd you miss? You missed more dunking on Josh Cooley, talking about the Mario movie, talking about the Tom and Jerry movie, talking about Illumination and how they suck, stuff like that. I was naive. Well, to be clear, I never thought it was going to be like a great movie, but I was looking forward to watching it because I wanted to watch Tom and Jerry do funny things, because that's what I always watched Tom and Jerry for, was to watch funny cat, funny mouse do funny cat, funny mouse things. But I didn't even get that, because it wasn't about them. It was about the stupid freaking humans and their stupid freaking human problems, of which like, why do companies think that people want to watch the humans do human things? If I wanted to watch that, I would have watched something like Suits. But no, I came to this movie to watch funny cat, funny mouse do funny cat, funny mouse things. And I got none of that. So thanks. That was a really bad movie. It was really, really bad. Like, it doesn't feel like a movie that was made by that sucks. I got all the way to the end and I died of that. That's actually painful. Sonic is the only exception of a movie that actually focuses on the title characters. Yeah, so Sonic the Hedgehog is a movie that had humans in it, but it had an adequate amount of attention spent on both Sonic and the human characters. So it can be done. You can do it, or you can do what Tom and Jerry does and make the human characters the only people that matter in the story at all, which is not how you're supposed to do that. But, you know, companies don't know what people want anymore. I thought Tom and Jerry was going to be like a saving grace, as in like, well, at least I can watch funny cat, funny mouse do funny cat, funny mouse things. But no, I didn't even get that. Woody Woodpecker movie was trash. I've never seen the Woody Woodpecker movie, but I don't think I ever was going to, so I think I'm safe in that department. The Woody Woodpecker movie was not something I ever plan on watching. Gotta be honest, it was not high on my to-watch list. Actually, no, I lied. It was. So there's Ratatouille at the top, WALL-E number 2 in terms of movies that people want me to watch, and then number 3, Woody Woodpecker movie. Obviously, how could I do such disservice to the Woody Woodpecker movie? I also never was, I never really cared about Woody Woodpecker at all in general, so it just wasn't really something I would have sucked my teeth into all that much, I suppose. You had the original Tom and Jerry cartoons on DVD. You watched them with grandparents. Oh yeah, I also, those cartoons have a special place in my heart as well. They were some of the first cartoons I ever watched. My dad showed them to me, and they were, I had a lot of fun. Like they were really funny to watch. Because the original Tom and Jerry cartoons are just so good. They're really, really good and really, really funny. And it just feels like they've never been able to recapture that. I think some of the newer episodes, well, I mean, I say newer. There's a bunch of different generations of Tom and Jerry, so I don't know what constitutes as new anymore. But there was a newer era that I watched that I felt was pretty good compared to the originals. But they could never fully recapture that magic that they used to have. And I got one shot at this, and I got it. Okay. But yeah, there's some Tom and Jerry movies that are pretty okay. For instance, I'm a fan of The Fast and the Furious, which is a dumb name, but it's a pretty okay movie. I like the Mars movie. Granted, disclaimer, I haven't seen any of these movies since I was a kid, so maybe if I watch them now, I think that they're all terrible. But I did enjoy them as a kid, if whatever that means. But yeah, there's a lot of the original Tom and Jerry cartoons I really enjoy watching because they were really fun. And definitely, just like you said, hold a very special place in my heart. The Tom and Jerry scenes were basically, remember this joke from that short You'd Rather Be Watching? Yeah, it's like, hey, it's almost like it's teasing you. It's like, hey, don't you love Tom and Jerry? Wouldn't you rather watch them? Yeah, well, too bad. You're gonna get to watch dumb humans do dumb humans things instead.
It's all right.
Not all right. Nothing.
You would say that when two of the movies, it's just two of the movies are great, but when we go back to mediocre humans, it's to turn shit. I mean, well, so they are the best part of their movie, which they should be. Problem is that they're barely in it. They're barely in the, like, obviously, you look forward to watching the Tom and Jerry stuff, but why should I have to wait for the Tom and Jerry stuff? I shouldn't have to wait for Tom and Jerry in a movie that's literally called Tom and Jerry. Also, you don't have to make the human stuff crap as well. Like, you can have the human stuff be entertaining and likable on top of Tom and Jerry doing Tom and Jerry things. You don't have to make them awful, but unfortunately they did. But live action, oh yeah, how can I, but yeah, the cartoons suck. Cartoons are for weenies. They're for babies. Live action's for real men, or whatever bullshit people shove down their throat. I'm really sick of the trend of every cartoon has to be made live action. I'm getting really sick of seeing that everywhere. Because it's like, some things just work better as a cartoon and not as live action. But, nope, everything's gotta be live action. And you really gotta make sure you fuse animated characters with the cartoons. Sorry, animated characters with the live action stuff. You can't just have it, oh god. You can't have it just be just the cartoon characters. The only thing people want to see from Tom and Jerry is a cat and a mouse beat the shit out of each other. Yep, that's literally the entire appeal of Tom and Jerry. It's just funny cat, funny mouse do funny cat, funny mouse things. But the galaxy brains that made the Tom and Jerry movie clearly do not understand that. Are we back to cartoons for kids? That seems to be the mindset people are adopting. Because how else does stuff like the live action Aladdin get made? It's like people just really want to see everything in live action. Because why watch silly dumb cartoon for kids when you could instead watch really mature live action thing made for adults or whatever people are shoving down their throats nowadays. I am out of ammo. This is not good. This is not good. Nobody does anything. You missed dunking on Illumination, Josh Cooley, obviously, because when do we not? Never gonna pass up the opportunity to dunk on Josh Cooley. You missed Illumination, Josh Cooley. You missed talking about the Mario movie. You missed talking about Tom and Jerry's been the topic of conversation recently, because I really don't like the Tom and Jerry movie that came out earlier this year. Really pissed me off. Because I loved the Tom and Jerry cartoons as a kid, and the recent ones have just, like, the most recent movie was just awful. Like, just the purest form of garbage. For the sake of my sanity, don't watch live-action Woody Woodpecker. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on it. Wasn't planning on it. Or Tom and Jerry's Chocolate Factory. Never saw that one. Never saw it. Oh god. Oh god. Hello. Thanks for the scatter shot. That's gonna help me out in a bit. You really don't like the mindset cartoons are for kids. Cartoons can be more mature than adults sometimes. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of really mature topics in a lot of cartoons that are ostensibly made for kids. They're not afraid to tackle mature topics. And there's also cartoons that are made specifically for adults. But closed-minded people are just, I guess they just feel insecure watching a cartoon because their stupid mindset is like, well, cartoons are made for kids, so I shouldn't be watching dumb cartoon made for kids, which is a crap mindset to have. But it's the reason why live-action stuff is so prevalent nowadays, because if it wasn't, then live-action stuff would never get made. And it's all just so tiring. Anyway, I think we're safe now. Oh yeah, and also I kind of talked about Despicable Me. In summary, Despicable Me 1's great, Despicable Me 2 is Despicable Me 3 is just trash. The old Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes shorts are made for adults. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of adult jokes. There's a lot of adult jokes in those cartoons. But I still watched them as a kid and got enjoyment out of them because you don't have... I really don't like the false binary of made for adults versus made for kids. Like, obviously there's stuff that kids shouldn't be watching because it tackles things that are a bit too disturbing for them to actually... Like, for instance, no kid should play Danganronpa. Like, obviously, no kid just should play Danganronpa. But I don't like this arbitrary line that seems to create a false dichotomy between... if you make something for kids, it can't also be for adults. Also, if it's made for adults, kids can't enjoy it, because I think that's bullshit. I think you can absolutely make cartoons that are clearly targeted towards a younger audience, but have plenty of stuff in it that adults can enjoy. And not just enjoy, like, really get a lot out of. And inversely, you can have a very mature story that's clearly made for an older audience, but that kids can still find enjoyment out of. I really don't like this. Like, obviously there's going to be exceptions to the rule. Like, for instance, Blue's Clues is not something that adults watch. And inversely, something like Danganronpa is not something that kids play, or at least they shouldn't. But those are the exceptions to the rule, but you can absolutely make a story that finds a medium between the two that appeals to both kids and adults. But for some stupid reason, people are like, you gotta pander to kids, or you gotta pander to adults. Can't do anything in between. Hello, Warthog. You're gonna get blown up in a second, I think. You can't say Family Guy or South Park. Oh, I can't. I haven't seen either show, so I can't comment on them. But let's assume that, like, let's say Family, because I know Family Guy and South Park are cartoons made for adults. Even if you're not a fan of those shows, because I've never seen them, I can't comment. But even if you're not a fan of those shows, I still say that you can make a cartoon. I think I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. You make a cartoon work for adults and kids simultaneously. Adult jokes didn't stop you from watching because you couldn't think the same way you do now. Yeah, it's like for instance, the perfect example I always go to is the end of Toy Story 2 when Buzz's wings stick out. When you're a kid, you have no idea what that means. You have no clue what they're trying to say with that. Because, like, when I was a kid, I just thought, wow. Like, he's so stunned for words that his... I don't know what I thought. I probably just thought something in the lines of... Like, he just got excited seeing Jesse, so his wings popped out. But you don't think about what that means as a kid. But if you're an adult and you watch it, you're like, oh, that's actually really funny what happened there. So you can have those kinds of jokes that as a kid you'll still feel like, oh, that makes sense. But as an adult, you'll actually really get what it's trying to say. Or stuff like, the word I'm searching for, I can't say because there's preschool toys present. Or Buzz Lightyear. You know, just jokes like that will mean nothing to you as a kid, but you'll still understand vaguely what it means. In fact, I can even compare it to something I did in my series. So, so when I called Buzz Lightyear Buzz a Diddlip, I'm gonna guess that no one actually understood what I meant by that. As in, like, why because it would have made far more sense to call him Miss Nesbit or Buzz Lightyear, because those are actual in-universe nicknames to call him. But the reason why I said Buzz a Diddlip is because when I was a kid and I watched the movies with my grandmother, she would always refer to Buzz Lightyear as Buzz Diddlip, and I think it's just because she didn't, when she first referenced him, she didn't know what his actual name was, and I guess I found it funny, so she kept saying it over and over again. And I knew that, like I said, my parents sometimes watched the video, so they would send it to my grandparents, send it to my uncle and my cousins and all that. So I knew that on the off chance that my grandmother was going to watch it, I put that in there just for her. And I got a message from her saying I thought the reference to that was very sweet. So that's kind of why I put that in there. But the point of why I said this is because it can work either way. Even if you don't know, like, you don't have to know me or my grandmother to know, like, oh, he's making fun of Buzz there because he's calling him Buzz Diddlip. You still understand what I'm trying to say there, even if you don't understand the significance behind it. Whereas if you, as my grandmother watched that and she, like, understood what I was saying there. And because she knew the reference, she said that a lot, so she knew what I was saying there. Same thing with adult jokes and kids' cartoons. You as a kid will still be like, oh, I get that, I understand that. But as an adult, you'd be like, no, I actually understand this. Because I know what you're actually trying to say and that that's hilarious. So it can work in both directions. But, so it's why I'm really sick and tired of seeing this pandering garbage with kids content recently. Anyway, that was a long diatribe I just went on. Woody lived up to his namesake and tried to go in the box. Yeah, I really didn't think anyone got that. I really didn't think anyone got that, because my joke was, well, you don't even need to explain the joke. Woody lived up to his namesake, but the second part of the joke was, Woody lived up to his namesake, and Bo made room for him to come inside. If you listen to that quickly, the first comment goes over your head, and then the second comment's like, oh, Bo made room for him to come inside the box with him. But if you think about it, it means something else. I really didn't think anyone actually got that joke, but I'm glad to hear that someone did. Because I thought it was kind of funny to put it in there, but I didn't get any comments about it, so I just didn't think anyone got it. But I'm happy to hear that it did not go over people's heads. That makes me happy to see. Anyway, yeah, so after watching the same thing with more mature mindset, people are going to have fun watching movies as if they watched it for the first time. Yeah, like when I watching Toy Story as an adult for the first time, I was like, wow, there's so many jokes I just didn't get as a kid. I mean, you still get, like, I still got most of the jokes as a kid because, you know, you can still understand most of the jokes. But some of the jokes that are targeted toward adults, I'm like, wow, I didn't get this before, but this is, I now love this movie even more than I did as a kid. Also, can the store open, please? Thank you. South Park isn't kids' cartoon. It's too blunt. It's still enjoyable. Yeah, I knew that South Park wasn't made for kids. I've never seen it, so I'm not a big fan either way. If you put a dirty joke in a kids' movie, that's an issue. But if you are a good writer, you know how to hide a mature, good joke that way, so it would attract audiences of all ages. Yeah, so being blunt about it is a problem, but if you're subtle about it and you know how to hide it in a way that kids won't get it but adults will understand it, and like there's ways to do that well and not pander to either direction, but a lot of writers don't know how to do it. Like, subtlety isn't a thing anymore. Everything has to be blatant and over the top constantly. The subtlety is not allowed in the movie industry anymore. Early SpongeBob, yeah, early SpongeBob is an example of that. There are so many goddamn jokes in early SpongeBob episodes that I just never ever got as a kid. When you rewatch SpongeBob as an adult, there's so much that just goes right over your head as a kid. But those are the best kinds of cartoons, the stuff that when you watch it as a kid you enjoy, and then when you watch it again as an adult, you can enjoy it even more because you understand all the things you couldn't get before. Those are the best kinds of cartoons. Occasionally modern SpongeBob, can't comment on it. I haven't seen, I think I maybe have seen like 1 or 2 episodes of SpongeBob since season, I don't know. The last season that I vividly remember was season 5. I think I've seen some episodes from season 6 through whatever we're at now, but the ones that I actually vividly remember are seasons 1 through 5. Those are the ones that really stick out to me. I know that's an odd, because most people would just say the first 3. Some would say the first 4. But, and like, season 5 isn't great, but I still, those are the first 5 seasons that I've actually watched. I've not seen much beyond that point. May Steven Hillenburg rest in peace. Yes, Steven Hillenburg was a genius. He created an incredible TV show, and may he absolutely rest in peace. And it really pisses me off. Like, it really, really pisses me off that they just shit all over his legacy, because he made it clear he did not want to do any SpongeBob spin-offs while he was still on the project, and the instant that he passed away, they announced the Camp Coral TV show and the Patrick Star TV show. That shit got under my skin. Like, that's the integrity of an artist's work. They said they don't want this done, or he said he doesn't want this stuff to be done, and then Nickelodeon turned right around and said, actually, we're doing this now. That pissed me off hardcore. Because, like, as someone who creates not anything on the same scale as Steven Hillenburg, obviously, I'm not, like, me making YouTube videos is not on par with him making a internationally known TV series that has changed the lives of so many people around the world. But I still make things, and, like, artistic integrity is something that matters a lot to me. So to see them kind of just stomp on his legacy like that annoyed me a lot. I really didn't, that pissed me off. Because it just shows they didn't ever care about him. They just saw him as a dollar sign. They saw him as someone who could make them a lot of money with his TV show, and the second he passed away, they just kept milking it for all it was worth. That annoyed me. That annoyed me a lot. Camp Coral isn't even good. No, it's terrible. I mean, I've never seen an episode, so I can't really, I guess I can't definitively say that it's not good, but I've seen clips from it, and it looks like absolute shit. By the way, can we talk about how the most recent SpongeBob movie was nothing more than a massive advertisement for Camp Coral? Like, there's literally a scene in the end of the most recent SpongeBob movie where all the characters just sit down and one by one explicitly say, "This is how I met SpongeBob," and it just cuts to a clip of what is supposed to be Camp Coral. It's like, oh, so that's why this movie was made. That's why this movie was made. Not because you wanted to tell a good story, because you wanted to promote Camp Coral. Got it. Understood. Please shoot me now in that case. Good God, SpongeBob was so... Like, SpongeBob was such a big part of my childhood. Not nearly to the same extent that Toy Story was, but I still watched a lot of SpongeBob as a kid. And of course I played... Like, Battle for Bikini Bottom is literally my second favorite game of all time. So it really annoys me, and I have a lot of respect for Steven Hillenburg. He was a really talented person. I really cared. Like, he clearly had a lot of passion for what he did, and just to see them stomp on his legacy is just like it's just a burning reminder of how shit everything is nowadays. It also retcons a bunch of Mercedes for... Yeah, also, let's not forget that the whole thing's just a massive fucking retcon because they need more money for a new show that Steven Hillenburg literally didn't want. Like, didn't he explicitly say if they ever make Baby SpongeBob out? Yeah, well, guess what? They made it. They made Baby SpongeBob. But, unfortunately, Steven Hillenburg isn't here to defend himself anymore, which is why they did it, because they knew that they couldn't do it while he was alive, but the second that he passed away, they immediately turned around and just... Because like it shows such a blatant disrespect for his legacy and the work he created. What'd you miss? You missed us dunking on Illumination, Despicable Me, Tom and Jerry, not the cartoons, the new movie. Josh Cooley, obviously, and now we're talking about SpongeBob, and we also talked about how you can hide adult jokes in kids' movies and do it well. And that let us talk about SpongeBob, and now we're talking about how Nickelodeon stomped on Steven Hillenburg's legacy by making so many goddamn spin-off shows. SpongeBob also contains Snoop Dogg and Keanu Reeves. Yeah, the original... The idea of a celebrity cameo doesn't really annoy me, because obviously the first movie had David Hasselhoff, and that was awesome. But at least, his inclusion made sense. Keanu Reeves is literally just a head in a tumbleweed in the desert. He's just there to be Keanu Reeves. And that's all it... that kind of is like his namesake in life, is just to be Keanu Reeves in everything. Because I'm sure Keanu Reeves is a nice guy and all. I'm sure he cares about what he does. But man, the movies like to really fillet themselves over just trying to shove him in just as many places as possible. All the goddamn time. Regardless of whether or not his inclusion makes any sense at all, just put him in. Just shove in Keanu Reeves, come hell or high water. Fun fact, I've seen Hillenburg, he was a marine biologist. Yeah, I actually knew that. I did know, because I watched some of the behind the scenes stuff. I did know that he was a marine biologist, which is kind of what inspired him to make SpongeBob, was the idea of sea creatures, of creatures under the sea living like that. So yeah, I did know that, and that's a really cool detail. Again, passion. Passion is a big thing in regards to making something of quality. his passion for the things he creates is very palpable in those early seasons. And his absence on seasons 4 through like 9 or whatever were very clearly missed. And I don't think SpongeBob will ever, now that he's passed away, I don't think SpongeBob will ever be the same. It can't be. It's, without Steven Hillenburg, you're missing fundamental aspects of what made that show so amazing. Because it was his passion for the characters and his knowledge of the subject matter that made that show so great to watch. But he's gone now, so it's never going to be the same, unfortunately. Oh god, where? Right there, got it. Go away, please. Go away, please. Go away, please. Go away, please. Thank you. Internet made us progress through growth stages too fast. Now we can easily find every nook and cranny and not leave it for the future time. So as grown-up people, we can enjoy something even more. Yep, that's a reasonable thing to say. Yep. Why did you announce... What inspired you to announce 2 spin-offs 1 year after the creator who didn't want them died? Money! Yeah, basically, because they don't see him as anything... They don't see him as anything more than a dollar sign. They clearly see him as nothing more than a profit generation. SpongeBob means nothing to Nickelodeon except as dollar signs. And the thing is, I have not done a lot of research into the director of the new SpongeBob movie, but I believe he cares about SpongeBob. I believe that he wanted to make the best movie he could. The problem is that his hands were tied, and that he had to do promotion for Camp Coral, and he had to include Keanu Reeves and all that stuff. But I don't doubt that he did have passion for what he was trying. I think he did the best job he could. He was just restricted by shitty restrictions can generate, because like creativity is often born out of trying to do cool things within limitations. For instance, Combat Evolved barely runs on the original Xbox because the hardware limitations were so prevalent in terms of what the console was literally capable of doing. So creativity, like limitations can spur on creativity, but it can also restrict someone from doing something amazing that they want to do. So it goes both ways sometimes. Can I stand on this? Looks like I can't stand on this. Big sad. Remember when Nickelodeon shows were good? So I was never a Nickelodeon kid. I think that should be apparent by the fact that I didn't watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. My childhood was born off shows like Phineas and Ferb and Gravity Falls, and, you know, the sitcoms like Good Luck Charlie, Austin and Ally, Casey Undercover, you know, stuff like that.
Where the hell did those things come from?
So those were my... I was always a Disney Channel kid. I was never a Nickelodeon kid, so I never watched stuff like iCarly or Victorious or...
Any of the other installations.
What else is there? Drake and Josh, I think. I never watched any of those. Obviously, I watched SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron, but I was much more engrossed into the Disney ecosystem in terms of those kinds of shows. You bought that for Bikini Bottom after hearing my thoughts on it, and you had a really good time 100%ing it. So thanks. I'm happy to hear that you decided to check it out after my recommendation. It's a really, really great platform, and I'm happy to hear that you were having a good time with it and going for 100%. So hopefully you enjoy the rest of your experience. It is a really, really good platformer.
I'll give you 3 guesses where it led.
The meme never gets old. It really doesn't. It has so many uses. They're also milking the Loud House. Don't know anything about that one, unfortunately. Nickelodeon really is like Mr. Krabs digging someone's grave. Kind of, yeah.
Captain.
This is a first contact scenario, Master Chief.
Alright, see you later.
Is to free Infinity from Requiem's gravity well and file a threat assessment back at FleetCom.
You mean we're leaving?
He was in the same situation as Shutdown. I think so, yeah. I think that the director of... Again, I haven't done enough research, but when the movie was delayed... Like, because of COVID, the movie was delayed out of theaters and it didn't come out on streaming services until earlier this year. Which was compounded by the fact that it was... It came out around the world last year, but it was only available in the US this year for us. So he was clearly very displeased with that. Like I read an interview with him where he was very upset at the fact that he wasn't able to kind of share in the premiere with the fans. Like he was really looking forward to seeing it in theaters on premiere night. So I do genuinely think he did have passion for the film. His hands were just tied behind his back, similar to what happened with Shu Takumi. File folder for is 5.5 gigabytes. Yeah, that probably has something to do with the fact that with downloading my videos, that probably has something to do with that, definitely. Because I think my video files were like a couple gigabytes each, but obviously with YouTube compression, when you download it on the other end, it'll probably be just 1, maybe 2 gigs for each of them. I don't know.
Infinity to Gypsy Company?
You may not enjoy Gravity Falls the same way I did. So Gravity Falls was never... Gravity Falls is one of the things that I'm like, this is a good show and I like it, but I don't have the same true heart, true blue passion I do with something like Phineas and Ferb. Like, Phineas and Ferb is really close to my heart. Gravity Falls, I definitely enjoy. I enjoyed it a lot, actually. I was really, really invested in the final episode, and I really liked it, but nowhere near as much as I did Phineas and Ferb. Hello, Hugo and Shay 29. Welcome to the stream today. You made it just about halfway through. We're about halfway through the game right now. We've done 4 missions out of the 8, so we're about halfway through the stream. So you made it just in time for the second half.
We'll meet on the other side.
There was some controversy around the creator of iCarly. I do not know that. I don't know who the creator of iCarly is, and I don't know any. I don't know what the controversy is there because I never sunk my teeth into that franchise, but I am sure that there was something. Just don't know what it was. That's part about SpongeBob early days is there are dozens of memes and moments that can be used. Yeah, early SpongeBob is such a meme farm. There's so many things that you can use for so many situations. So great. It's better that I don't. Alright, then I shall remain blissfully ignorant of what happened with the iCarly creator. I don't know who the iCarly creator... I just said creator.
Good to see you, sir.
Okay, never mind. Now I do know. Got it. Alright then. Well, you retract the message, but I still saw it. Okay then. Yeah, that's controversy, alright. Objection! You arrived just as the troll left. Suspicious. What an interesting coincidence. Ah, Perry the Platypus, your timing is impeccable. And by impeccable, I mean completely impeccable.
Particle cannons before we can get to the command post.
What Deltarune 1 and 2 music is my favorite? I couldn't name a single track, so, I don't know. I genuinely can't answer the question because I do not know a single track. I could answer for Undertale, but I do not know a single track from either Deltarune Chapter 1 or 2. Sadly. Videos of 4 gigabytes in total. Individually or as a whole? Because I think when I render them out in like 1080p and all that, I think as each video is around 4 gigabytes. No, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. I'm fine. I almost fell off the thing, but we're fine. What troll? You don't want to know. You had to be there to see it. If you want, you can rewind to the beginning of the stream, or I guess to get the proper context, you can rewind to the beginning of yesterday's stream. That'll give you the better context. But yeah, you had to be there to see it. So you said in total. Well, so in total could mean like one video is a totality of this long, or all videos combined could be this much, like to take up this much space. Gravity Falls is good, but the characters' dialogue was sometimes cringe-inducing to you. Maybe it's the way because of realistic characterization. I never got that vibe. Maybe if I rewatched the show, because I haven't wanted to rewatch Gravity Falls for a while. Maybe if I rewatched it, I would agree, but I have to give it another chance to get a proper sense of it. What did they do? Conflict Desert Storm 2. Yeah, just I said that before I saw the message in chat, but yeah, just Conflict Desert Storm 2 is what it consisted of, essentially. Yeah, I did not know about the controversy surrounding the creator of iCarly. I don't even know who the creator of iCarly is, but that's unfortunate to hear that was a thing that happened. Yeah, of course I've heard the theme song, like, I think everyone's heard the theme song for, even if you don't even know, because I've never seen the show, but I have still heard the theme song for iCarly, because it's the theme song for iCarly. But I've never seen a single episode, and I don't intend to, because it doesn't seem like something that really appealed to me all that much. Didn't they reboot iCarly recently? Like, Paramount Plus or whatever? The creator is like a creepy predator, and it keeps being covered. Yeah, someone mentioned that earlier. Someone mentioned earlier that the creator of iCarly was did some very, very undesirable things. like very, very awful, terrible things that apparently keep getting covered. Didn't know they kept getting covered up, but yeah, that sucks. Again, I don't know anything about the situation because I didn't. This guy just No, don't you dare jump into that warthog. You stay in my warthog. Marine, thank you. Stop shoving me. What? Marine, what are you doing? Marine! You did this Marine, you fail your driver's class. I'm taking away your license. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw what happened, but this Marine was so impatient, he literally rammed me. I didn't drive there. He rammed me out of the Mammoth just because he wanted to get outside. When all he had to do was just reverse out of the goddamn thing, and he could have gotten out, but no. He had to ram through my car to go out this way. Thanks, Marines. You're the best. Anyway, the Fairly Offensive creator is also special. Oh, that I've seen. I do know about the creator, Butch Hartman is his name. I've seen stuff about that. That I know, but I didn't know anything about the creator of iCarly. That was news to me. Depressing news to me, because it's like it sucks to hear that was the thing that happened. The guy's in prison for what he did. For as much as it sucks, like it doesn't surprise me at all. Given the way things work, like given the lengths people go to just to protect celebrities in situations like that, it sucks just to hear that, but it also doesn't surprise me in the slightest. That is how that went down. But I guess all we can do is hope that it stops getting covered up, and hopefully that he faces justice for it one day. Well, I'll talk about the Ren Stimpy one. That I don't know. Again, much like iCarly, I know nothing about that at all. Talking about anime, scratch my words about Evangelion. Don't watch it, and also add Mob Psycho to my list. Mob Psycho. I've heard the name Evangelion, but I don't know anything about it. He has a really weird thing for teen girls' feet. Wait, is it Dan Schneider? Is Dan Schneider the creator of iCarly? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, so if that's the guy, then I actually might know something. Okay, hold on. Have I just... it's him. Oh, it is him! Oh, it's him! Oh, I didn't know that! Oh my god, I just... Wow, okay. Well, now... Okay, let's start over. Let's restart the conversation. Yes, I do know who the creator of iCarly is in that case. Because I've heard that name get popped up a lot of the times, and yeah, that he needs to face repercussions for that immediately. Jesus Christ, because I've seen some things online about Dan Schneider, and now I have more context, and now I'm like, I understand now, I see now, I get it now, now I understand. Because I thought that the iCarly creator and Dan Schneider were two separate entities, but no, now I understand. They're the same person. I get it now. I get it now. Understand? See, understanding has descended upon me. I get the... I've now seen what people were talking about. The animals of live-action Nickelodeon shows? Yikes, that's gonna be a yikes for me, dude. So I guess what he said, let's hope. Let's fucking hope. Because beforehand I just didn't know anything, but now I've come... Because before all oh god, I'm gonna die. Let's run. Run away! There we go. But before, I thought we were talking about the iCarly creator who was a pedophile, and I thought we were talking about Dan Schneider, who just had who was, for some disgusting reason, was into girls' feet. I thought we were dealing with two different people. Now I know that we're dealing with the same person who's just been compounded together into one evil creation. So, okay, now I understand. Now I get it. Now I understand. See, beforehand, again, I thought we were dealing with two different people, but nope, it's the same person. It's all the same person. Apparently. Now I get it. Now I get it. Karma needs to come get his ass. I would hope so. I thought, again, I didn't know, I never did research into it, but I thought I would have assumed that he did get face justice for what he did. Turns out he didn't. Turns out he never actually faced justice for what he did. Also, I think I lost my Marine at some point. So I gotta retry this now. A mixture of evil is a great way to put it. Yeah. Because now I understand. Now I understand what the context is. Sorry for the confusion. Well, it's not your fault. I just didn't know. I didn't realize they were the same person. That's not on you guys. Working for Nickelodeon has some messy people working for them. It certainly seems that way. Combining the Fairly Odd Parents creator combined with the what's it with Dan Schneider's like, so what kind of company are you guys working for if this is the kind of people you attract? He needs a life sentence? From what I've heard, yeah, he absolutely does. And Corey from Corey in the House, I don't, that's another show I never watched, but given what I've heard so far about Nickelodeon creators, I'm like, well, par for the course. Why don't you have a rocket launcher? Is that why we're failing here? Oh, hold on. Why don't you have a rocket launcher? He got on the other, that's what, he got on the other thing. He got on the other thing. Now I understand why we're failing, because he didn't have a freaking rocket launcher. Now I get it. Now I get it. That's why things are going so horribly wrong. Oh, because it's this, okay, can we do a switch around here? Get on the side seat, please. Thank you. Now we can play the game. Never understood the deal with the Fairly Odd Parents creator. It's best to look it up for yourself. I know generally what it's about with his, like, website and things he said that are, things he said that are questionable, to say the least. So it's better if you look it up for yourself to get a more clear idea of what he's done. YouTube auto deletes. Oh, I thought it was just I thought it was someone else who like manually tracked it. Or I didn't realize that YouTube auto automatically deletes it.
Alpha Bravo are en route. Yeah, Ghost is engaging.
But someone, so yesterday someone left a comment on the ODST stream with a timestamp to when someone said long things are bad, looks down. The way he described it was automatically censored by YouTube, because I went to go reply to it, but it was gone when I got there. And usually that means it's in the held for review section of the YouTube comments. It wasn't even there, so I guess YouTube just automatically pulled it. He said the autism can be cured. That I didn't know. I didn't hear about that. But that's not how that works at all. That's not a thing. I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me that's a thing he would have said, but it's an awful thing for him to, like, Butch Hartman said a lot of really not great things over the years. That's not how that works. But again, it shouldn't surprise, it should surprise me, because I shouldn't get to a point where I should be able to say Butch Hartman said this terrible thing. Well, that's par for the course of Butch Hartman. I shouldn't have to get to that point, but unfortunately we are at that point, because apparently Butch Hartman, because I've heard other things about Butch Hartman that are not good. I didn't even know about that one.
Chief, we got Bravos.
You remember Fairly Odd Parents pretending only straight people exist and nothing else? I think I know what you're talking about. I mean, are we talking about the episode where the Cupid episode where they split? They split. Oh right, yeah. Okay, so the plot of that episode is that they split the population into boys on one side, girls on, like, there's a giant wall and boys are on one side, girls on the other side. The implication being that if you do that, love doesn't exist. It's like, okay, you sure about that, buddy? You want to think about the implications of that a bit more? He says some stuff about LGBTQ. Yeah, so that's what I know about him. The things that I actually know about him are the things he said about against LGBTQ community. Those are the things that I know he said. Like I have not. I didn't know about the thing he said about autism. That I didn't know. But again, oh, we're dead. We're dead. We died. No, we're not. No, we're not. We live. We live. How did we live? Oh no, wait, no. How did we live? We shouldn't be alive right now, but we are. Okay, target fans. Where is it? Get the I didn't grab the target locator. God damn it. God damn it. Hold on. I'll look back in chat in a second. Where'd he go? Get back in. No. Get back in. 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 Get back. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car. You idiot. Get in the car. Get in the car. God damn it. Thank you. Thank you for getting in the car. All right, we're gonna hide you right here. I'm gonna grab this target locator and light him up. 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 Come on. Thank you. Oh my god. How many heart attacks am I gonna get today? Jesus. Okay, back to chat. Not everyone is a boy or girl. Yeah, also non-binary people exist. So that's another problem that I forgot to mention about that episode. There's a lot of things that Butch Hartman has said in the past, or even just implied with his episodes that are just like, oh, why is this in your show? A quote from Butch Hartman is that gay people don't exist. That's Butch Hartman in a nutshell, essentially. You haven't heard about a lot of stuff Shadow's gone. Well, that's the thing. I'm lucky I never really had... Oh, yeah. Oh, didn't he also say that he made your childhood? Yeah, he also... Yeah, Butch Hartman has said some things. I'm kind of lucky that I never... Is also incredibly sexist. Yes. Yes, it was. I don't even need to think that hard about the show to know that. But I'm lucky that I never really had an emotional connection to Fairly Odd Parents. Like, I enjoyed watching it as a kid or whatever, but it was never something that I was all that emotionally invested in. Like, Phineas and Ferb is a show that I'm like, that's really close to my heart. So if I ever found out that the creators of that show were terrible people, that would kind of drain me a little bit. Because, like, I really love that show and I have a lot of respect for those creators. So I'm glad that I never had that much of a connection to Fairly Odd Parents, that I really didn't feel like my childhood was destroyed. But I can imagine, like, if you're... Because I kind of experienced that with FNAF recently, of just, like, hearing what's come out about Scott Cawthon. It's like, I've experienced it with that, but I didn't experience it with Fairly Odd Parents. He said unless you create cartoons, you get criticized, and that's fucking bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. That's like... It's like when people say, well, have you made a movie recently? No. Try making a movie yourself, and then maybe you can criticize Toy Story 4. It's like, okay, how about you give me half the budget, give me all the resources that Josh Cooley had, and I will. If you give me, like, this might sound arrogant, but I'm gonna say it anyway. If you give me all the resources that Josh Cooley and Pixar have, I guarantee you I can make a better movie than Toy Story 4. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that I can make a better film than what Josh Cooley created if I have all the resources that he had. Apparently he makes very expensive commissions. Well, I mean, comparatively, that's not that high on the scale compared to other things he said. But yeah, it's also like, maybe don't make your prices that high. You don't understand the hate of the LGBTQ community. It's people. It's horrible, terrible bigots on the planet that can't accept that not everyone is the same, and that some people. That some people are gay, some people are trans, some people are non-binary. People can't accept that not everyone is the same as them, and that some people have different identities. It's not a thing. For some reason, we haven't evolved as a society to the point where we can all just collectively accept that some people are different and some people choose to be. That some people identify different ways. Some people are non-binary, some people are gay, some people are trans. Like people don't accept that for some reason. I am dead. But. It just sucks that we live in the world that we do, where, I mean, we definitely gotten more accepting over the years of people like that. We've definitely gotten more accepting over the years of the LGBT community, which I'm happy to see that as a society we've collectively become more accepting. But there's still people out there that for some reason don't for one, there's people who don't even accept the existence of transgender people, which is mind-blowing. It's like, okay, you want to talk about science now? Because we can talk about science. I've been nerding about science since I was like 4 years old. So let's talk about this and prove why you're wrong on that note. What's your insights? Yeah. So in case there's any room for doubt, I am completely in support of trans rights and the entirety of the LGBTQ community. And you'll never. That's a thing I've upheld since the moment I found out about the community. That's a thing I've upheld forever, and I have no tolerance whatsoever for any kind of bigotry in that regard in any capacity. And if I see anything like that, not that I think you guys would ever, to be clear, not that I think that anyone in this chat would ever do something like that. Like, you guys seem like really cool people. But if I were to ever see something sexist or racist or bigoted in any discernible way, or homophobic or transphobic, if I ever heard anything like that, it would be an insta-ban. Like, that's one thing I will never tolerate, is stuff like that. Because like, if someone just says, Toy Story 4 is good, it's like, okay, you're wrong, but I can prove why you're wrong. I'll dunk on you real quick. Or if someone spams Call Me Desert Storm 2, it's like, okay, let's laugh at this for a second and we'll dunk on that for a bit. But I have a zero tolerance policy for anything even remotely resembling racism, bigotry of any kind, homophobia, transphobia, or anything like that. So I have no tolerance for that at all. And as someone just said in chat, every human deserves human rights. Easy as that. It's that simple. So yeah, that was a long tirade. Which, by the way, I'd like to remind everyone that this conversation started because of talking about SpongeBob. Just to kind of give you an idea of where we come from. It's dark humor. I mean, well, I've made dark jokes before. I've made, so like in my Toy Story 4 series, I said pretty sure I said that. I said if I ever wanted to kill myself, I would climb to the top of Dolly's ego and then jump to her IQ. So like I've made dark jokes before, definitely. So like I don't have a problem with dark humor. I just have a problem with like actual. Like I have a problem with when you actually cross the line in terms of actually being insensitive to other human beings. Support the community and have utmost respect for them. They are people. Yep. Above all else, they are people. They deserve human rights, and I have no empathy for people who think otherwise.
Target acquired. Sounds good.
We got a fan.
Covenant RAV on
It's nice to see that we have created a little wholesome little community here. Yeah, I'm very happy with what I've seen today. I haven't seen anything I'm very content with seeing the people that actually are in support of this as well. I'm very happy that we have a nice little wholesome community that supports rights for everyone, regardless of who they are. Very happy. You guys made me proud today. Proud of you all. Proud of Chaz. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Give yourselves a round of applause. Assuming that oh god, okay, yeah, there we go. People can change their decision.
Neutralize that T-32.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's a process of like making sure you're sure about it before you commit to it, obviously. But that's bottom line. Trans people deserve rights, and that's about all. That's simple as that. Human beings deserve human rights. Dark humor is a joke, not an insult. Yes, like when the one I'll always reference is in my Toy Story 4 series. I explicitly said if I ever wanted to kill myself, I would climb to the top of Dolly's ego and jump to her IQ. That's a dark joke. Like that's a very dark joke. No denying that. That's a dark joke. But it's like I don't have a problem because like there's a difference between telling a dark joke and actually being insensitive to other human beings. Also, my Marine just shot this guy in the face with his Gauss cannon. Here's to actually decent human beings. Yeah, you kind of. It's easy to forget that they exist. When you spend too much time on the internet, you can easily forget that human beings are actually pretty decent for them. Well, I mean, obviously there's exceptions to the rule. But by and large, human beings are actually pretty cool when you treat each other with respect. So, you know. Oh my god! Don't we flipped again. Okay, my luck has run. My luck officially has just run out. I think I might have gotten checkpoint into an unsolvable position. Nope, I'm safe. We're fine. We're safe. Some people think dark jokes is just saying slurs. Oh yeah, so that's one thing that pisses me off is whenever someone like says a racial slur or homophobic slur or anything like that, just a slur of any kind, and then whenever it doesn't go over well, and here's the way it works. Someone says a slur. If the people they're with respond well, then yes, that was the intention. If they don't respond well and they actually call them out on their bullshit, then the number one thing they'll always say is, "It was just a joke, man. What are you talking about? I'm just joking, dude. I'm just pretending to be an idiot, lol. Totally radical, bruh." It's like, please shut up. Just surgically remove. Can we do a Toy Story 4 and remove your voice box surgically? That'd be great. Thanks. Ah, we flipped again. God damn it. I'm really bad at driving today. No, we're dead. 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 Yeah, we're dead. You have a trans friend? Know him before he came out since today. You mean he was trans, affect him a lot. I don't understand people. Yeah, so I don't understand why people can't accept stuff like that. It's like people being who they want to be is something that should be encouraged and respected, not shunned upon. And if I lost the gunner. Uh-oh, this is a problem. Damn it. If I find out one day that one of my friends, like if one of my friends came out as trans, it wouldn't change how I see them because they're still going to be the same person I always knew deep down. So it doesn't change who they are. They're always going to be the same person. They're transitioning to what makes them more comfortable and becoming like who they know they are, kind of thing. And again, so to be clear, I'm not trans myself, so I can't speak for trans people. So like I don't want to speak for the mindset of people who would be able to understand that process because I'm not knowledgeable enough to be able to speak for them. But what I can say is that if ever I knew if one of my friends or family members came out as trans, it would not change how I see them at all, because they're still going to be the person I always knew for the rest of my life. And I can't understand people who don't empathize with that kind of mindset. Someone who's trans and lesbian gets real hard. Sometimes you like, let this place accepting here. Yeah, we are, just to be clear, we are completely accepting of the LGBT, if I can speak properly, the LGBTQ community. Everyone is welcome here, and I'm very happy that you feel comfortable and supported by our community. I'm very, very proud to say that I've cultivated a community that is accepting of other people for who they are. It generally makes me very happy to see that we've cultivated that kind of a community here. Somebody talk about, do I think that because people put everything in science, they tip the scale and morale would degrade? So, I might lose my science card here, but I actually don't know what the, oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so I thought, so I thought that you were talking about an actual, like, morale, that the morale would degrade was something I just didn't know about, but no, it was a mistell. Okay, now I can answer the question. Now that I know that it was just a mistell, I can answer it. Because people put everything in science, they tip the scale and morally degrade. I don't, so if the question is, like, do you think that people become less morally sensitive, like, you think they become less empathetic because all they know is science and logic? I think it's possible. Like, I think it's certainly possible for someone who spends all their time dealing with facts and reasoning and logic and evidence and science, that if you spend so much time in that kind of world, you might become less empathetic, but I don't think it's a guarantee. Like, I still am a massive nerd for science, and I spent a lot of time as a kid doing, like, science experiments, things like that, to try to test things out and kind of learn more about the world. I don't think I become less empathetic as a person. I think I'm still able to empathize with other people and kind of relate to them and kind of help work through emotional situations. So, I think it's not impossible. I think anything is possible, but I don't think it would inherently make you a less empathetic person. If you're my friend, nothing else matters. Absolutely. Perfect summary right there. If you're my friend, and nothing else matters at all. Thank God the troll went away for this. Oh yeah, absolutely. Could you imagine if the troll was still here for this conversation? That would have been, I probably would have had to either time out or ban him if he was still here. That would have been a nightmare. Your best friend is gay. You were the first person that came out. To the moments mean a lot to you because of the bond and trust you've built over the years. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. It's nice to have that kind of a moment. As you stated before, you hate that it's a joke. Yeah, it doesn't work. People saying it's just a joke, dude. Congratulations, you completely misunderstand the point, or you understand the point and you're being deliberately ignorant to it because you just like, what? It's just a joke, dude. Lol.
I'm sending teams out to pull some of their fire off you, so you can make it to the gravity well. Roger that, sir. Gypsy, let's move.
Can we talk about Danganronpa, the Danganronpa 3 dub pretending Matt wasn't gay until it was crucial for the plot? That was... that whole thing was just like... That was not handled well at all. The whole thing with Matt's plotline. That was frustrating as all hell. Because, like, the reason why it caught me so off guard is because I generally, like, the way he was talking to Athena, it sounded like he was jealous of him getting to date her, not the other way around. That's why I was so caught off guard by it, because I'm like, what? I thought it was the other way. Like, he didn't, like, there were never any scenes where he seemed like he was bonding with the Steel Samurai. It seemed like he was just jealous, because he wanted to be with Athena. That's why it caught me so off guard, because I'm like, these scenes don't match. You skipped some steps here. But also just the logic of, like, once it gets revealed, it still doesn't make any sense, because at that point it's like, why are you shouldn't be afraid of Junko telling him, because first of all, there's no reason you should believe her. Also, just agree to it and then tackle her once she walks away and she can't stop you. Also, this could also, there's so many reasons why that doesn't work. It just pisses me off. On a lighter topic, what's my favorite science subject? It's going to be something in regards to outer space.
We got significant blockage up ahead. I think this is about it for the Mammoth.
Because I've always been a big fan of, like, nerding out about space.
Sir, I can move faster alone.
Studying dark matter has always been something that intrigued me as to, like, what's out there. Like, what it actually consists of. Black holes always interested me. Because, you know, again, it's an untold mystery of what exactly consists inside a black hole, because no one knows. Because obviously going to a black hole equals death, so no one knows what would... Like, if you could get a lens into where a black hole takes you kind of thing, like, astronomy, you mean? Well, yeah, I mean, so, astronomy as a whole, like, I'm trying to, like, narrow down to a broader, to a more narrow subject. Because astronomy as a whole has always been something I'm passionate about. But I'm trying to find a more specific topic to kind of give you a better... I'd probably go with either black holes or dark matter. Those are always fascinating, because they're both unknown elements of the universe that we just don't know about, that I would love to know more about. Because there's so many... We pretend to know a lot, but we really don't know. There's so much about our universe that we just don't know. And we probably never will. But I'd love to just see if ever we could find out more, because there's so much about the universe that we just do not understand. Dark matter has always unsettled you. I can see that, because again, it's, you know, fear of the unknown, right? You don't know what's out there. We don't know what it consists of. We don't know what it entails, and we don't know exactly what dark matter really is. So it's kind of, you know, fear of the unknown kind of thing. So I can definitely see that. It's kind of something with black holes, because the idea of black holes being formed and kind of being used to suck everything, basically suck up everything around it, is always very, very terrifying, especially because they're essentially invisible. Like, they're not the gargantuan, threatening things that movies portray them to be. If there's a black hole, you won't know it's there until you're dead. It doesn't look like they do in Galaxy. Like, obviously they have to be exaggerated in Galaxy so that they can actually look, like, so that you know as a player, hey, this thing's bad, I need to not touch this thing. But in reality, they don't look like that. Like, you will not know a black hole's there until you're dead, is basically what it consists of. Sniper, goodbye. Did that not kill you? That didn't kill you? Excuse me? Excuse me? Okay, my aim, that one was just my aim being terrible. There we go. Like searching out something closer to Earth. You mean like exoplanets? Because there's exoplanets that we've been doing research into exoplanets. Or you mean like something in our solar system that we can learn more about? That could be cool. Like oceans or planet itself. Yeah, because there's also a lot about our solar system we don't know. I mean, we know more obviously because it's easier to send out research probes into our solar system. But like, when I was a kid, my dream job was to be an astronaut. If you asked me when I was like 9 years old, I would have told you that my absolute dream job would be to find a better checkpoint than this, but also to go to outer space and explore the great unknown, that kind of thing. The problem is that when you have food allergies, you can't really go to outer space. You're basically ineligible, because your diet has to be so restricted that they can't, on a list of people, like when they have to choose who gets enlisted to go to outer space, they're not gonna, they don't choose the people who have food allergies or any kind of dietary restriction. So, yeah, that dream kind of was killed immediately. But if ever I get the chance, in any capacity, to explore outer space, I would jump at the chance. Just to go into outer space and just see what our planet looks like from so far beyond, like just to see what it looks like from out there, just to look at the moon up close. Just, man, it'd be so cool to see all that. Young Trevor be like to infinity and beyond, probably unironically, honestly. And yeah, but it certainly, Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger nature certainly did not, certainly assisted in my desire to explore the great beyond. You respect astronauts so much they don't get enough. They really don't. The astronauts do not get enough credit. They have to put themselves through incredibly strenuous physical training to prepare for the G-forces of going to outer space. But really, they don't really get enough credit for that. there, goodbye. Alright, thanks for tuning in to stream, Sava Savitas. Hopefully you enjoyed your time here, and hope you have a good rest of your day, and hope to see you on Friday for the... Actually, no, before that, on Wednesday for the return of Persona 5. And then, of course, Friday for Danganronpa S, yay. And Friday for Halo 5, Sunday for Halo Wars 2, you know the drill at this point. Yeah, back here, thank you. You want to be an astronaut when to his kid when drawing comics, then you realize what you can realistically do. Yeah, it was kind of... Oh, God. It was very depressing to learn, because, like, that was my big dream, was to go to outer space and be an astronaut. But it quickly realized that it was not a thing that I could do. Because if I was medically capable of being of going out there, I would have been willing to put myself through the training I needed to do it. It's just that when you have such restricted dietary needs, they can't really risk that. Because again, also, if something happens to you when you're up there, you're kind of screwed. So it's a process. Also, that is a lot of snipers. One of which will probably kill me unless oh no. Oh God, you're right next to me. Wally would have been an amazing movie for me. Oh, absolutely. If I saw Wally as a kid, that would have blown my goddamn mind as a kid. That scene where they're you know, like the famous dance scene in outer space, that would have blown my goddamn mind. That would have been phenomenal to watch as a kid. Inversely, a movie that really annoyed me was this little film called Gravity. Don't know if you guys have seen it, but Gravity is a really shitty movie where I was bored out of my goddamn mind. Like, it was gorgeous to look at. It was visually stunning, and that's why it gets 1 star instead of 0 stars. Because it might be the most boring movie I've ever seen in my life. Gravity, for all of its promises by the trailers, god damn, I was bored out of my mind for so much of it. And I had so many questions about the actual scientific... For a movie that tried to be realistic, I had a lot of questions about how the actual logistics of the scientific... Oh my god, stop rushing me, please. The actual scientific manners in which they do things. Like, that's not how that works, I'm pretty sure, but alright. We try to find alien life, but don't complain of stand. Yeah, so if there were extraterrestrial beings out there that ever found Earth, they'd just be like, "What are you idiots doing?" Like, it's just they just look at us and be like, "You fucking morons! What are you people squabbling about this time?" So yeah, I don't think it would I think it would just result in, good God, what is wrong with you people, rather than anything like super blockbustery or malicious. But it would be cool to see, like, to encounter extraterrestrial life and see what it would consist of. If it's graphically amazing, does that mean Toy Story 4 gets 1 star? Yeah, absolutely. Toy Story 4 gets a single star. I mean, it has to, because so long as it has something that's good about it, it has to get a star. Inversely, so even because like Dragon's Dogma 3D, I would say is a 10 out of 10 game. Because it only has 1 flaw, which is the traps that are really unfair to the player. But, like, I couldn't actually give it a 10 out of 10, because that would mean it's perfect, which it isn't, because it does have that 1 flaw. So, you know, inversely, something that's great can be knocked down for one of its flaws, and something that's bad can be brought up for something that's good about it. Toy Story 4 has visuals, music, and voice acting going for it. So it's saved for 1 single star. It's great to watch when you were older. Oh yeah, absolutely. But like the idea, like if I was a kid and watched it, I would have been blown away by the visuals, because like that was my whole world as a kid, was thinking about going to outer space. That's probably why I wanted to play Super Mario Galaxy so much. Just playing Super Mario Galaxy and getting to explore, because I already loved Mario games, but being able to explore outer space as Mario, that was amazing. I love the gravity-centric platform, getting to explore the far reaches of the universe. My bedroom was, like, I think I actually still have it here somewhere. When I was a kid, I made a model of the solar system, and I know that I still have that to this day. I know if I look hard enough, I can find that damn model. I made a model of the solar system because I just love it that much. I hung it up in my room. I put, like, posters of planetary stuff all over the walls. It was magical. I had such a nerdy, geeky obsession with outer space, and I still do, but you know, things seem more exciting when you're a kid, I guess. Get Don't stop. Risk it. Got it. You bet I'm gonna love the Space Palace Persona 5. I probably will. I don't envision a scenario in which the Space Palace does not blow me away. What materials did I use? I do not remember. I honestly don't remember. I could probably find, like, if I went to go look at it, I could probably tell you. I honestly don't remember what materials I used. Except for, I know I used, I think, like, I was gonna say I used toothpicks to actually connect the things together. Like, connect the planets to this. Now that I think about it, I actually don't know if that's true or not. I think I might actually, maybe for the next stream, I'll try to get a picture of it and show you guys what I made when I was a kid. If I can find it. Of course, I have to actually... Oh my god, can you stop spawning for like 5 seconds? That'd be great, thanks. Goodbye. If I can find it, I'll get a picture of it and show it on the next stream. Because I am still pretty proud of what I made back then. Even if it's, like, very childish in comparison to what I... Like, compared to what people could make and what I've made in the future for, like, other projects, it's obviously very lackluster in comparison. But, you know, I'm still proud of it in retrospect, kind of. Persona 5 dungeons are a piece of cake usually. I imagine they're a piece of cake for the people watching the stream, because people watching the stream have probably played the game a lot of times before, so by this point it's just kind of second nature to them to get to the palaces. But, for someone who's new to this game, and barely escaped the last palace in one piece, I think I'll have an adequate challenge cut out for me. Moving forward. We'll wait and see, though. Like, I got so sick of all the insane pathways you had to go through to get all the codes in Kanashiro's palace. Eventually I just started brute forcing my way through. I don't have a good weapon. This is not good. I'll get this. This works. And I'll take that auto sentry if I can still... Here it is. Where can you purchase Dragon's Lair 3D? eBay. Because they don't make the game like it's almost 20 years old, so they don't make the game anymore. Like they don't sell copies anymore. But I'm sure you can find, like, I bought my PC version used for, not used, but I think it was, you know, I think it was a new copy that someone resold for like 20 bucks. It was actually really expensive. Sorry, inexpensive. It was like 20 bucks to buy the PC version off Amazon, just like a new. Obviously, it was sold from someone else, but it wasn't. It was a new copy of the game essentially. I don't remember where I got, because I got the Xbox, like my dad bought the Xbox version for me when I was a kid 20 years ago, or almost 20 years ago, so I don't remember. I'm guessing he probably got it at Best Buy, maybe GameStop, I don't know, probably something like that. But nowadays, you can find it either on eBay or on Amazon through alternate sellers. The Persona 5 dungeons are the only ones who have puzzles. What you remember, Persona 3 and 4 dungeons are all auto-generated. Well, I have been more than pleased with the puzzle so far, except for the fact that I had to go all over the place to get the things out of the safes in the last palace. Yeah, definitely was not a big fan of Palace 3. Palace 3 was not my favorite, but still enjoying playing through it in total. The Space Palace boss is pure bullshit. Pro tip: craft some materials of all elemental types. Trust me, I'm gonna need it. Thanks for the pro tip. I'm sure I will need it. I'm barely scraping through right now. I fear what the Space Palace has in store for me. Let's talk about art. Do I think that modern art is a great idea? No commitment or passion, only laziness. Well, I don't know enough about modern. Like, I'm not really into what consists of modern art to give a pretty detailed, give a detailed analysis of it. But I remember that when I was. When I was in high school, I was on a team called the Science Olympiad where we competed in. You would never have known that I did it because the school never brought attention to it. Okay, I'm gonna rant for a second. Whenever any of the athletes did something exceptional, like they got a new best time in swimming or track racing, or they had a new goal score limit, or whenever they did it like exceptionally well during a sports game, they would get a standing ovation during the assemblies in gym. Sorry, the assemblies in the gymnasium. But whenever the Science Olympiad team won anything, it was just crickets. Like, no one ever announced it. No one announced that we won. like my senior year, I won all, because the way it works, it's a team of 15 people that's divided. Every person has 3 events to do. And then like everyone competes in all these different events, either in pairs or in teams of 3, and you work together to kind of get through all the events. So I won all 3 of my events my last year, but you would never have known that because the school didn't do anything to tell you that. We also won regionals for our sophomores, junior, and senior year, and we almost won states a couple years. So, but again, you'd never know that because because all they cared about was praising the athletes and the people who did well in sports. But people who did well with cerebral activities like Science Olympiad and robotics, those people, they don't get the attention. They don't get the recognition for what they did. So, but anyway, point of this rant is that for one of our state competitions, so like regionals was usually at a local community college, and then states was at a college that was kind of centralized in the state, so we had to drive a long way away to get to there. So it was a nice little fun bus ride. We stayed in a hotel. It was a kind of nice tradition. So basically every year for states, if we made it, which we always did, thankfully, what we would do is we would, we'd leave after lunch, we'd get on the bus, we'd drive across the state to a hotel, we'd pair up people, stay in the rooms there, we'd go dinner someplace, then we do a thing where we go to Target, and we just kind of run around and like, sometimes we would buy materials we needed for our events, like if we needed extra events to build, because some things were like test taking, some were analysis, some were like lab experiments, some were you had to actually physically build something and bring it in, stuff like that. So, sometimes we had to buy extra material, sometimes we just bought things we needed for the hotel, but a lot of times we just run around Target and just, like, have fun doing stuff. So that was a nice tradition we did, and then, of course, next day we went to this competition, so it was a nice thing. But point being, what we would do is we would go to the camp, like, we would go to the university that we would be competing at for the state competition, and we would kind of browse, like, we would get a lay of the land, we would scout it, because you had to set up your own, like, little tent, because you all just sit on, like, you had to set up your own, essentially claim your spot on the campus to sit at for the competitions, like, because obviously you aren't going to be competing all day. You're going to have downtime between events, so you had to have somewhere to sit. So we brought like soccer chairs to sit in under a tent. So we would scope out the spot we wanted to secure, and then we would go between all the buildings to find where all our events were, and kind of plot out our course throughout the day to find out where we'd be, where everything was, what we needed to do, and all that. And along the trip, I saw something on the ground, and it was just like a Tetris block, except really jagged and weird. And it was just, I just said modern. I pointed to it and I said modern art, and people laughed. So, to answer the initial question, I don't know enough about modern art. But from what I've seen, it seems very like the memes you can just put a block of wood in the center and call it modern art and call it a day. So, not been impressed with what I've seen so far. But again, don't know enough about the subject matter to say it to like judge it in totality. You're pretty sure that my model soul system is better than anything you ever created. A lot of ideas you want to create always fail to make it into a physical thing. That's always frustrating because like a person can have a lot of great ideas but doesn't have the means to make it physically create it, which is that's kind of why it works well. It goes well working with a team, because one person can be the ideas man, and the other person can be the person who actually creates the thing one of whom without the other can't function without the other, kind of thing. So it's a nice teamwork dynamic. So it's always good to have that kind of thing going on. People say, we prove we can draw, now all we can do is open up ourselves to others, but not put any passion into detailization. I guess kinda. School system moment? Yeah, basically. They always prioritize sports over everything. They do. No, they actually do. In the yearbook, never, not once ever, was Science Olympiad or robotics or any of the other cerebral events that were focused on science and, like, knowledge-based things. None of that was ever in the yearbook. It was always only sports activities and things like that. I even mentioned that when we put on a charity event to raise money for kids, and like stuff like that, that was never in the yearbook either. Why? Because it was a nerdy gaming thing. Don't want that. We want to see the core, hardcore sports in the yearbook, dude. And it really pissed me off. It's like, people put so much effort into robotics, because the robotics team kicked ass every year. I went to those events. They kicked ass every single goddamn year.
Then do it.
but they never got the attention they deserved because no one ever said anything. They don't get attention in assembly, they don't get attention in a yearbook, they don't get anything, they don't get any recognition for anything that they do. That's my rant for the day. Hopefully you enjoyed me ranting about how much I hate the fact that people focus in on only athletics and nothing else. That annoys me to no end. Tapes banana to wall, sells for millions. Basically. Yeah, that's modern art in a nutshell. How do sports players get millions of dollars for kicking a ball around more than people who contribute important stuff to society? I don't know. I really don't know. Like, so, I played soccer as a kid, and I know that there is a lot of nuance in terms of, like, the strategies people have in terms of team positioning and defensive strategies. I know that people do put effort in. Like, there is thought process that goes into some sports, and I won't deny that. But it's frustrating to see only athletes get college recognition, like recognition for scholarships and things like that, and just get notoriety in the public eye. Whereas if someone creates a computer program, or someone makes a game, or writes a book, or just does anything that isn't just blatant sports, it's disavowed as nerdy or worthless or something like that. It's like, yeah, who do you think runs the systems of the school right now? People who made the IT department never gets any attention. It's really sad to see. Because if ever a computer breaks, they'll never know what to do because they just don't. All they know is sports, essentially. It always sucks to see. I just wish, because like I don't want to stop, because again, athletes do have talent. But I just wish that it wasn't the only talent that schools would recognize, if you know what I mean. Like, especially because one of the things I mentioned is literally a charity event, but it never got. It's just annoying. It's really annoying to see people not get notoriety for the things that they did. Because I wasn't even on the robotics team, and I was pissed off for them. Your school had just 2 clubs running in theater clubs. That's probably because your school had 250 students. Theater's a bit more attention because they performed the show before Christmas. Yeah, I guess theater also got attention. I will say this, like, because theater performances did get notoriety, but still nowhere on the same scale as as athletes did. Nowhere close. And you can take a little bit of the suppressor. Oh god. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. Was 13 Sentinels one of the requested games? Yes. And I'm not looking forward to it, because I'm sure I'll play it one day, but it's also a PS4 exclusive, so I'm just kind of done. Like, I'm thankful that most of the games that were recommended recently, it was announced for Switch. Oh, was it now? Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. No, that's, like, actually great. When's it coming out for Switch? Was it, like, how recently was it announced for Switch? I didn't actually know that. That's great. That's actually amazing if it's coming out for Switch. Do you know, like, roughly when? Not anyone's getting a Switch game next year? April 12th? That's amazing. That's actually amazing. Thank you so... Okay. Oh, literally announced today. Okay, that would explain why I didn't know about that. That's actually amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm sure I would have seen it after the stream, but still thank you very much for bringing that to my attention, because that is going to save me so much hassle. I'd like to never record another PS5 game ever again, because, like, PS5's a great console. I really have had a lot of fun playing on it, but god damn it, it's such a shit console for recording literally anything. I don't understand why. I do not understand why it is so goddamn hard to record videos on that stupid thing. It just hates my capture card. Like, it actually hates my capture card. I don't know what my capture card did to it, but it really hates it. It just doesn't want to respond. That's why I kind of am recording with Persona 5 in batches, because once I connect the capture card, it's usually fine. The problem is actually getting it connected in the first place. Like, getting it to establish a stable connection is where problems start to arise. So, yeah, that's why, because, like, I like to record it in batches to get as much done in one stint as possible. But I'm looking forward to not having to do that again for the foreseeable future. I'm sure I'll eventually have to play another game on the PS5 and record it, but well, I mean, I guess I have to do that recently, because Security Breach, what I've seen, it doesn't actually seem like I'm dead. Oh, I'm not. It doesn't actually seem like it's coming out on anything. I mean, I know it's supposed to come out on PC as well, but they've only done marketing for the PlayStation version, so it seems like it might have a limited time release thing where it only comes out on PS5 initially, and then you have to wait a little bit before it comes out on PC, which is going to annoy me if that's true. For more than one, because it'll annoy me from the perspective of just being a limited release, but it'll also annoy me from the perspective of why must I record on this shit console again? Or sorry, this console that's great except for when I have to record literally anything. But you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Ugh. What is left from literature, art, and music? It's the greatest thing when people's morality does. Was the question? It was your little rant. I see. Oh, I'm dead. I don't survive this. It's way too close. Way too close. Way too close. Shoot it. Shoot it. Shoot it. I'm dead. Yep, I was way too goddamn close. My checkpoint might make me big sad. Nope, this is fine. 13 set. Now I have even less PlayStation 5. Yes, that's great. I'm very happy that I have even less PlayStation 5 games to play next year. That's very, very pleasing to see. But it was made by the same people who created Persona. That gives me hope, because I've heard people say it's really good. I just wasn't looking forward to playing it, but now I have no reason to not look forward to playing it. Delta banana as a word was dead to you from that point. Delta Green had a field of the fire. Oh, I never saw the banana. I think it's because I went the Snowgrave route. I just never saw the banana people were talking about. And I'm guessing it's because I went Snowgrave route and didn't actually get to experience whatever the pacifist route had in store for me. I'm sure that if I went pacifist route, I would have seen banana at some point, but I never did, and I probably never will, because like I said in a previous stream, Deltarune just is not connecting with me the same way that Undertale did. Undertale really hit me hard. Deltarune is not. And again, some people will say, "Oh, you expect it to be just like Undertale?" It's like, no. I expected it to be good, but like. It's not like Deltarune just isn't as good, it's just that I really just don't care at all. Like, it'd be one thing, because I didn't expect it to be as good as Undertale. That's a pipe dream. That's reaching for the stars, and I knew that was never going to happen. But I at least expected it to still entice me in some capacity. But I really just feel nothing for the Deltarune characters. Like, nothing at all. Which is depressing, because I don't want to feel nothing for them. But I just don't feel anything for them. Which is saddening. Yeah, it makes me question whether I'll even play Chapter 3, because there'll probably be a demand for it, because people really want to see me play Chapter 2, so they'll probably want to see me play Chapter 3 as well. And for some reason, people really liked my Deltarune Chapter 2 LP, even in spite of the fact that I was really not that into it. But I'm still not sure if I'm going to or not, because I just can't bring myself to actually care about the characters as much as I did about Undertale. Have I ever tried feeding cookies to 3 toddlers? It's hell. No. I have not done that. But I can imagine it's pain incarnate. That doesn't sound like a fun time. Undertale and Deltarune is very different in some aspects. That's for damn sure. They are certainly different. You're very happy 13 Sentinels got announced for Switch. You don't have a PlayStation, you want to play the game. Hope it's good as everyone says. I hope so too. I also hope that 13 Sentinels is as good as people say, because I was originally not too excited about it just because I wasn't looking forward to recording the PlayStation 5 game. But now that I know it's going to be on Switch and I know it's going to come out on April 12th, that not only potentially gives me a time frame to when I will be able to play it, but also it means I don't have to record on PS5. So really, everyone wins. Everyone wins here. This is an absolute... I see this as an absolute win. Queen and Spam Tom were close, but they outmatched by first phase Metaton. Alright then. What stage am I on right now? In Halo 4, like in this game, I am about to beat... We're in Mission 5, and we're about to beat it. So, in just about probably a minute or less, I will be on to Mission 6, and then we only have 3 more missions. So maybe I have Missions 6, 7, and 8, and then we will be done with the game. And we're almost 4 hours into the stream. I still think we're making pretty good progress. I think we're making pretty decent progress today, all things considered. Also, gentle reminder, this game is goddamn beautiful. There's a lot of toxic positivity in the fandom. The Undertale fandom or the 13 Sentinels fandom. I'm assuming the Undertale fandom, of which there absolutely is a lot of that. You've played Undertale over 15 times? Yeah, I can see that. I don't even want to count how many times I've played games like Battle for Bikini Bottom, Dragons of 3D, and well, Halo, for instance.
Infinity cannot handle that kind of punishment. Not again.
This isn't about us or this ship.
Undertale, I figured as much.
We've seen what the Didact is capable of.
I've definitely I learned that quickly with my Deltarune Chapter 2 LP. I've quickly learned that there is some toxic positivity
I
there.
understand what you think you saw.
Think?
With all due respect, sir.
Oh, also, this is the first time I've watched this cutscene right now was broken on MCC for so long. Like, the lighting in the scene was completely busted on MCC's version for years. But they finally fixed it with the most recent update, and this is the first time I'm getting to watch it since they changed it.
Nav,
Which is
as
nice.
soon as we know we're airtight, I want a course laid into Karanay Station. Com, prepare a warning beacon.
You sped around Genocide so much it sounds easy to beat now. I am jealous of your ability to beat. It took... I'm sure it'd be easier than it was the first time now that I know how the boss works, but it took me days to beat Sans the first time. That's not pre-rendered. You're right, it's not. None of the... There's only...
Pursuant to Article 55 of UNSC Regulations.
There's only 3 pre-rendered cutscenes in this game. All the other cutscenes in this game are real-time,
Final dispensation.
which I think is pretty impressive.
You don't want me to.
Remove the chip now.
The opening prologue, the final scene, like the opening prologue, the epilogue, and the legendary ending are all pre-rendered. Everything else is in-game. Oh, and also one more is the cutscene we just watched with Chief in the library and like the flashback thing. Everything else is in-game, which I think is really impressive. Like this looks really good for in-game cinematics, especially for a 2012 game.
No, sir.
Lieutenant! Arrest that man!
Captain!
Arrest him!
Captain!
Get word to Earth that trouble.
Yeah, arrest the Master Chief. Good luck with that one, buddy.
Back here.
Well, let me know how that goes. Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure Sans would be easier than it was the first time, because it literally took me days to beat it the first time. I'm sure it'd be easier this time, but it would take me a long time to consider Sans to be easy. This cutscene leads to Cortana becoming the villain. No, God, no. No, 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 no. Good God, no. No, 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 no. So much no to that one. No. So what happened right there is Cortana, she's rampant right now because AI starts to deteriorate after 7 years. And at this point in the game, Cortana was put into service 8 years before this point, so she's in very late stages of rampancy. So she's starting to freak out. She's not processing things properly. She's starting to have outbursts that aren't really indicative of a typical AI. So that's why you saw her like blink red there, because she's starting to lose control of her synapses and her logic reasoning processes. Because the way rampancy works is that basically the cognitive process begin dividing exponentially, and you literally think yourself to death. So, like, she's starting to lose it, essentially. But that has nothing to do with Halo 5. Halo 5 turns Cortana into a villain, and you would not be able to tell it from Halo 4. Halo 4 ends with Cortana in a state where she should never have been brought back, but she was never a villain in this game.
So what's your plan?
Infinity's tracked the Didact's vessel to a docking structure southeast of here. We'll jump ship as Infinity exits the roof.
You know, I was sent down here with
You
orders.
beat Sans at 1 a.m. while having a fever? Yeah, I concur. I don't know if that was the best idea in the world.
Of ordering a Pelican, outfitted for full combat pursuit. I hope to God you're wrong about that Forerunner, or whatever he is, Chief. But in the event you're not,
Man, Lasky's such a cool character.
Chief, good luck. Both of you.
And he's just nothing in Halo 5. Like, he may as well not even be in Halo 5.
Come on, Chief. Take a girl for a ride.
Alright. 3 missions to go. Missions 6, 7, and 8. And then we'll be done.
The Didact used this composer to create the Prometheans from ancient humans.
So yeah, on the topic of speedrunning Genocide Run, I'm curious how that works, because my biggest problem with doing the Genocide Run is that I had to wait for so goddamn long for things to happen. Because, like, a lot of the Genocide Run boils down to walking around in circles, waiting for enemies to show up, and the more, the lower the number of enemies left to kill gets, the longer you have to wait. So I'm very curious as to, like, what goes into speedrunning the Genocide Run. Because, like, I've ran in, when I did Genocide Run 3 years ago, I just ran in circles all the time, trying to get the enemies to spawn, which was very tedious and not fun at all.
It may be a while before we find another ride home.
You do it glitches, you need to find the best rooms to go to, because some rooms at Grace the encounter rate and you could encounter things faster. That's good to know. That probably would have been helpful when I was doing it. Because I was wondering how you could actually mechanically go about doing it. Because so much of so much of the game revolves around just kind of waiting for things to happen. So I was wondering what that would entail from a speedrunning perspective. Now I know. I'll probably, because one thing I've been considering is for a future sub goal, like after we see how the Sunshine thing goes over, I've been considering doing a thing where because people have been asking for me to do do a Sunshine stream. Sorry, not to do a Genocide Run stream. Because people wanted to see my playthroughs of the Genocide Run, which is something I never did in my original LP. So, you know, that's something I might do in the future. Is I might do a Genocide Run on stream, because I think it'd work better for a stream game, just because so much of it boils down to just kind of waiting for things to happen. So I might do that. That's a maybe though, but I have considered it for the future. Neutral and pacifist is more about skipping text fast, beating fights fast, finding the best routes. Yeah, I think I can see pacifist being more easily speedrunnable, whereas Genocide Run, it would just boil down to how fast do enemies spawn, which sounds more tedious than it's worth. I think speedrun, like, if I could just speedrun Sands, that might be cool to see. Well, that and the Undyne fight, because really the only two parts of the Genocide Run that are actually hard are the Undyne fight and the Sands fight, because everything else basically dies in one hit. Basically every other boss fight just dies in one hit. So I think Undyne and Sands are the two parts of it that are just the most challenging. Just as going on, yeah, that's like when you watch the Genocide Run, you watch it because you want to see people fight Undyne and because you want to see them fight Sands. The rest of it is running around in circles waiting for things to happen. So that's kind of why that's why I never did it for my Let's Play, because I knew that so much of it would boil down to just waiting. But I might stream it, because people have been asking for me to do Genocide Run for so long. I might do it one day, just to kind of, just to have it done, I guess. I could have parked this a lot closer to the thing. Ah, well. Mettaton Neophyte was anticlimactic. Yeah. You have 2 just for Undyne and Sands. Yeah, I can see that. Just to be able to redo those fights or whatever, because I'd love to just be able to skip to those fights, because those are what people want to see, is they just want to see the Undyne fight and the Sands fight. So if I could just skip to those things, I might have just recorded those, because those are clearly what the things people want to see in an Undertale Genocide LP is those two things. But you know, that's for a future conversation. Right now, what we need to worry about is whether or not I reach 5 crystals by the end of the year. If I reach 5 crystals by the end of the year, it's Sunshine time. If I don't, then I shall be spared. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see whether I think the deciding factor will be once Persona 5 and Infinite comes out, and I guess even Security Breach. Those 3 games will be potentially sub boosts for me to get, as more people come in, more people find the channel through Infinite, more people find the channel through Security Breach. It'll be a good deciding factor there as to whether I reach 5K by the end of the year or not. I'm at 4 point. Oh, So I was gonna say I'm at 4.92K, but apparently over the course of the stream I've reached 4.93K, which worries me a little bit. I am mildly concerned now about the rate at which that number is going up. And is that all the watchers. Am I blind, or did I get them all? I believe I might have gotten them all. Alright, crawler time. Hold still, buddy. You're down. My aim is crap. Wow. I was gonna say I got them all with my last bullet. God damn it. Alright, I'll get you later. Almost there. It's growing. I'm growing increasingly concerned at just how close I am to getting to 5K subs. Time to create 70. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't. Maybe let's have mercy on me, shall we? Someone made a fan game for Metaton Neo as an action fight in Jesus Christ. It's brutal. I can see that. I can see because so much. There's only 2 proper fights. I think I would have liked the Genocide route a lot better if every fight was really challenging. Maybe instead of making Sans and Undyne just 2 insanely hard fights, maybe make each fight a moderately difficult thing where it's like the difficulty is spread out through. I mean, you can still keep Sans as like the obvious meme ultimate final boss thing, but I think if you just made each other boss very challenging as opposed to impossible, I think you could have spread out the difficulty balancing a little bit better than they did. Because so much of the Genocide route just dies immediately. Like almost everything in the Genocide route dies from 1 hit. And it's just the most boring stuff in the world. I am probably dead. No, I'm not. Will I check out Undertale fan games anytime soon? Probably not. I've never been one to check out fan games either on my own time or on the channel. I mean, I played like 1 FNAF fan game, maybe 2, back in 2015, 2016. But it's never been something I've been super into, so I don't feel that it's the urge to do the same thing for Undertale, so probably not. If I reach 4.9 5K before Infinite, then 5K is guaranteed. I don't want to jinx it, but it would seem more likely, yes. Let's all create accounts and subscribe to. Let's not do that. Let's have mercy on me instead. How about that? How about instead we take mercy on me and we don't engage in another Sunshine debacle, shall we? The fan game fights are stressful sometimes. So I've heard that in this chat recently. Apparently they are above. It kind of reminds me of like the Super Mario Maker effect, where the dev-made levels can't really go above and beyond in terms of being outrageously difficult. But when you put it in the hands of the fans, then the fans are allowed to go off the walls and make things just absolutely brutally difficult. See, I don't have any plans to play any of the fan games anytime soon. Or really at all. It's not a thing because I know some channels are very Undertale-centric, so they kind of play those fan games for that reason, but never been something I've really wanted to do, for the most part. Some fan game fights feel a little too hard. I can see that. Again, I can't comment on any of them accurately, because I've never played any of them, but I do have experience with fan-made creations being of significantly greater challenge than the actual dev-made stuff. For instance, Portal Stories Mel. Portal Stories Mel is a great game. It's a fan-made, separate campaign expansion for Portal 2, and it's completely free. It basically tells the story of what happened between Portal 1 and Portal 2. It's completely free, and it's phenomenal. It's also harder than both Portal 1 and Portal 2 combined, and it's not even close. Portal Stories Mel is way harder than both Portal 1 and Portal 2 combined. It's like it's on a whole other echelon of difficulty. So, generally speaking, fans typically make things harder than the devs do, because devs like kind of have to make things palatable, whereas fans don't have those restrictions, so they can just go nuts with whatever. Like, let me put it this way: I beat Portal Stories Mel when it launched, like in its original form, but apparently the game was so hard that they literally had to change the layout of the puzzles to make them easier for people to figure out. I'm not kidding, that actually happened. You head out. Fun to talk about different topics. It's good time to say goodbye. Thanks, chat and me for talking. Bid you farewell. Thanks for tuning in, Bad Game Slayer. Hopefully you have a good day. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you soon for whatever you want to tune into next. Have a good day, Bad Game Slayer. Did I just kill myself with my own grenade? Yes, but we're not going to talk about it.
Great. The increased signal traffic is almost entirely blocking out.
That's what we're not going to do. We're not going to talk about it. But yeah, the Portal Story, like I beat it in its original form, Portal Stories Melded, or I beat that in its original form, but they had to make a like they had to change the way the puzzles were laid out in order to make them less hard. It was a really challenging game. Really, really hard. Do I have a favorite boss theme? Well, so the meme answer is like that's the meme answer because obviously, but I think I'm going to go with Chum Bucket Lab. That's the final song that plays in Battle for Bikini Bottom is the music that plays when you fight the final boss, and it's really like if I played that music track for you just with no context, I don't think there's any chance you could tell me it was from a SpongeBob game. Like, it's so intense, it's so orchestral, so epic, and so awesome. It sounds like it belongs in a blockbuster movie, not in a SpongeBob video game. But they went so hard with that track, and they killed it with it. I really love the final boss theme in that game. They didn't have to go that hard, but they did, and they killed it with it. And you're dead. Nice. People say pulse grenades are useless. I just think people don't know how to use them properly. I've gotten a lot of use out of pulse grenades whenever I play this game. And boop.
That's it. Transmission buffers are overflowing.
When you realize Megalovania is actually from 2009 edgy Earthbound fan game. Well, I guess that makes sense because wasn't Earthbound like the inspiration for Undertale or something like that? Now, not to say we're not going down the route of that MatPat did with comparing Undertale to Earthbound, but am I correct in saying that it was supposed to, like, Earthbound was the inspiration for Undertale or something like that? Without going into MatPat territories? Again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. Give me that start presser! Hold steady. Take a grenade, take another grenade, corner him, and he's dead. Nice. Sans' Nest. Oh, yeah, MatPat's track record with Undertale has not been very good, has it? All his Undertale theories have not gone over well. He gave Undertale to the Pope, and the thing that caused Toby Fox to get, like, the thing that got him into a lot of controversy was when he played he played a game that's like, is this the new Undertale or something like that, and didn't actually link to the game. So yeah, he's not had a great track record with this stuff. If you compare the two games, you're waiting for a war between fandoms. Oh, I just asked, like, is it the inspiration? I don't know if it's, like, I'm not the person to ask about, like, comparing them. I just don't know if it's, I don't know if it's, yeah, I think, is it, I'm pretty sure it's inspiration. But I have not played Earthbound, so I cannot compare them. To any Earthbound fans in chat, please don't harass me. Please don't slay me for my heresy or whatever. I've never played it. I can't comment on it. Also, quick reminder, this game is gorgeous. The game is absolutely beautiful. Anyway, Final Boss of P Survivor is a really good track. I can't wait to hear it in that case. Oh, that's a lot of things. That's a lot of things that want me dead. You don't think the Pope can even play Undertale? I think he said it was like I don't remember what he said. Wasn't it like he said it was symbolic of something and that's why he gave it to the Pope? But like, he had to know how that was going to come across, right? Surely he doesn't. Like, I get that he wanted it to be a metaphor or like a symbol for something or some kind of message or whatever, but surely there was a better way to communicate that than by giving him literally a copy of Undertale. Like, surely he must have seen how that was going to look, right? There's no way he just was completely oblivious to it. At least I hope he wasn't. There are so many Earthbound-inspired indie games, it should be a subgenre. Yeah, I don't know of them, but I don't deny that they probably exist. Can this guy get lasered, please? Thank you. Metroidvania. Yeah, it would work as a subgenre there, Metroidvania. How did he give Undertale to the Pope again? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, logistically, it would either have to be a printout of a digital code, or it would have to be like, I don't know, a framed picture of a Steam copy of it. I don't know how he did it. I don't know what happened. But I think, because I remember I think he watched a video. Sorry, I think he made a video saying why I gave the Pope Undertale, something like that. And it's been a long time since I've seen the video, so I could be wrong. But I think his reasoning was something along the lines of, like it was something along the lines of, I believe that it was symbolic of a message that I think represents us or whatever. But like, there's. He had to have known how bad that was going to look.
All you'll need to do to trigger it is to make physical contact with the carrier wave generator.
Your internet just had a stroke? Well, I'm glad it survived. Yeah, I don't know what his reasoning was, but I don't deny that he put thought into where there. Goodbye. I don't, like, I'm sure he did have a thought process that went into it, but I don't think he actually thought it through all the way. I think he probably should have spent more time thinking about the implications of what he was doing when he did that. Oh god. His Gaster theories are absolute garbage. He's literally an in-universe cut character, that's it. I mean, it's been I'm sure I watched his Undertale theories a long time ago, but I don't actually know, like, I don't, they don't, because when I first watched the theories, I didn't actually play Undertale, so I didn't know anything about I didn't know the context of what he was talking about, so it meant nothing to me. So I think if I rewatch them now, I might get more out of them in one way or another. But when I first watched them, I had no idea what he was talking about, and I remember nothing from them. All I know is that under Sans being Ness or whatever, I know that. Obviously, I remember that, but not for good reasons. Switch version for 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim will release 2 days earlier in the West than in Japan. Hold on, let me not get sniped first. Even though it is the game made by a Japanese developer, 412 in the West, 414 in Japan. That is definitely, it's definitely abnormal. Usually it's the other way around. But I suppose this one has bucked the trend of it usually releasing in the reverse order. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Didn't he just have a theory about Mario being a psychopath? Yes, he did. That was one of his most, I think it's called Mario is Mental or something, which I think is one of his most popular videos. I guess, I mean, technically there is it feels like something, that feels like a theory that's kind of, like, you're steelman into defending this position, so you have to find evidence for it. I don't think he actually I'm pretty sure he doesn't actually believe Mario is mental. I'm pretty sure it's more just a theory put together because he thought it'd be a fun thing to do and found evidence to support it. Because the evidence in the theory doesn't sound like something that you actually believe. It sounds like something that is cobbled together because you're steelman into defending a position, kind of thing. So that's what I'd say about that. I think you have said that about most of his theories, though. I think for ones that, because, like, obviously he puts a lot of scientific research into his theories, or at least his team. It used to be him alone. Now it's his team of researchers that does it. But point being, there is a lot of research that goes into the theories, especially the ones that actually involve scientific and mathematical calculations. But there's clearly some are done just for fun, and clearly lack the evidence, because that's kind of what made game theory appeal to so many people, was the fact that it's like looking at games. Oh my god, you're right there. Okay, I don't know where you came from. Like, that's the thing that drew people to it, was the idea of looking at games through a perspective of science and logic, and like how this all compares and stuff like that. So, you know, times where he kind of veers away from that and focuses on, I guess, fan theories. There's, you know the two types of theories. Either the theory of, because he made a food theory about, like, the rivalry between Gordon Ramsay and someone else, I think, which isn't, from my memory, that wasn't even a theory. That was just like a summation of what actually happened, or something like that. I don't know, but I think the theory channels have drifted away significantly from what it was originally intended to be. And someone mentioned his Phoenix Wright theory. Trust me, I've seen it. I have seen it. I am aware of his existence, and I have many problems with it. I don't know if don't big shocker. I have many problems with his Phoenix Wright theory. Now I didn't when I first watched it because I hadn't played the games, but having now played the games and understanding the context of everything, I'm like, wow, so this is just wrong, blatantly. Like there's Rise from the Ashes nukes his entire case. Problem being that he didn't play Rise from the Ashes, so oops. So much research. The video about Sonic's speed was the first one to make you lose brain cells. I watched that when I was really young, so I need to watch it again to get a proper grasp of what exactly, because I know it's really broken. I know that it's not well researched at all, but I need to watch it again to get a proper grasp of what exactly about it is so embarrassingly wrong. Because I think, oh god, I'm gonna get overwhelmed. Oh no, block that off. Block that off. Because wasn't that a thing where it was like it was made as a reactionary thing where he saw someone else say something that countered one of his points, so he directly called it like, this is a good video except that it's wrong kind of thing. So that might explain why it's so rushed, is because it's made as a reactionary thing. I don't know. Again, I don't know for sure though.
Okay, start us back up.
Oh god. Give me this. He compared Mario and Sonic's speed by comparing both characters' size to the size of their first levels in speedrun records. I did not remember that, but yeah, that's not how that works at all. Yeah, so that just confirms my theory, because he clearly that just confirms to me that what happened there is he saw the video where he's like, he said a thing that made MatPat go, no, this is wrong, and he got annoyed by it. So then his response was, I gotta respond to this as fast as possible kind of thing. So he did. He responded to it as fast as he possibly could, and in the process of responding as fast as he could, he missed crucial details that would immediately nullify. Like, comparing the character size to the size of the first levels, as like there's scale differences, art styles. So, there's so much else that goes into that would just immediately break the whole thing. Again, like when the theorist team does their research, they can make really good stuff. Problem is that recently they've not done their research. Also, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not somehow. I am lacking. Oh wait, there should be one somewhere. It's right here. Give me this binary rifle. Give it to me. Alright, hold steady. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Up there? That's you. Actually, I can probably finish you off here. There we go. Got him.
Cortana, are you hearing him?
No, Didac?
Yeah, but so the theorist team can make good stuff when they put effort into it, but a lot of times, one is 8-bit, others 16-bit. Problem 2 Mario's level 1 is flat, Green Hill is filled with inclines. Yeah, that's it. Like, there's the scale differences between their art styles and bit counts, and also just the fact that like the Green Hill, you're right, it is filled with inclines. Like the whole point is you're rolling around the place as opposed to it just being a flat level structure. There's a lot of different ways you can break down how that doesn't make any sense at all. That's why I think it was made as a reactionary thing, as him just reacting, because yeah, I'm pretty sure he referenced in the video, he referenced one of the guys, some other YouTuber who made a theory, and then he said, it's a great video, except for one thing, it's wrong. Which just tells me he made it solely reactionary purposes. So that makes theories about games realism what they care about. Well, that's the thing. MatPat, I've said this before. MatPat is entirely driven by analytics. Mario is entirely... Sorry. MatPat is entirely driven by analytics. All he knows is because he knows how the YouTube algorithm works. He studied it, and he offers assistance to other YouTubers to help them understand how it works, to help them maximize their SEO, which is search engine optimization. The algorithm consumes his entire workflow. All he knows is the algorithm. So every decision he makes on the channel is entirely driven by what will garner the most views, which I guess is technically, like, it's good for business because obviously you want your videos to get noticed. But the problem with that is when your entire content production schedule is run entirely based on what will do well in the algorithm. The problem with that is that you're no longer making videos about subjects you actually care about and are invested in. Now you're just covering everything you possibly can to make sure you stay on top of the world, which means your passion is going to drain because you're not covering things you're passionate about. You're covering just literally everything, and that's when creativity falters. Now, of course, the inverse of that is that now they have a team of theorists. So technically, you could say that, well, maybe they dole out topics to people who are most knowledgeable about or have the most passion for the subject at hand. But that might even be worse. Like when it's a full team of people working on it, as opposed to just one person who has complete creative control. That might actually worsen the creativity problem. I don't claim to know the ins and outs of how the theorist team works. I don't claim to know their passion and their consideration and all that. But from what I've seen, I don't think I'm that far off with my my analysis of the way they run the channel. Feels like he's making things with obligations and passion. I still think, well, okay, I wouldn't go that far. I do still think he cares. I think he does genuinely care about, like, I think he does have a standard of quality. I think he does have fun thinking about, like, you can tell which theories he's passionate about and which ones he's not. You can tell which ones he puts effort into and which ones he just does to kind of phone it in, kind of thing. So I don't know if he has entirely lost his passion for it. But I think it has become much more of a business for him than it has been than it was when it originally was. When it started out, it was just a passion project to try to work as like a resume filler, but then it became something more than that. So it's evolved in not necessarily the best ways. That said, I just have a lot of respect for him because he clearly does have a good head on his shoulders. I do think he still cares a lot, and he has done a lot of good work for St. Jude over the years. And I think his GT... honestly, I've gotten a lot more entertainment out of his GT live streams. Like, the live streams that he and Steph did over the years. I got a lot more enjoyment out of watching them play games together than I ever did watching the theories. So, those alone, I think, are more than worth... Like, those, I think, are the most entertaining things I think they've ever made are the live streams. Which might be a hot take, I don't know. But I've personally gotten a lot more enjoyment out of watching the GT live channel than I ever got out of watching the theorist channels. So, make of that what you will, I suppose. Also, someone mentioned he's also got Sonic's size by comparing him to Elise. Yeah, so, pro tip, don't fuse classic Sonic comparisons in a 2D game to size comparisons from a 3D game. There might be some problems there. You might have skewed results if you do that. Well, I mean, obviously he has his problems, certainly. I've highlighted some of them so far. But I do still think I do genuinely believe that he does care. I think he does have a good heart. I think he's doing... I don't think he's like a terrible person. I think he's driven by the algorithm, which may falter his production. And I think his motivation, like his content creation is filtered by the algorithm, which might lead him to making some questionable choices all over the place. But I do still think he cares, and I think he's still a good person deep down. You are more than welcome to disagree with me, but that is my summation on MatPat. Which, by the way, this was brought on as a result of talking about Undertale, which led to Earthbound, which led to MatPat. It's amazing how the flow of conversation works. I'm talking about the range of things we can cover. He's far from the worst YouTuber on the website. Oh, absolutely. Like, so I respect MatPat a lot, but I do still have problems with him. But I would readily watch him over many, many other YouTubers on this website. It's not even close. Even considering the things MatPat has done less than stellar, I will rather watch him over many other YouTubers. Yes, it's my opinion. Kill me. Okay. Give me this. And give me that. And let's roll.
Do you truly believe these theatrics can prevent my departure? Embrace your sadness.
You said the thing. That's right. You did say the thing. Now I am I'm such a fool. I'm a fool. I've made the foolish mistake. All I had to do was just say, in my opinion, and then it was done. It was over. Game over. It was done. What do I think of Sans the Skeleton? Think he's pretty cool, and his boss fight is hard as balls, but it was fun. It was also fun to play. For as frustrating as it was to do, it was certainly fun to try to beat. And the satisfaction I felt was unlike anything else. It is probably the most satisfied I've ever felt after playing a, probably the most satisfied I've ever felt after playing, after beating anything. Because it was such a challenge to do. But man, was it worth it in the end. It was absolutely worth it in the end. What are my thoughts on Darman? I have never heard that name before in my life, so sadly I cannot offer my thoughts on them because I don't know who they are. Wish I could offer more insightful commentary, but I just genuinely don't. Alright, so Cannon it is, I guess. I genuinely just don't know who they are, so I cannot. I have no insightful commentary to offer.
Or you will perish. All in life is choice. And your day to choose.
I'm lucky I don't know who Darman is. I will consider myself lucky then. I've genuinely never heard that name before. The human mind is so interesting, you can jump from one topic to another based on the most minor connection between the two topics. As someone with brain damage, you find the brain extra interesting. Yeah, it's so it's kind of interesting to say, because what I was gonna say was the brain really is the most fascinating thing, but then I realized, well, your brain is the thing that told you to say that, so, you know, make of that what you will. But seriously, it is really, really interesting. Just to think about how the human mind works, and just the way conversations can flow from one topic to the other based on almost nothing, and how it can all feel so seamless. It's fascinating to think about. Someone mentioned just type in the letter D and it'll pop up. Oh wow, it really did pop up first. Alright, I already don't like this. Just the thumbnail style alone and the clickbaiting title, I regret my life choices. Okay, let me never look at that. Let me never look that up ever again. Let me never ever look that up ever again. Also, oh, no one's on it. Okay, cool. Really is fun challenge. Yeah, it really is fun. I've had a lot of fun chatting with everyone in these live streams because it gives me a chance to talk to everyone live and cover a lot of different topics. Because usually, whenever I have to talk in comments, it's very stinted because, you know, one person says one thing, then there's a gap, then you wait, and then there's a long delay between this kind of stuff. But with streams, I can talk to everyone live in the moment, and there's no, like, obviously there's latency in terms of when my stream reaches your computer or phone or whatever you're watching this on. But it's near instantaneous, so it's like in the moment live connection with everyone, which is really cool. I like that. Pretty accurate reaction. Yeah, I mean, it's just that kind of clickbaity thumbnails. I'm really gonna be sick of the thumbnail style of that, where it's just overly expressive reactions or red arrows or something like that. I'm getting sick of seeing it everywhere. And my thumbnails are very, I guess except for the, the one thing I guess you could call my Danganronpa 3 thumbnails kind of that, because I just tried to choose the most angry or expressive face I could to kind of get the point across. I guess you could call that, but you know what I mean when I say that, right? Like, you know what I mean when I say, like, the oh my god face. Like, just imagine the Home Alone poster, except that's every thumbnail. That combined with red arrows, stuff like that, that's what I mean when I say expressive. You consider, if you consider my Danganronpa 3 thumbnails to be that kind of style, that's fine. But what I say when I mean that is, like, you know, like the Home Alone expressive kind of things, the red arrows, that kind of clickbait is what I really have a problem with. And are you rushing me or are you staying back? You're staying back, okay. In that case, take this. Darman's motto is, we're not making stories, we're changing lives. know about that one. The Danganronpa 3 thumbnails and me watching the episodes, basically. So, when I first... Because I didn't always plan for it to be more than one video. I planned for it to... my plan was for it to be one video. Now, it obviously didn't work all that well because... Well... The show's really shit. So it took me a long time to really explain why it was so shit. But there was a point in time when I planned on making it just one video. And if I was gonna make it one video, I probably would have chose, like, if I had to choose one of the thumbnails to represent the entire show, I think I would have picked the Terror one. That's the one I probably would have gone with, because it looks like either that one or Ibuki's. So I didn't expect to have to find 12 shots from the show like that, which proved to be rather difficult to find that many shots from the show, but I made it work eventually. Why does everyone say Comic Sans is a bad font? I think it's just shabby. Well, I guess it's because it looks rather unprofessional. Also it's overused a lot, I guess it could also help with it, but, like, I don't think it's just, like, reprehensible font. It's just used a lot, and it's not viable in professional areas, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I do not plan on watching Darman's videos at any point in my life. But I never even heard about him before this point. Probably for good reason, though. You heard people describe Comic Sans as lazy? Don't quite get... I mean, I guess it might feel that way because of the style of it, but a font can't be lazy by definition. Unless you mean, like, picking the font, but there's no more effort that goes into picking a font. No more effort goes into picking that font than any other font. Because it's just clicking it from a drop-down list. Oh, God. Reason why you like me as a YouTuber, you get what you click on, give genuine reactions to everything, videos are great quality, last time I'm afraid to be my... Oh, yeah, that's one... if above all else, the one thing I pride myself on is that I'm not afraid to piss people off. Like, I say what I believe, come hell or high water. Whether people take offense, or maybe not... Like, obviously not take offense. Whether people are upset by me saying this show good, this show bad, or whatever, I'm not afraid to ruffle some feathers in that regard. I mean, obviously, I made a 6-hour series talking about Toy Story 4 being the worst movie I've ever seen. So, obviously, I'm not afraid to ruffle some feathers, and I maintain that V3 is a terrible game, but a lot of people seem to think that V3 is a masterpiece, so ruffling feathers is not something I've ever been afraid of, so one thing that you can always expect from me is that I'll always speak my mind and stay true to who I am. And I always stand by those statements. I don't walk them back while I'm pacing, because, like, it would have been easy for me to walk back my V3 statements and been like, guys, I'm sorry, I didn't see the light, I didn't see the true genius of V3 or whatever bullshit I could have come up with. But I don't I don't weasel out and stuff like that. I have the conviction to stand by what I believe in. Obviously, if someone presents arguments to me and I'm like, actually, that makes sense, then obviously that warrants changing what I said. But when it's just a matter of backlash from people who can't accept criticisms for their favorite game, that's a different story. I stand by what I believe in. I've always done it, and I always will do that. To the ends of the earth. Because, like, it would have been more beneficial for me to say V3 is a masterpiece, and say Danganronpa is amazing, and say... Especially to say that the second case of Ace Attorney 2 was really good. But I'm not talented enough as I'm not an actor. I can't act, and if I tried, you'd be able to tell. Trust me. If I ever tried to act, you'd be able to tell that I am a shit actor. Like I couldn't fake a reaction to something because you'd immediately know I was bullshitting. And I'm dead. I'm dead. Yep. So it'd be more beneficial for me to say, like, wow, I sure do love talking about gas for the whole goddamn case. But, you know, I don't have it in me to lie about stuff like that. Oh yeah, also, let's not forget, this guy's a fuckwit. V3's ending is the greatest ending in video game history. Yeah, that comment, like, I wasn't even mad at that, like, that comment didn't even make me mad. I'm just like, okay, what do I do now? Where do you propose I go from here after reading that comment? Where does the conversation go now? And so, like, I just said, like, obviously, like, I didn't take it seriously. I just like, damn, you got me. It's game over. I lose. You totally annihilated all my arguments. And then the guy took it seriously, and he's like, damn right, you arrogant little twerp. I'm like, okay, buddy, what the fuck is wrong with you? So yeah, that was an ordeal to go through. Y'all just coming lot. Oh, have you not seen it? Oh god. Okay, so go to the final episode of my Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony Let's Play and look at the pinned comment and try to suppress the urge to cackle uncontrollably. I promise you won't regret it. Go. Ariel Trip. Yes. No. I'm not kidding. He actually said that. Go to my V3. I'll go myself to make sure he didn't delete the comment. Finale, pinned comments. Oh, sorry. Not arrogant little twerp. He said petulant little twerp. Sorry, I got it wrong. He didn't say I was an arrogant little twerp. He said I was a petulant little twerp. I was close. Sorry, I got that wrong. But close enough. So yeah, go to the final episode of my V3 LP, and it's there. It's the pinned comment there. And try to suppress the urge to cackle uncontrollably. Anyway, alright. Who's dying next? You. Got it. And, uh-oh. Guy talks like a fucking anime character. Maybe. I don't know. He's quite sad when I didn't like the story and laid down my future, but because I gave good arguments, that's why I agree with all and the rest of my point of view. That's the thing. It's like, I think it's possible for us to have, because I'm sure everyone in chat right now doesn't see eye to eye and everything. But I'm fine with having a reasonable chat about this stuff. Like, we can have a civil conversation about, like, making arguments about whether things are good or bad without tearing each other's heads off. Like we can have a civil conversation about this stuff that results in us coming away understanding each other a bit more, rather than doing what happened with Brooks in the Halo Infinite stream, where we just bit each other's heads off. Because, I mean, it started off calm. It did start off civil. I did try to keep things level-headed and cool for the most part, but the further that conversation went, like, the further into it we got, the more patience I lost, and the more I'm just like, I can't take this shit anymore. You're making me want to jump off a roof. Like, let's just get this over with. This is so infuriating to deal with. The comment makes some logical arguments, let's see the error of my ways. Ah, yes, how could I be so ignorant to the truth that I am actually a petulant little twerp, and that I am a fuckwit? I've been blinded by the truth.
Quick, let me at the spire controls.
Yeah, I couldn't. Like, like, you can't even be mad when that happens. You're just like, okay, so you're, like, insane? So, how do I respond to a person who says the thing they said in the pinned comment on my video? Because that's why I pinned it, because it's just like, I'm not mad, I'm just, like, amused, like, what is this comment? So I pinned it for everyone to see, and apparently everyone else got a good kick out of it as well. He literally said the first two movies don't matter. Yeah, once he said the first two movies don't matter, I'm like, okay, it's over. It's over. Like, you're done. It's game over. You showed your hand, you revealed to me that you actually think the first two movies don't matter. It's like, okay. Is that where you live right now, so you're gonna go to sleep? Bye-bye. Alright, thanks for tuning in to Stream Trick or Trick. Hopefully you enjoy your time here, and I hope to see you next time for whatever stream you want to tune into next. Have a good day, and I hope to see you later. You're currently grinning just thinking of the comment. Yeah, it's a goldmine for comedy. It is a goldmine for comedic potential. I've changed your opinions on Danganronpa when it comes to, after you watch the Danganronpa LPs, you realize how broken the story was. Yeah, I'm sure that happened for a lot of people, or, okay, maybe not a lot. I'm sure that happened for a decent chunk of people. I'm sure there's a decent chunk of people that watched my LPs and came around to realizing, like, oh, so this game's bad. Like, this game's really, really bad. Got it. Because I don't mind people, because people, same thing with Toy Story 4, it's really easy to get tricked by that stuff. It's really easy to get tricked by the lighting and the music and all that, and to be tricked in thinking it's good. So, I don't blame people for it. I'm sure there's many people who just never thought about the games before, but then watched my LPs and like, oh, and then they were like, oh god, this is really bad. You like some things I don't, like the Layton games. Don't want to explode just because you don't like them.
They're jumping into slip space.
Yeah, that's a reasonable take to have. We can discuss these things without biting each other's heads off about this stuff. Reason you never read the comments on V3LP. Oh, it's it's a shit show. It is a minefield of shit if you read those comments. I mean, there's good people in there as always, but for the most part, there's a lot of stuff like that pinned comment that's just like, wow, what is wrong with you? You still like Danganronpa, but it's nowhere near the levels you used to, and that's fine. You're like, I even say, if Danganronpa means something really close to you, like if it's really important to you and you have like really good memory associated with it, like for instance, Minecraft Story Mode isn't really great, but it means a lot to me because of what it's done for my relationship with Free Forgot 45, and that matters a lot to me. So, like, I'll still say I like it because I do. And I think that's totally fine for the same thing in Danganronpa. It's totally fine to like Professor Layton, Danganronpa, or whatever. I don't hate you for that. What I hate is when you say stuff like, this guy is a fuckwit because he's not a true connoisseur of games. He's not a true expert. I don't deny that you are a true Toy Story fan, but I do think you're not an expert. And you need to be an expert to understand the genius of Toy Story 4's ending. That stuff makes me want to gouge my eyes out. Because it's like, hey, buddy, you can criticize my arguments, I welcome it, but don't talk shit about my character and my passion. Don't do that. Not a good look.
A halo?
It's all magic. Yeah.
Because the composer's
Not a true. I'm not a true gamer. I'm not a true fan of. I'm not a true fan of things. I'm not a true gamer. Wasn't there one guy who said I always try to start arguments when he's telling a story? Yeah, okay, so that guy, Serendipitous, I'll never fucking forget that name. He's such a massive hypocrite. Basically, he said I always try to argue with people. It's like, what? You're the one who starts this shit, not me. Like, you say this stuff. You say that I'm trying to piss people. Okay. So this shit got under my skin. On my Henry Stickmin LP, he made a comment where saying that I had fallen into the conservative mindset of objective analysis. Like, what? What did you just call me? Like, buddy, I'm literally just talking about games and whether they make sense or not. Where the fuck did you pull that shit from? He is such a massive fucking hypocrite. Blatant hypocrisy. Wasn't even mean. Basically, he's trying to call me conservative because I say stuff like this game objectively makes no sense. Like, what? Literally what? How did you... This is why Danganronpa fans piss me off sometimes, because, like, that's the camp they fall into. It's like, where did you pull that from? What dimension did you travel to pull that excuse out of your ass from? Like, can we talk about my arguments, please? Because
We've been trying. The Covenant, they've already taken over the landing base.
Send me your coordinates.
It's so infuriating, especially because like he started so many he started so many arguments with both me and people who watch my videos without any self-awareness that most of the reason why they ballooned into what they did is because he kept egging it on. And then he had the fucking balls to tell me that that I'm the one egging on. It's like, or no, he said you don't have to respond. It's like, people think this is a good argument. People really, really think that you don't have to respond is a good rebuttal. It's like, I'm sorry, why do you comment things if you don't want me to respond to them? Or at least see them? Like, I can see all the comments, and I'm under obligation to respond to exactly who I want to respond to at any opportunity. But people think that if you respond to it, it makes... If I was conservative, would have gotten... Yeah, so today's... I think if anything's clear, you should know after today's stream that I am the furthest thing from a conservative. That's the furthest thing from what I am. That is... I mean... Not... I don't plan on making the stream political, but I think if you should make one thing clear, stuff from our earlier conversation, that is so far away from who I am that's not even close. You originally laughed off the ending of Beat Like a Maniac because you couldn't take it seriously anymore. You wrote it off as alright. Hearing my comments over the course of the final chapter made you realize that you should take it seriously because it realized break everything and you need to keep that in mind. I'm talking about the quality. Yeah, I think that there's definitely people who watch my series and were like, hey, I didn't notice this stuff before. Now I see the problems. Thank you for pointing this out to me. And that's kind of that's good to see. It's like it's good to see people listen to arguments and, like, change their minds on the subject, or respectfully disagree with the arguments and then we can talk about it. But, nope, that's not what happens. It's like, you prefer to respond to your arguments? Yeah, like, why? Wouldn't you prefer to have a conversation about this stuff? What is the fun in everyone just saying things in a comment section? Like, where does just, like, what? We can't talk, we can't have a conversation about this stuff, because it's just gonna result in, you say a thing, and then I say, well, that's your opinion, but my opinion is this, and then they say, good opinions here today, that was a good conversation, let's go home now. It's like, what? Where's the fun in that? There's no fun, You know someone who stopped watching my channel because they criticized V3? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry I came after the sacred cow known as V3, but yeah, I don't hold back.
What can we do to keep the Covenant out?
The thing is, like, I know every time I criticize something, I'm sure I lose subscribers because of it. I'm sure that, like, when I criticize Paul Justice, Professor Layton, Zero Escape, Danganronpa, I'm sure I lost subscribers because of it. But I mean, if someone's willing to unsubscribe from me just because I said something bad about their sacred cow, I don't know that I would want to deal with that anyway. When you were watching the ending of V3, they said everything you were thinking about the game. They said I actually argued with them in Chapter 1 trial video. Oh, then I think I know who it was. Was it Fire Phantom? Because I did notice that person stopped commenting on my videos after I talked with him about V. He was trying to argue about how science works. And I'm like, you realize this is how science works, right? And how, like, they should have figured out that this is the mastermind before then. And we argued about it, and then, because he had previously been somebody who was very respectful with me. Like, I had very respectful comments with him in the past. But the second that we talked about V3, he just stopped. You think so? Yes? Yeah, I think, yeah, okay. So in that case, that is who it is. Because, like, I had very respectful comments with him in the past, and chats with him about stuff. The problem is that, like, I criticized V3, and suddenly, because previously the idea was we're allowed to disagree on stuff, but as soon as I came after V3, that wasn't allowed anymore. So it's like, it's almost like your standard is determined by what games you like and don't like, and not actually a standard of let's just talk about this game and see what conclusion we come to. He also said that Ghostbusters, Star Trek, and several other franchises can go downhill. That's someone else. That was someone else. We're talking about different people here. The one I'm talking about was someone who was watching my Danganronpa series, and he actually, interestingly enough, he wanted to, so he was watching my Danganronpa 2 LP, and then he told me in the comments that he stopped watching it because he wanted to play Danganronpa 2 for himself. Like, watching my LP actually convinced him to play the game for himself, and then so he played it and then caught back up with the LP. So, like, he was very respectful and kind in previous comments, but the second I opened my mouth about V3's Chapter 1 being terrible, it apparently broke the deal for him, which is unfortunate, but, you know, it just makes me wonder what the standard actually was. If all it took to break that bond, or I say bond, if all it took to break that conversation thing was literally just me criticizing V3, it makes you wonder how intact that standard actually was. Ow. Yeah, D. Vader also, he commented on my my teaser video for how Toy Story 4 for Everything, where it's basically, it was called It's Time, and it was just a picture of Four-Face. It was called that, and he was like, nah, franchises haven't gone downhill since then. I'm like, okay. Because you spoiled him? Well, no, because he had already beaten the game. Like, the guy I was talking about, he already beat V3 before when we were talking about it. Because we wouldn't have been able to discuss the Mastermind twist if he hadn't beaten it already. So it wasn't that. It was just learn from mistakes. I think return was fine after the encounter. I've seen him in comments since then. I don't have any negative feelings towards him at all. The thing is, even people I disagree with in comments, there's only really one person I've ever butt heads with. There's only really one person I've ever butt heads with in comments where I actually, like, have negative feelings towards them. But by and large, even if I disagree with someone, I don't think you're an awful person. It takes, like, you have to be really condescending and rude and hypocritical for me to think that. So I don't really hold any ill will toward people who disagree with me in comments. See, a few recurring people in the comments who are awful. there's always some people who will try to spoil the bunch, but don't worry. I know you guys are out there. I know there's people who is one person. It's Serendipitous. It's the guy I talked about earlier, Serendipitous. I haven't seen him in a long time, probably for good reason. So, yeah, he was like, he had the biggest hate boner for me. I don't know what his problem was, but he kept persisting, and eventually it's just, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while. Like, I haven't seen him in the comments in a while, so there's something, I suppose. But yeah, don't worry. I've seen the comments out there that are less than desirable, but I've also seen a lot of good comments, and except for the V3 LP, the good comments always outweigh the bad. So I know you guys are out there. I know you guys are out there, and you're always supportive. So, and even when we disagree, we're civil about it. So I know you guys are out there, and I appreciate it. What video was he on? Ace Attorney. His first. Oh, so his first comment that he made to me was, so characters changing is assassination to you now? I bet you hated Luke in The Last Jedi too. I'm like, I don't care about Star Wars, first of all. But also, that's complete whataboutism. It's like, so even if I said yes to that question, what would that change? That would not change anything about us talking about Phoenix's character assassination. But I think some people only know whataboutism and nothing else. But he started on the ranking video. Then I saw him on the Trigger, and then I saw him on my Henry Stickmin series. Then I saw him on some of my Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc series. Then I saw him on Danganronpa 2, Sunshine, and then V3 was like, I think he told me to actually cope, because I was criticizing V3 and he told me cope because I criticized the game. And people like him, because there was someone else in my Toy Story 4 series that said something like, you deserve this for letting a movie make you feel, for getting this upset over a movie. It's like, kindly piss off, please. Yeah, it was an ordeal. The antagonist in the Trevor Magic Cinematic Universe. I don't know. The difference in change, yeah, there's a difference when you're criticizing Miyu. Oh, is that what it was? That's what it was. There's a difference in change and acting out of character. Yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely a change, and it's just like, but people don't know the difference. Some people think that character assassination isn't well, they claim that it's not a thing, that it's not them being assassinated, it's just them changing, but I guarantee, but they don't believe that. It'd be so easy to break that principle. I know they don't believe that. It's just frustrating to deal with. Because it's not, they wouldn't uphold that. They wouldn't uphold that belief at all. They really wouldn't. But yeah, characters can change without being assassinated. Because, for instance, Woody at the end of Toy Story 3 is not the same Woody at the end of Toy Story, at the beginning of Toy Story 1. But we saw that growth, we saw that change, and it makes sense for his character. We didn't see that growth or change with Woody in Toy Story 4. His growth and change is directly contradicted by both the movie itself and all previous entries in the series. Two completely different things. And Phoenix is a whole other story in terms of blatant character assassination. And I wasted all of those grenades. Look at all those grenades I wasted. Still got them though. What changes is if you don't like The Last Jedi, they can associate me with Mauler, who they think to be a conservative bigot, despite all the evidence against it, so they can ignore what you say. Yeah, what happens a lot is if ever someone disagrees with you, they look for something and they can't counter you. They immediately look for something they can use as a scapegoat. Like, for instance, when I criticized Apex Legends to my friends, they didn't respond to my arguments. They just said, what version did you play on? And I said Xbox. They said, oh, well, that's why. Because you played on Xbox. It's like, okay, so maybe my performance is worse, but the core gameplay mechanics are all the same. So that doesn't work as an excuse. But people will look for whatever scapegoat they possibly can. They'll look for literally any scapegoat they possibly can to try to get out of an argument with people. Because they can't counter. They can't counter what you actually say, so they look for some kind of scapegoat to lump you into a category of people. It's such bullshit. Nobody's allowed to criticize V3. You're right. It's the sacred cow you can't criticize. If you criticize V3, you're the big bad, and you're wrong because it's a genius ending or whatever bullshit. So, yeah, I stand by my criticisms of that game, and so I don't like Apex Legends. I didn't like it when I played it in 2018. I think 20. I played it in early 2019. I didn't like it then. I'm sure it's changed since then. Maybe it's gotten better, but there were a lot of the core mechanics were not working all that well in terms of. I wrote a list a long time ago. The list has been lost to memory, but I could find it again. It wouldn't be that hard to find it again. But I had a long, comprehensive list of problems with Apex Legends. I'd be interested to see if any of those got fixed since I last played it, though. What they did to Luke in Last Jedi was character assassination, and when they tried to explain the Rise of Skywalker, it got worse. So I don't actually know, like, I'm not passionate enough about Star Wars to be able to give a comprehensive analysis on what characters were assassinated there. I'm willing to take your word for it because I'm sure you know Star Wars better than I do, because I'm not a Star Wars fan. I'm not passionate enough about it. But what I did notice is that I found it very humorous to watch Rise of Skywalker basically go out of its way to directly shit all over The Last Jedi, like, deliberately. Like, they weren't even trying to hide it. It was very clearly trying to be like, hey, Rian Johnson, screw you for messing up the setups I had in Force Awakens. And again, I'm not even a fan of any Star Wars movies, so I'm not coming at this from the perspective of someone who is pissed off about one particular type of sequel. I just don't like any of them. I'm not a fan of any of them, but I did notice the blatant, like, that was Apollo Justice levels of blatant. So, like, Spirit of Justice is like, hey, remember in Apollo Justice when Emma was like a miserable screw-up who couldn't do anything right? Yeah, well, not anymore. Now she's awesome again. And it was like a blatant fuck you to the people who wrote Apollo Justice. Yeah, well, Rise of Skywalker felt like the same thing, but to Rian Johnson's Last Jedi instead. It had very similar vibes to that when I watched that. During Grace Attorney Chronicles, I made a comment about Shakespeare being overrated. Personally, never read in Shakespeare's works, what makes it bad. I'd need to read them again to give a proper analysis. But I just think that the stories get more credit than they deserve because they're considered to be classics of their time. I'm sure that in their time they were very good. I just think that there's, again, I need to give them a proper analysis to read them again to give a proper analysis. But I just don't think they. Oh crap! Checkpoint. I just don't think they actually. I don't think they're as great as people say they are. And I'm also annoyed by. I'm annoyed by people who say that he's like the greatest literary mastermind of all time. It's like, okay, maybe back then he was, but we've come a long way since then. So again, don't take my. I mean, until I give proper evidence, maybe you can take it with a grain of salt, because maybe I just don't see the light. Maybe they are masterpieces, but I'm getting tired of the school system's obsession with always studying Shakespeare all the goddamn time. It's like, maybe how about we do anything else? How about we cover any other work of literature from anybody else on this planet? Who was the guy you responded with, if Woody killed Andy and Cannabis kids, it'd be fine because he's older now? That was D. Vader. That was the guy who said that, that was the guy in the comments of my Toy Story 4 teaser video called It's Time, where he was talking about how the incinerator... Sorry, he was talking about how the movies haven't gotten considerably worse over time, which is just wrong. He also said that Jesse wasn't assassinated because it takes more than one event to overcome a fear, which is like, okay, they definitively showed in Toy Story Terror that she overcame her fear. But, okay, whatever you say. Whatever makes you sleep better at night. So yeah, I've never liked Shakespeare. I think it's very overrated and not anything spectacular. It could almost be just I'm just sick of reading Shakespeare plays, having read it in high school so goddamn much. It could be that, but I'm just sick of it.
I'm standing right here.
Alright, hold still, Elite. I got you this time. I almost got you last time. We traded last time. I got him and then he got me. Oh no. Problem. Oh, you don't say, Marine. They're engaging, huh? Never would've guessed that. Where'd you go? Oh, behind the box. Get out from behind that box, Elite. Thank you. That worked. Did not know that. Okay, so I didn't know that you could actually use frag grenades to break up boxes like that. I threw the grenade to try to get him out of cover. I didn't know that was gonna break the box, like to split up the boxes, but you know that worked. I'll take it. You remember the people fixing on me not liking Phoenix's new suit and somehow using that as a reason my arguments are invalid. Yeah, that's what I mean. People will find the smallest possible things. People will find the smallest things to pick on and make that your whole argument. Like, that was like a 1-second comment that had nothing to do with my actual substantive arguments about why Phoenix was assassinated and why, and all that. But people were like, oh, you don't like his new suit? Nitpicker. It's like, okay, great. So, that's a nitpick. Cool. What about the rest of the arguments? What about literally everything else I said after that point? You gonna comment on that? Because I seriously doubt it. Seriously doubt it. I don't think everyone's really... I don't think it is either. I think it's very simplistic. But again, it could just be a product of its time where it's like it was revolutionary back in the day, but now it's showing its age now. It could be a thing like that. I don't know. Ow, I got dunked on. What was that comment in? The one we were talking about with Woody killing his friends and all that, that would be on the Toy Story 4 video. No, sorry, that's a stupid answer. It's on the one called It's Time, where I'm like, I announced the release date for the first part of my Toy Story 4 series. It's on that one. That's the wrong kind of grenade. That's the wrong kind of grenade. What am I doing? I think it's the longest comment thread in that, video. If you're talking about the one where they said you're fixing on his new suit, then it's in the first episode of Dual Destinies. I don't know which one you're referring to. But yeah, the defenses for Phoenix assassination and the leaps that people went to were unlike anything else I've ever seen. Gotcha, okay. Hiding in here now. And you don't see me coming. Now you do! Oh god. Mistakes. Mistakes have been made today. I've made many mistakes. Mistakes have been made. I got him, we're fine. It's all good. I don't know how, but I got him. Alright, do I want the beam rifle or not?
Cortana, door controls?
Yes. Let's see if I can make this work.
Tilson's inside the door over there.
Remember the giant comment thread in the VT Chapter 1 discussion? Oh my god, that was so much pain. My V3 LP was so painful. I mean, it died off a bit once I got to Chapter 2, but Chapter 1, those first 7 episodes were just painful. Like, even in Episode 1, even just in Episode, because in Episode 1, first like 3 or 4 episodes, I was more positive than negative. I actually praised some things, believe it or not. But all people said was, man, do you even like these games anymore? You sound so jaded and negative and you hate everything. It's like, did you even watch this goddamn video where I praised several things? Please, help me out here. Throw me a bone. Danganronpa fans do not know how to argue at all. Oh, trust me, I've noticed. They cognitive capabilities were sorry, that's rude. Logical argumentation is not something that jives well with them, from what I can tell. Cautiously optimistic, that's a good way to put it. I was cautiously optimistic. I wanted to like it, but I did not think, I had reasons to think it wouldn't be good, but I still wanted to like it. But then once the chapter logic, once the logic of the chapter got underway and the twist got revealed, all bets were off at that point. I'm quite positive in the first episode. I was a bit burned out on the series, that's all. I was a bit burned out on the series, but I was still very positive and upbeat throughout those first 3 episodes. Like, I had nothing but positive, except for the garbage controls in that stupid 2D minigame in the tunnel of doom or whatever bullshit that was. Except for that, I had basically nothing but unanimous praise for it. If you ever need evidence, just look at, if you ever need evidence that Danganronpa fans don't know how to argue, just read the comments of my V3 LP. You'll get an answer you'll figure it out pretty quickly. Most of the characters in Danganronpa can't argue this. Yeah, so I think it's indicative of the actual quality of Danganronpa. Like, I think there's a correlation between Danganronpa having to handhold the player, and the correlation between that and the lack of argumentative capabilities from the from the people who play them. Like, one of my biggest gameplay criticisms of Danganronpa is just the utter lack of faith in the player's intelligence. But now that I've actually talked with Danganronpa fanboys, I'm like, you know? Maybe there's a reason this game is so hand-holdy. I think they saw me lash out on some of the characters and their brain was like automatically thinking I don't like the game. Best explain, I don't know. I don't really think it was that negative, though. Like, I know I hated Miyu within the first 5 seconds of meeting her, and I know I hated Kokichi within the first 5 seconds of meeting him, but I think, because even then, I remember some people saying, I remember specifically saying, Kokichi's a little turd goblin, and you will hate him, so I don't think it was that. I was very, because, like, maybe it's on me for not distinguishing between them, but there's a difference between me criticizing something and just yelling at a character. So, like, in Trials and Tribulations, when I'm yelling at Godot, being like, just get a sledgehammer and bash it open, get a bulldozer and ram through the gate, I don't know, do something, do anything other than what you're doing, because what you're doing right now is jack shit. Like, that sounds like I'm getting angry, but I'm just kind of enthusiastically getting into the game and, like, getting into the story. So, maybe it's on me for not distinguishing between that and a proper criticism, but, just because I get loud doesn't mean I'm oh god, screen shake. Just because I'm loud doesn't mean I'm angry about it. So, like, I can get enthusiastic and loud and really get into something without properly criticizing it. So, like, I may have yelled at some of the characters for stupid things they did or whatever, but that didn't mean I really hated the game. So, maybe it's on me for not distinguishing between those two mindsets, but there is a difference. Monocubs were absolutely garbage. Oh my god, I hated those stupid... I skipped all their dialogue because they're just so shit. They're just so bad. They're so absolutely awful. I hate those stupid Monocubs. Also, I'm probably dead. Yeah. Monocubs were just the absolute worst thing ever. You didn't see my whole LP of V3, but you have to ask, did I ever experience a weird visual effect where line of text was unfocused and blurry? No, never experienced that. The only technical glitch I encountered was the bullshit optimization, where it takes fucking forever to load in the goddamn virtual world. During the class trial, where they load in the virtual world, and it takes 30 light years to do it, instead of just, like, showing a screenshot and cutting back. Even the creator said if you skip the Monica scenes, you miss nothing, you're supposed to add them. Yeah, and that's kind of why, because I saw that comment, and I just kind of, like, well, if that's true, then why would I not skip them? If the creators admitted that they're literally not, they don't add anything to the story, then why would I bother reading any of their dialogue? So annoying. Understatement of the century. We can all agree Monica some of the worst characters, right? If you can call them characters, then yes. We can absolutely say that they're the worst ever created. But the problem is, I don't know if even calling them, I think even calling them characters is giving them a bit too much credit. So, you know, there's that, I suppose. Who's still alive? You? Goodbye. Grenade. Oh, that's an elite problem. Gotcha. Oh my god, that needle, no. I'm dead. Too many things, Yep, god damn it. One of the Monocubs disappeared during animation in the LP. Oh, that might have happened. I didn't notice it if it did happen, but I just did, you know. I also don't really, like, pay attention to that stuff. Because I'm more focused on the story itself, so often, like, for a good example of Sonic Colors Ultimate LP, for instance, you mentioned a lot of things in the comments I just didn't notice when I was playing. A lot of, like, pop-in and stuff like that. I just don't notice that stuff because I'm not really focused on it while I'm playing. So I don't really look for that kind of stuff. But, like, load times are something that you can't not notice that. Because it's like, you're forced to wait for it, so it's a bit of a different thing there. Yeah, but unless it's really egregious, I'm not super interested, I don't look that hard for that kind of technical stuff, because I'm more focused on the story and characters, of which were shit in V3, so, you know, didn't really need any help from the technical side in order to make it even worse. Like, it was already complete shit, didn't really need any more help from the technical side. Okay, so this part's giving me problems. So if I can meet you as you come in. Grenade. Oh, I think I missed that grenade. Oh, a little bit of lag there. Is he dead? Did I get him? I did not get him. I didn't get him. Now I got him. More. God damn it. There's so many things. I'm out of ammo. Out of ammo. Problem. Oh, wow. I have no ammo for literally anything. Give me something. Fine, I'll use this. Please. Thank you. Yeah, the last of them and the last of my ammo. Oh wait, carbine? I'll take that. Where's the carbine? Give me this. I have no ammo left. You hated how much Psych Taxi was used in Trials when it first got annoying. Psych Taxi is probably the one I had the least amount of problems with, all things considered. Like, I really... Danganronpa minigames don't have the best track record, but Psych Taxi was fine. I don't think it was great, but, you know, comparatively to all the other ones, it was fine, I guess. If you remember, I fucking hate Logic Dive, because it didn't fucking work. The stupid snowboarding character would fall through the goddamn planet. Like, I'd just be skating along, minding my own business, and then all of a sudden it just falls through the geometry of the level. It's like, this is actually broken. Like, this level is actually broken. I'm falling through the geometry of the level. This is not good. This is very bad, actually. You only find Logic Dive fun because I see why you hate it. Yeah, I hate it because I kept falling through the fucking floor. Maybe if I didn't fall through the floor, I might have liked it. Honestly, maybe I would have. Maybe if I didn't fall through the floor, I honestly might have liked Logic Dive. Problem is that I did fall through the floor. So, you know, that kind of nuked my chance of enjoying that. But if you enjoy Logic Dive and you didn't fall through the floor, I am happy to hear that you got lucky with that in that regard, because I fell through the floor so much. So much. I fell through it so... It happened, like, one time, I can forgive that, you know. One time, yeah, it's a mistake, it's whatever, I can forgive that. But, like, it happened, like, 10 times throughout the game. It's absurd how many times it happened. Actually ridiculous. Also, check this out. Among Us style, I can vent them out the airlock. Bye! See you later, friends. Anyone else want to get vented? Oh, want me to do it again? Check this out. Vent. Goodbye. See you later. Oh, and the rhythm minigame is just awful. That rhythm minigame is just the worst thing in the world. Like, actually, because my input, you could hear me pushing the goddamn, like, you could hear me in the video pushing the button like this. But it wasn't doing anything. So it's like, why is the button there if it's not actually going to respond to my inputs? No, wait, more. No! I couldn't vent you in time. Fine, you die the old-fashioned way then. Want him V3 or 2? They're both really bad. I think 2. V3 made it a little bit better, but not by much. I think V3 still, I think 2's is worse. 2 just didn't respond to my inputs at all. But I still don't think, like, that's not to say V3's is great, but I'm stuck, damn it. It's comparatively slightly better, I guess. It isn't called Logic Dive for nothing. You can Logic Dive through the floor. Yeah, because the Logic takes a dive in that minigame. That's why it's called Logic Dive. Goodbye. See you later. Alright, pop you in. I'll load up on ammo. DMR. What do I want? What do I want? I choose you. And am I good? I think I'm good. Actually, no, I'll take this rifle just to be safe. Love the closing arguments. I can see why someone would find them appealing, but the thing is, at that point, I already, like, knew everything, so I just, like, whenever the closing arguments came on, I just put on auto mode, and I just, like, I just either check my schedule or message a friend or something. Like, I wasn't watching the screen anymore because I already knew, except for the first closing argument in the first game because I just wanted to see what it was, and the one in V3 for Chapter 1 because I wanted to see how the hell they try to explain that shit. But for the most part, I'm like, well, I already know all this, so I'm just gonna tune out and let the thing play out because I guess the art style's cool, but I never got any use out of them, I guess, because, like, it seems to be there to recap people who kind of want to recap, but I already, like, I could have made the closing argument before I went to the trial for the most part, so, you know, it's frustrating. What are my thoughts on Among Us? I hate it. I hate it a lot, actually. Is that a sword? Did he pull out a sword? Sword! We're fine. Like, I just did this while you tell me. Yeah, basically. It gives out the vibe of, I just did all this. Do you need to tell me again? Because, like, I already did all this stuff. But yeah, I think Among Us is fundamentally a poor game in terms of its actual mechanics. But putting that aside, the player base is atrocious, and I hate it. And the problem is that its player base defines its gameplay, because you can't play the game by yourself. You have to play the game with people. That is why are there so many things here. So your success and your fun is determined by the people you play with. The problem is that I've only ever played that game with people who aren't idiots once, and it was with Forget 45's college group this January. That was actually kind of a fun time. But most of the people who play that game are just the worst. Like, they don't know how logical arguments work. They accuse you based on the most random of garbage. They don't actually try to figure things out. And when they do, they go hyper-competitive and try to look for the smallest thing. It's just, I don't like it. I hate it. And I think it's gotten even worse than its initial inception. Ever since they introduced the scroll wheel, or like whatever the stupid wheel thing is for picking dialogue options in text chat, the new map is awful. The increased player count makes things more confusing. I don't like Among Us at all. I really don't like it. I get that's like a nuclear take, because everyone thinks it's the best thing in the world, but I really think Among Us is just awful. There's a group on Among Us who vote out players using the black or brown skin because, yeah, well, I can... it doesn't take a lot of rocket science to figure out why that would happen. Thankfully, I'll say this, for all the people I played with, none of them... like, they were all just stupid. They weren't malicious or racist or anything. They were all just stupid. But I don't deny, because I've seen people outside the people I've played the game with, just being on the internet. I've seen the player base, and yeah, doesn't take a whole lot of rocket science to figure out what would happen there. That is like, why did you do that? You dropped, okay, this little twit dropped off the Wraith directly in front of me. You, take that. Stupid Wraith. Anyway, doesn't take a whole lot of rocket science to figure out why that would happen, based on that community and that player base. So, it sucks to see, but I'm sad to say that I'm not surprised that that happened. That's awful, yeah. You just find it cool how they present the entire case in the comic book style? Yeah, I guess that's kind of cool, but again, it's like I already know how the case played out, so I just don't feel a need to watch it for the most part. I will say though, I did find the... Oh, this checkpoint's actually really good. Okay, I like this checkpoint. I did find the actual mechanic of the minigame implemented, like the way it was implemented in V3, where you can unlock certain things at a time. I think the implementation of the actual gameplay style of it was at its best in V3. You were talking about the minigame part. You find it fun, it's great music. I found it fun in V3. I didn't find it fun in Trigger Happy Havoc or Danganronpa 2, but V3, I kind of had fun with it a little bit. It was definitely the best implementation of that mechanic. Art style, I'm fine with someone finding the art style enjoyable. Music, I can't get enjoyment out of V3, out of Danganronpa music anymore. It's all been ruined for me. Because I just feel pain when I hear Danganronpa music now. I only feel pain, so it's kind of been ruined for me, which sucks because there are some genuinely good tracks in there. It's just all been ruined. Not only that, it's all a television show plot point. Idiotic, most characters are idiots. What would happen if they don't figure out the code in the first case? It just ends. Unentertaining. Yeah, it's the whole the television. There's so many reasons as to why the television turning into a TV show just doesn't work, and they never should have done it. What is shooting me? I don't know what shot me there. They never should have made that choice. It broke the whole universe. But there's no fixing it now, unfortunately. There's no fixing it now. Thoughts on Rebuttal Showdown? Made better by V3, but that's not really saying much because it was really bad in Danganronpa 2. Oh god, Banshees. Who finds it actually entertaining to see people kill each other? The Danganronpa fanbase. Look no further than the Danganronpa fanbase. That's one thing. That's one thing about V3 that I'll say, is that given the fact that the Danganronpa fanbase exists, I guess I wouldn't put it past them. Would not put it past them. A lot of people. It's also worth noting, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I might be misremembering something from the dialogue, but I don't think we ever got any confirmation as to whether the people who actually watch the show think it's real or not. Like, it could be that the people who watch the show think it's all fake and that they think it's just actors and, like, your audition. If you want to be on the show, you're submitting to be, like you're auditioning to be on the show and, like, be an actor in it. It could be that, and that's why people are rooting for the show, as opposed to, like, actually thinking they kill each other in real life. Again, that could be wrong. I could be misremembering. I could be missing a line of dialogue. But I don't actually know either. Either way, I think, given how I've seen Danganronpa fans act, I wouldn't put it past the human race to... Well, I guess I just say, after seeing how human beings act in general, I wouldn't put it past them to possibly think that would be something. Is this checkpoint good or not? Okay, this checkpoint's very good. This checkpoint's very, very good. Gotta hide from the Banshees, though, after I take out this stupid ghost. Saying as someone whose favorite case is Danganronpa 2-1, well, I mean, I actually think that Danganronpa 2's first case is actually very good. Very clever setups and payoffs, for as weird, like, for as dumb as it is that Mikan's uncomfortable position is a setup for a payoff, it is a well-laid setup and payoff. Like, it does come back to the... It does pay off, for as weird as and creepy as it is. It does pay off. I have a much bigger problem with Danganronpa 2. I have a much bigger problem with Danganronpa 2. Sorry, Danganronpa 2-2. Because everything about the motivations and the way that all works, I got in a lot of trouble for saying that case was bad, but, like, those character motivations are just... I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that. And, of course, the whole masked killer trope thing again is just, ugh. Also, I still never understood the hypocrisy. So, remember when I baited Fear 45 into telling me whether Chiaki was an AI or not? People really liked it when I did that. Like, people really liked it when I baited, when I had an Ace Attorney moment and, like, baited the truth out of her. People really liked that for some reason. But when I did it with V3, when I did that with V3 and I got her to admit that Tsumigi was the mastermind, they didn't like that. No one liked that. People actually thought it was, like, they thought that was cheating when I did that. But they didn't think that with Chiaki's AI reveal. And I never understood the hypocrisy there. It's like, okay, so why is it okay... Why is it okay for me to do that for Chiaki being an AI, but not for Tsumigi being the mastermind? What's the difference between these two reveals that makes it okay for one but not the other? I don't get that at all. I'd always thought whenever Rebel Shutdown started. In the second game, yes, but V3 made it significantly better. Your biggest what the fuck was happening was when Peiko take a shit with plot point. Yeah, it's... There's so many... There's so many just plot points throughout this Danganronpa series. It's like, why is that a plot point? Why is this a plot point that you want to commit to? Why is this your payoff? Why is this your setup and payoff here? Oh god. Friggin' genius doing that, by the way. I don't think I wouldn't call myself a genius for that. Like, cause you have no reason to suspect your friend. You have no reason to suspect that your friend would lie to you in that regard. Like, it's not... It's not like I outsmarted some legendary... I mean, so, before I say what I'm gonna say, just so I'm clear, Forget 45 is very smart. She's a very smart person, and she... Like, one of the things that okay, hold on, let me not die here first. One of the things I love about her is that she has a very, very good head on her shoulders. She's very, very competent and capable. So... So, don't misconstrue this as me dissing her, because oh, Banshee, please no. Banshee, no. Banshee, no. Banshee, God. Ah, Banshees. So she's a very capable person. That said, she obviously, like, she had no reason to suspect that I would be lying to her about how far I got into the game. So I don't blame her. Like, it's not like I outsmarted some legendary attorney who was in full-on prosecution mode, I just, like, lulled someone into a false sense of confidence. It wasn't some genius move on my part by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm glad that people were able to, I'm glad that people found it entertaining. But, like, what I always wonder is, like, okay, so why is it okay for me to do this for Chiaki, but not for Tsumugi? I wonder what the difference is. The moment where I figured out where Team Danganronpa is, your jaw dropped. That was just the result of me just thinking about all of it. And just like, oh god, they're actually doing this, aren't they? Any info from the Ace Attorney line? Also that, yeah, that and the whole thing about Professor Layton and Pokemon, those lines just made me want to die.
Cortana, see if you can raise Tilson. Get me a status on the rest of the station.
I can't believe you did that.
Like, I didn't want to believe it. I had suspicions that something was, because the whole TV show thing I had suspicions about because they weren't exactly subtle about it in the first, case.
Tilson. Sandra Kay. Female, 51 years of age. Doctor of
How old am I? I think I've answered that before, haven't I? I'm a college student right now. Haven't I answered that before?
Stable on 350 level. B deck.
Thank you, Cortana.
Anyway, what's it? Like, I didn't just thinking about the whole thing and just because I didn't what's it? The thing with Team Danganronpa wasn't something I could have figured out if it weren't for the Danganronpa Decadence reveal. Because the only reason I even knew there was something fishy going on was the fact that the Team Danganronpa logo wasn't in that trailer. So I knew there had to be a reason for the contradiction, and then once I started thinking about, well, assume this is true, why, through what sort, like literally Ace Attorney reasoning, through what situation would it make sense for this to be, for this team to exist in V3 but not be listed on the Danganronpa Decadence trailer? And once I assumed that to be true, then I kind of got to thinking about, I realized what it would consist of. Also, this scene, horrifying. I said I am a day older than I was yesterday. Yeah, that was what I said in my 3K subscriber video, but I've since just said the general answer of I'm a college student right now. There's a camera in the wait. Why are we talking about this? I wasn't paying attention to chat during that last battle. Why are we talking about what Sonya did in that? Why are we? Oh God, I don't know how we got here, but can we reverse into a different direction? Wait, does someone not know that? Weren't they pretty explicit with what she was doing in the end of Danganronpa 2?
I monitored the data pulse.
I guess not. Okay, let's back up and try to reverse into a different direction, shall we?
What was left of them?
We need to move.
These people are gone.
And more will follow if the Didact reaches Earth.
They'll pair you with another AI. Maybe even another Cortana model if Halsey lets them.
That's not going to happen.
It won't be me. You know that, right?
So, that line right there, they'll pair you with another AI, maybe even another Cortana model if Halsey lets them. I'm very interested to see what happens in Halo Infinite. Because we've seen from the trailers, and I kind of talked about this when we first saw the trailer back in June on Twitch. That actually comes to, because I knew So in the book Halo Shadows of Reach, which is like the prequel book to bridge the gap between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, they talk about the mission is get to Reach and get 3 clones of Halsey's brain. Because for those who don't know, Cortana as an AI is generated from a matrix of Dr. Halsey's brain. So they used a matrix of her brain to make Cortana. And it's the same, so my thought process was, oh, so if they're going back to Reach to get the 3 clones of Halsey's brain, then they're gonna use those to make a new AI to fight Cortana. And I was absolutely correct, because it was revealed in the trailer this summer that the plot of Halo Infinite starts off with they make a new Cortana model to try to fight the old Cortana that turned evil. Which gives me hope for the story, because that ties in brilliantly with that line right there where Cortana says they'll pair you with another AI, maybe even another Cortana model of Halsey Lesson, because she looks exactly like Cortana, because she's also made from Dr. Halsey's brain, and she's voiced by Jen Taylor as well. Now on that note, someone asked, how do they make her evil? She seems amazing here. Oh, you'll see. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. It's a shit show. But you'll see on Saturday. I'll stream Halo 5 on Saturday, and you'll see. You'll see how they butcher her character. Sonya is really just a boring love interest for Gundam. Do you mean Fuyuhiko?
He's on the move again.
Because Fuyuhiko's the one who has a massive crush on her, not Gundam.
No.
Tanaka's in love with his animals. Fuyuhiko's the one who, who's head over heels in love for her. Do you think that they will reverse the old Cortana? I think they have to. I think that by the end of the game, it's going to be... So, I don't think it's... Because it's very clearly... They're very clearly still Kazuichi... Oh, sorry, I said the wrong... Yeah, Kazuichi, sorry, I said the wrong name. Yeah, Kazuichi. That's the one. Yeah, sorry. So I said the wrong name. Kazuichi's the one who has the massive crush on her. Sonya has a crush on Gundam? Oh? That's news to me, given how they interact in... Given how Sonya interacts with Fuyuhiko... Or, sorry, I said the wrong name again. Given how Sonya interacts with Kazuichi at the end of, Danganronpa 3, I find that interesting. Yeah, so to go back to Cortana, I think they're gonna have to... So, they can't just revert her... Like, they can't Ace Attorney style revert her back, because they're clearly still... They're committing to the idea of Cortana being the villain and having control of the Guardians, because they've shown her in the trailers, and, like, the plot of it is, like, the inciting incident is something happened on Zeta Halo. Something happened on the Zeta Halo ring that... Because, like, basically the end of Halo 5 is Cortana has a Halo ring, spoilers, and then that Halo ring is revealed to be Zeta Halo. So Halo Infinite starts off with the aftermath of the battle on Zeta Halo, where something happened. We don't know what happened, but something happened that cast Chief out into outer space, and Cortana, as far as we are concerned, has been deleted. Now, I don't buy that shit for a second, because I don't think they're just gonna literally delete her from the story. And they've also said that, the thing is, like, the story is, what happened to Cortana? The answer is somewhere on Zeta Halo. So somewhere on Zeta Halo is an answer to the answer to the question of what happened to Cortana. And the question being, did she die trying to reform herself? Was it all an elaborate con? Is she helping the band? Is she still evil? Is she gonna return to the good side? Is she still alive and she's gonna have a redemption? Is she gonna die again? There's so many possibilities for what they can do to fix Cortana, and I'm honestly, at this point, I'm just curious to see what they're gonna do. There's so many, they have so many choices as to what they're gonna do to fix Cortana. I just want to know which one they choose. I really just want to know what they're gonna do, because I've waited that's the peak of my investment has always been the relationship between Master Chief and Cortana. That's always been the peak of my investment in the characters of this world. And I want to see them get their resolution, because it ended beautifully in Halo 4, and you're gonna see that in about an hour. And then Halo 5 ruined it, so I hope Infinite needs to bring them back. Infinite needs to bring them back. It needs to fix their relationship, because it was broken, potentially beyond repair in Halo 5. So I really, really hope that they fix it for Halo Infinite. but I don't think they're just going to straight up revert her back Ace Attorney style, like Dual Destiny style. I don't think they're going to revert her back. I feared that they would, but I don't think that anymore. We'll see, though. Remains to be seen is the thing. We have to wait till December 8th to know for ourselves. Fortunately, though, it's just over 1 week away. It's like a week and a half away, and then I'm gonna get to play for the first time, which is very exciting. Level reminds you of Lego Star Wars Death Star level. I can see that. Flying the fighter ship. I almost call it a TIE fighter. I don't even know if that's what it's called. I don't know what the name of that ship is that Luke flies. Is it called an X-Wing, I think? I don't know. I don't know Star Wars. I don't know Star Wars stuff. Don't close! Thank you. But yeah, it definitely very reminiscent. Because this is essentially the Halo equivalent of a Death Star. Like, this thing that the dialect has is essentially... It's like it's gonna destroy Earth if we don't stop it. So, which, by the way, this fucking shot is beautiful. Halo 4 is such a goddamn beautiful video game, Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's definitely very reminiscent of, Oh, Return of the Jedi one? Oh, okay, yeah, I guess that actually does make more sense. That makes more sense, yeah, right, because that one's... That architecture is more reminiscent of the composer's architecture than the one from... than the Tretch run from New Hope. Yeah, you're right, it does... By the way, LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga comes out next year. I am hoping that that game is good. When did Halo 4 come out? Halo 4 came out in 2012. I think it was November 6th of 2012. Actually, wait. Alexa, when did Halo 4 come out? Nailed it. November 6th, 2012. I don't know if you heard that, but she said November 6th, 2012, so I got the date right as well. Came out November 6th, 2012. And is that all of them? Are we good? We're going in, alright. You hope Halo Infinite's campaign is good for my sake? Me too, dude. Me too. I have waited 6 years for this game. It damn well better be good. I really... Because I don't know if my heart can take... After Danganronpa 3 and Toy Story 4 this year, I don't know if my heart can take the disappointment from the campaign being bad. Too hard for you to hear? Well, then I guess you'll have to take my word for it. She said that it released on November 6th of 2012. Which is actually kind of terrifying because that means that this game is almost 10 years old. Next year it's going to be Next year this game will be 10 years old. That's insane to think about. This is a 9-year-old game. Now, of course, it's enhanced slightly for PC, obviously, but fundamentally, it's still a 360 game that was made in 2012, and it looks this goddamn gorgeous. That's impressive. Holy shit, indeed. Yeah, time flies.
Plan B.
I didn't even think about that until just now, but like literally almost a decade has passed because I was there for the launch of this game. That's insane. That much time is fast. Time flies so goddamn fast. Oh, by the way, this is the last mission of the game. This is the final battle. So we're almost there. It's been about 5.5 hours. That's a pretty fast run of this game. I think I did this at a pretty decent pace compared to how long it could have taken me.
Keep scanning for the composer. We'll figure it out on
Sonic Unleashed came out 1 decade ago. Yeah, Sonic Unleashed also looks... I mean, I haven't played it recently, but I know that it does look very, very good. I'm actually kind of looking forward to playing that game again. Because I love the music, and I remembered enjoying the daytime stages of what I played. So, because I'm going to do my big Sonic arc, maybe not next year, but at least sometime in the future. Don't spawn in more! Damn it. So, I'm looking forward to playing Unleashed again when I finally do my Sonic arc. Time flies when you're having a good time. Yep, much in the same way that it does not feel like 10 years have passed since this game, it also doesn't feel like 5.5 hours have passed since I started the stream. It feels like this is just absolutely blitzed by. And also, like you just said, we can play with a good frame rate, because I've only ever played the game at 30 FPS. So I'm looking forward to... I should probably just boot it up just to see what it looks like at 60 FPS, just to... Not even to play a lot much of it, just to see what it feels like at 60 FPS. Because it's always run at 30... And it never got a PC port, which has always been confusing to me. It never got a PC port, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays at 60 FPS. Streams that feel long, what stream that was. Yeah, dude, that conversation with Brooks, that felt like it lasted 16 years. I'm not even kidding. Like, it felt like that lasted fucking forever. So when I checked the timer afterwards, it's like how long we spent on the conversation. To find that it was only like an hour and a half, I'm like, probably, I think it might have even less than an hour and a half. I'm like, literally how? Literally how did that only take an hour and a half? But I don't know how it took, I don't know how, but it didn't last. Also the Halo 2 stream. Halo 2 stream lasted 16 years as well. Let's not forget that. The Halo 2 stream was a nightmare. But yeah, that conversation with Brooks is just... Ugh. Runs max of the most of the time it was in the 20s. Yeah, and also, especially on the Wii version, I imagine, was probably the... Because I always had the 360 version, not the Wii version. But I know the Wii version was just like, a very neutered version of what the game could have been. Which is saying a lot because it already didn't run all that well on 360 and PS3 anyway. Time is as slow as a snail when you're miserable. Yes. Yes, it is. I'd even go further than that and say that it's slow as a snail on sleeping pills. Just double down on the lack of speed there. Which is a different game. Isn't it? It's the same stages though. Like it's the same general stage design, I think. Like I know they cut the hub worlds, but isn't the general? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, of course. But I was under the impression that the general stage design was the same. It was just the UI, like the UI's changed, the hub worlds are gone, and stuff like that. Pursued a man of 60. Really? Had a max of 60, but it ran worse than 360? Yeah, I was surprised to see that. I didn't actually... I thought it was also logged to 30. Was it level design? Huh. News to me. My understanding was always that it was the same levels or the same design, just different UI and different, like, they cut the hub world, so, news to me. Learn something new every day.
I detected an energy signature.
Why do the painful streams have to be longer? Because the length is what makes them painful. The fact, like, those streams lasted way longer. I mean, I knew the Halo 2 stream was going to last a long time because Halo 2 is the longest and most frustrating game in the series. But the Infinite stream, I mean, honestly, I was having a lot of fun with everyone up until the last hour and a half. It's a 360 PS. Oh, really? It's that drastic? Wow, I didn't know that. I really thought that it was mostly the same except for the lack of hub worlds and the UI difference. I did not know that it was... I didn't want to assassinate you. I didn't actually know it was that drastic. Yeah, I was having a lot of fun with everyone on the Infinite stream until the last 90 minutes. The last 90 minutes were pure pain. But beyond that, I had a lot of fun talking with everyone because that was such a... That stream will go down in history as one of the... Or at least history of my channel, I should say. As one of the most... As one of the craziest, most batshit insane streams ever. Because it was all over the goddamn place. We went from a somber beginning, talking about the future of the channel and the break I was going to take, to the completely unexpected, jaw-dropping reveal that the Halo Infinite multiplayer beta was out right then, in that moment. Like, available to play at that very moment. Is this checkpoint good? No, it's not. And then, that was followed up by like a few hours of just genuinely having a good time playing Infinite with friends and with people in chat. And then that was topped off by a Toy Story 4 debate of all fucking things in the universe, where I wanted to blow my brains out by the end of it. Like, I don't know how we got between all those points, but it was one hell of a stream. It was quite a roller coaster. Oh god, problems. Get me off this thing. That's not a thing I can drop down. Go! Okay, we're safe. Oh my god. Alright then. The Halo Infinite stream reminds you, turn out a blaze, it's fun until the end where it drags. Yeah, that's about a good summation. I imagine some people's favorite parts of that stream were the end where I just tore Brooks to pieces from his arguments. But it certainly wasn't my favorite part of that stream. That was the most painful part of that stream for me. We started the debate. Well... So, depends on how... So, Brooks brought up the topic of Toy Story 4 is a good movie. I said, no, it's not, and I can prove it. And then he said, oh, you can prove it. And then Joe tried to get us to stop because he doesn't like... Joe has this problem where he doesn't like people to talk about anything. And he tries to find this happy medium where it's like, you're right, but you're also right. He did that bullshit with me and Brooks. He's like, your thing relies on argument, or relies on guessing, and your argument relies on guessing. It's like, no, it doesn't, because I can literally prove to you from these short films that you play with Bonnie, you fucking idiot. Like, I fucking hate it when people try to take a neutral stance. It's like, no, don't don't just because you're afraid of pissing someone off. I don't give a shit. Don't take a bullshit neutral stance on something and try to make up a bullshit reason for why both people are right. Like, everyone's happy. I see both your perspectives. You're both right. Whee! It's like, no, shut the hell up, please. Ugh. That stream annoyed the hell out of me. So, I guess you could say either of us started the debate because he brought up the topic, but I pursued it further. And were it not for me, I don't think we would have talked about it. Because, well, actually, no. Were it not for you guys. Not to place blame on you guys. But I think if we were playing offline and I didn't have a chat there to kind of egg on the conversation, I don't know if I would have gotten them to agree with it. Because part of my reasoning for why I wanted to talk about it was because I said, I have a chat watching me right now that wants to hear us talk about this, so let's talk about this. So that was part of my reasoning for talking about it was the fact that, hey, people are watching me right now and they want to hear us talk about this. So let's talk about this. And then we did. And then it was painful. But neutral makes people mad at most. But yeah, usually. Just because I'm not, like, it's not like so to be clear, I never would have looked to Joe as someone who was like, hey Joe, I'm right, I'm correct, right? Like, I don't look, if two people are having a chat and there's a third person in the room, I don't look to the third person, I'm dead, god damn it. I don't look to the third person and be like, prove me right, please, like, back me up here, I'm right? Like, I don't do that, because that's pathetic. You should be able to support your own argumentation. You shouldn't have to look to someone else nearby to help prove your point. You should be able to stand on your own 2 feet in terms of argumentation. That said, if you're going to open your damn mouth, then you damn well better have something meaningful to say, and don't just say, are the shorts even canon? Or, I see both your perspectives. You're both relying on guesswork. So let's just play Infinite, shall we? It's like, no, please shut up. You're making me want to... Don't revive... No. Okay, we're good. He didn't revive him. We're safe. All's well with the world. I'll check chat in just a second. I just gotta get through this section, then I'll happily read chat again. Yeah, in conclusion, no one was happy with that. I mean, I guess you guys were, which is good, because it means you guys enjoyed our conversation. But of the 3 people that were in... okay. Of the 3 people involved in that conversation, it was painful for all of us. It was just pain. From start to finish. Hold steady, Watcher. It's fine for people to not want an artist to argue since they can get lead to both parties from the Saturn with not getting in with the argument. Well, so... I can understand the sentiment. However, if that's the case, then just say it. Just say, I'd rather us not argue about this. In which case, they would have told him, okay, you don't have to be here. And clearly he realized that, because eventually he just left. Like, once his computer crashed that last time, he just didn't come back. Because he realized it's like, well, if you aren't going to contribute meaningful to the discussion, and you don't want us to talk about this in the first place, then you shouldn't even be here at all. Just go do something else. Like, I didn't tell him to leave. I didn't tell Joe to leave and never come back. He did that of his own volition. Which is probably for the best anyway, but you get my point. Like, he could have just said, hey, I'd rather us not argue about this. But he doesn't do that. He tries to find a way to make everyone feel better to end it neutral. It's like, no, that's slimy bullshit. Don't try to find some bullshit neutral argumentation. Just say, I don't want to talk about this and leave. Like, it's that simple. Chris wants Romantic to go on an hour-long break. No. This stream's been going consistently for the past 5.5 hours. So, we're still going. We are still going strong, my friend. Do I want this? Yes.
I'm sorry. I can't control what my processes are doing.
People take neutral sides because they don't want violent arguments. Yeah, but like someone just mentioned, staying neutral makes things worse because it pisses off both people.
I'll try to move you to the composer again.
The Hail to stream around the end with the Joker, dude. That also pissed me off. Cause like I for the most part I was just trying to ignore it to be like, yeah, you're trying to piss me off. I'm not dealing with this. But what set me off where I just couldn't control it anymore was when he said that I played the game looking to get mad. It's like, okay, I understand your knowledge of YouTube consists of nothing more than people who only play games to get reactions out of it. But I play Halo 2 because I love Halo and I wanted to play through all the games again before Infinite came out. So yeah, that was not what happened there. But once he said that set me off, and there was no going back from that point. That really set me off. But reading what he was saying in chat just is like, oh god, does Brooks have an alt account? Like, what's going on here? So what I do in that situation, well, for the Joker one, I just kind of I said nothing for the most part, but the one that set me off was when he said the thing I just said, and then I just told him to fuck off, basically. And he eventually backed off, and he actually apologized in the comments of that stream afterwards, so I guess he learned from his mistakes, which is fine. Like, everyone makes mistakes. I don't hold any hard feelings against him, because, like, he did apologize, he came around in the end, unlike some other people, but whatever. It's weird that tends to happen only in Halo stream, the Eternity stream is quite fun. Well, I guess it's because in the Ace Attorney stream, well, I was gonna say most of the topic was on the game itself, but that's not even true, because we talked about a lot of stuff that wasn't the game, so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because there's less, because most people are here just for talking, as opposed to the game itself, so maybe that's part of it. Where'd you go? Didn't I also have a conversation with Neil on one of the streams? Yes, that was the end of the Halo 3 stream, and it was also painful. I didn't, that was also annoying. Because, like, he had the position that, he basically used every meme argument at once. He used, you tell me I can't have an opinion, I'm just joking, I was just pretending to be an idiot. Like, he used all the meme arguments, back to back. It was pathetic. It was embarrassing, actually. Then whenever we tried to counter him, he just deflected to something else.
I'll try to move you to the composer again.
If I see an argument, do I just let it happen? So there's a difference between an argument and a debate. And what was happening between me and Brooks was a debate. Like, we were actually talking about the mechanics of the movie and whether one of us was right or not. So when you say, do I let an argument happen, that's not what was happening there at all. The context in which you say, do I let an argument happen, is like watching, hey, two people in a relationship are fighting about something, so do you, and it starts to get heated and potentially could go violent. Do you step in and interfere? It's like, well, obviously if I see two people in the real world arguing about something, and like they're getting violent or something, and like it could escalate quickly, then I want to step in and try to prevent it from going overboard, because I've done that before, and I've done it before. But what happened there with the Toy Story 4 thing on the Infinite stream was a civil conversation over Discord playing Halo. There were no fists that were going to be thrown there. So there was nothing. The only thing that could have happened there was a resolution of the conversation. But Joe, for some reason, was like, actually, no. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to step in and try to end this early because I don't want to hear about it anymore. So, two different things. Nuclear take, my channel is good. Oh, well, how bold and brave of you to say such daring things. Yeah, like I've stepped in for real-world arguments about things that could quickly get violent. I've stepped in, but that wasn't what was happening there. What was happening there was two people civilly discussing, at least in the while Joe was still there, it was us civilly discussing Toy Story 4. So, sadly, not an adequate comparison. But I do understand the misunderstanding there. Hopefully that cleared it up. How could he say something so controversial yet so brave? Perfect meme to summarize it. And I think we're done. Yep, we're good. We cleared this all out. So I can find some light rifle ammo here sometime soon. So I am startlingly low. Give me this. And this. Alright, we're good. If he had basic empathy, he would have been melted. Yeah, basic empathy was not a thing that that he seemed to have on that particular day. Like, I'm sure, because I'm sure people have got enjoyment out of watching my rage on the Halo 2 stream. But what good did he think was going to come out of telling me that it's more fun to watch people get mad than watch? Because first of all, it's wrong. Like, it's just wrong anyway, because my most popular videos are the ones where, like, my Ace Attorney videos where I'm praising the hell out of them and really getting into the story and getting really positive about them, so he's just wrong anyway. But if you are getting enjoyment out of someone's rage, maybe don't tell them that. It seems like, you know, there's a time and a place kind of thing, and that was neither the time nor the place for that. Which he seemed to realize, because, like I said, he apologized in the end. How good am I at platformers? Depends on the platformer. So I guess it depends on how familiar I am with the movement mechanics, because Battle for Bikini Bottom and stuff like that I'm very familiar with, but platformers I need to get the hang of, it takes me time to get into the swing of things, so it depends. meaning of having a neutral stance is to understand where both sides are coming from, you believe? Doesn't mean you had to try to end a conversation. So that's what it's supposed to be, but that's not what was actually happening there. Because Joe's done that before. He's done that many times before. Specifically when it comes to me and Brooks talking. He's done that before, and it pisses me off every single goddamn time. Because that's all he knows how to do, which is interesting, because he loves to debate people on things. But only if he's involved, and if someone else is involved, then he doesn't like it. People tend to missubject. Oh, all the time. All the goddamn time people mix those things up. Play Super Meat Boy? Maybe. I don't count on it, though. Yeah, that whole thing was just painful to deal with. I mean, I'm glad it happened, because like I said, clearly people got enjoyment out of watching us talk about Toy Story 4. But that was just such a whirlwind of a day. A somber chat with people about the future of the channel, the bombastic surprise release that lit my world up that Halo Infinite's multiplayer released a month early, followed up by, because that was like the good old days of playing Halo with friends online. I hadn't had that feeling in so long. Followed up by, oh, now we're back to reality again, and we're talking about Toy Story 4 and how bad it is, and trying to talk with someone who thinks it's great. It's like, well, we've just been all around the whirl of emotions today, haven't we? We just swept the board in terms of hitting all the main highlights. Thoughts on Pacified's voice acting so far? Exceptional. They all really get into their characters, and I am impressed by all of them. I've even characters I don't like, I've not yet heard a voice actor that I don't think is doing a great job. And now I've gotten past the, like, initially I just heard the characters as, oh, you're that person Danganronpa. But now I have heard enough of them to where I'm like, oh, I no longer hear you as that character from Danganronpa. I just hear you as the character from this game now, which is good, because I don't like associating names with Danganronpa. All right, now this is, let's take bets on how many times I die here. I'm gonna say I die 3 times here. So I have to charge through an army of crawlers here. They just keep, they infinitely spawn, they never stop. I have to make it to that portal. I'm gonna say I die 3 times here. There's so many of them. Hello, everyone. Take a grenade. I missed the grenade. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. My aim is shit, my aim is shit. Okay, there's death 1. One good thing about Danganronpa was voice acting. Yeah, they gave it their all. They really gave it their all. They did the best they could. Bye. Bye. See you later, pal. They did the best they could to make the best out of a shitty game with a shitty story. But unfortunately, for as talented as they are, it's not enough to save the turgid base of a story that is Danganronpa. But they tried. I won't deny that they absolutely tried. They tried as hard as they could. Hold on. Hold on. God, there's so many of these things. Take a grenade, please. Wrong grenade. Mow them all down. Mow them all down. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna run out of ammo. I'm gonna run out of ammo. Come on. Jesus Christ, there's so many of these damn things. It's just an endless wave of crawlers that just keeps coming. Okay, goodbye. Get out of here. Alright, let's deploy this ahead of time. Let's deploy this now. Shoot you now, and you. Get you out of there. No, that's 2. That was my second death. Uh-huh. Nail this grenade. Running for the hills. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, god damn it. There's just so much. There's just an endless onslaught of them. They just don't stop. They just keep coming. This is the one section of the level that I don't like, because it's just this, you just have to push past them. And there's so many of them. Let me get closer. I'm dead here. I'm dead here. There's too many of them. Too many of them. Too many of them. Or not. Or not. Or not. Or not. I know. Or not. Made it! Woo! 3 deaths! Called it! Oh my god, okay. Wow. That should not have worked.
How do we get over there?
Conveyor, end of the ramp. If we time it right, our momentum should carry us through the low gravity.
Now we're going for a ride.
Chief, once that warhead is primed, the window for getting out of here is going to be pretty slim.
I know.
And so you come at last.
Activity! Significant slip space event building under the composer.
He's powering it up.
Alright, this is the final showdown. This is the end of the line. The final battle against the Didax forces, and then that will be the game completed. And do I want to do this in the smart order or the challenging order? The answer is probably the smart order.
The Didax shielded himself inside the composer. The news won't do us any good unless we can disable that.
It's probably not a good idea to do this, because you can do the right tower first or the left tower first. Left tower is pain, right tower is not as painful. It's smarter to do the right tower first and get better weapons and ammo and then do the left tower. So I'm probably going to do that. Alright, let's go.
What did you just do?
I ejected my rampant personality spikes into the system. If I did each of those beams, the copy.
By the way, the music here is phenomenal. I mean, as is the case with just Halo music in general, but especially in this final bit. You probably won't be able to hear it all that well, because the game audio is lowered so you can hear me better. But if you can hear it, it's incredible. Any crawl? Nope, we're good. Thing with characters in Persona 5, even the characters you don't like or not supposed to like are written well. The difference between a good character and a bad character. Yeah, also they're well voice acted. One thing I can always say is that even if the characters themselves are their actors do a tremendous job of bringing them to life. Which is something to be, I mean, obviously there needs to be more than just good voice acting to bring a character to life. You need to have a good character at the base, but it certainly helps. It's the cherry on top. It's the sizzle on the steak, I guess is the phrase to go for there. Because voice acting is great, a great asset to facilitate the story, but the story needs to be good first for it to have meaning and hold weight in that regard. Okay, can this watcher stop being a pain in my ass for a few seconds, please? Hold steady, buddy. And you're gone. Thanks. You as well? Have a taste of the light rifle, shall we? Another one? Where? Over. Oh my god, where? Okay. Didn't see you. Wow, you're already all over there, aren't you? Nah. Okay, we're good. Give me that ammo. I already have full ammo. Damn it. What do you think of the confidence in Persona 5? So, they're fine so far. No real problems whatsoever. Oh god. I'm gonna need to blast. No night yet? I guess no night yet. Really, the only problem I've had with Persona 5 so far is the third palace. The third palace I was not impressed by, but beyond that, I have been thoroughly surprised by how much I've enjoyed this game so far. Because again, I didn't know what to expect, but... Oh god, no ammo? Okay. I guess it's time for the suppressor then. Take you down. Take you... Oh, you're there. Okay. Oh, in that case, hold on. Take that. Because I can reload my ammo. Oh no. Problem. Missed that shot. Missed that shot horrendously, actually. Damn it. And get you out of here. No. No. Oh, good god. Oh, this isn't going well. Hold steady. There we go. Now we're in the clear. And ammo. 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 No ammo. Alright, I guess I'm going back for ammo over here then. Back from exams. Oh, okay. How'd your exams go? If you're feeling good about them, hopefully you have my best wishes for your exams. Hopefully they went well. Now you can chill out and watch me play some Halo. We're in the final mission. We're in the final mission of the game, so we're kind of on the end here. Have I gotten a bit used to the Velvet Room and fusions? Yes. I originally did not. I mean, so I'm still weirded out by the actual concept of it and like the freaking Despicable Me style Gru-esque person in there and the crazy Velvet Twins. It still weirded me out, but in execution, like the actual, now that I understand what the Velvet Room is actually meant to be used for and how I can use it effectively, I'm much more used to it now. To be clear, I still have no intention of actually spending time with the twins, because I just don't care, but I have gotten great use out of the Velvet Room so far, and I plan to use it more in the future should I need to. Is it okay if Persona 5 is the first game you play in the series? I mean, it's the first game I played, and it seems to be a good, like, I'm not, I don't feel confused in any discernible way, so I think if it's a good place for me to start, I think you'll be fine as well. I think you'll be more than alright to start off with Persona 5. I mean, not that I'm an authority on the franchise, so maybe don't take my word for it, but it seems like people in chat agree with me as well, and I get the feeling there's a reason why people recommended me to start with Persona 5 and not any of the others, so I think you'll be okay if you start off with Persona 5. I think you'll be more than okay if you start there. Could have gone better, but you think you did okay? Okay, well that's good. That means you're confident enough that you did all right. And so long as you put in your best effort, then I guess that's all anyone can ever ask. I'm happy that you conquered them though, and you have my best wishes for how well you did in the end. Don't stop reviving people, stupid watcher. And you're down. Thanks. Okay, ammo here. This and... Alright. Reload. Take that. Nice knowing you. Having exams a few weeks and you're nervous as fuck. Don't worry. So, well, I say don't worry about it. That's wrong. Saying don't worry doesn't get you anywhere. Because, you know, if you're worried about doing well, then, you know, it's obviously a good concern to have to make sure you put in your best effort. But I would say that you, sometimes what happens is you kind of overthink things, you overstress yourself. But what I would say is, if you've been paying attention, you know the material well, then I think you'll do just fine. And you have my wishes of good luck, and I'm sure you have the wishes of good luck from the community here at large as well. But so long as if you know the material and you've been paying attention and you know your stuff and you take the time to study well, then I have nothing but confidence in your abilities to succeed. You had exams in a few weeks ago. Exams are always pain. True. So I'm lucky because with my field of study, it's computer game design. So for the most part, my finals, like this year, my finals are finals. What did I just say? Finals are all like project based. So I don't really have to worry about the proper exam format. But I mean, it's still stressful, obviously, to be able to assemble your final project. But it's less pain. It's less. So I'm talking about them right now. Actually, I'm talking about my finals right now. So my course load this year consists of entirely like project-based classes for coding and animation and things like that. So it's not a proper, like the final exam is just like submitting my final project and all that stuff. And so it's not as stressful as like just the typical exam process of like literally sitting down in an exam room for a certain amount of time. Like it's not on that level of stress and like anxiety-inducing kind of thing. I mean, it's obviously still a lot of work, but I'd much prefer. Oh, when did you get there? Okay. It's not as stressful as something like I don't know, like a math class where you'd have to actually sit down and take the proper exam in an exam room kind of thing. Scatter shot. I'm dead. Or I'm not. Now I am. Yeah, I had a feeling I was dead there. So yeah. Ooh, bad checkpoint. Very bad check. Oh, really bad. Oh. Actually, this is a decent checkpoint. I'm fine with this. I thought this checkpoint was worse than it was. But yeah, and because my project group, thankfully no, thank God no. I had a group project last year for the end of the semester, and it was actual pain. It was actual fucking torture. I think I actually alluded to that when my in one of my Persona 5 LPs of like the torture and agony that was that group project. I don't like group projects. I've never liked them because it relies on trusting other people, and I don't really trust other people for the most part. At least not to do that kind of work. So thankfully, no, not this year. And because of that, I can get everything done ahead of time, which means I'll have the entirety of December to play Halo Infinite. So yeah, I am very, very fortunate for this. I also may or may not have structured my class schedule this semester so where I wouldn't have had to worry about any proper exams aside from, you know, aside from final products and all that. May or may not have scheduled that because I knew Halo Infinite was going to be coming out this year, but what do I, you know, it's fine, it's whatever. You know, it's nothing. I didn't schedule my classes around that at all. I don't know what you're talking about. It didn't go well. Yeah, group projects typically never do go well. Generally speaking, it's just a recipe for disaster. They don't typically end well. Oh, I hit his knee. Nice. Nice. I hit his knee. I feel like schools are specifically designed to torture people with social anxiety. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that will make socially anxious. Because I actually knew someone who has social anxiety. And school was really hard for her to get through every day. So I can't say I've lived with it myself, but I can say I've known someone who has, and it was... my empathy was strong with her, because it was tough to watch. I felt because I couldn't do anything except just try to help her feel more relaxed while at school. But you know, beyond that, it's not much I can do except just offer my support and my empathy, I guess. Because I can't say that I knew what it was like. Oh, I'm probably dead. Oh, I'm probably dead. Probably dead. Probably dead. Nope, I'm not. I'm not. Stay away. Hold steady. Okay, I got one shot left. Got one shot left. Who do I use it on? Who dies? Who dies? You die? You die. I don't die though. Alright, give me the suppressor. Lay waste to him. Gotcha. Stay away from me with your scatter shot. Don't like that, don't like that, don't like that. Go away. Where are you? You're right there. Come chase me down, buddy. Chase me down. Yep, right there. Right where I want you. Right where I want you, buddy. Let's do a little dance, shall we? Let's do a little dance. Do a little dance. Okay. The dance killed us both. I think I got shot by the incineration cannon guy all the way over there. That, could have gone better than it did. Could have gone way better than it did. I hate going to school because your autism often prevents you from interacting with other people. Yeah, I can't say what that's like, unfortunately, because I've never lived with that. But I definitely feel for you in that regard, because I've never lived with it like that, so I can't really say no what it's like, but I have known people, so I can at least I can at least say I've been able to empathize with people who like confide in me with that kind of anxiety and stuff like that. So my thoughts are with you in that regard. Let me jump down here so I can actually talk about this without dying miserably. Yeah, my sympathy is with you in that regard, because I've known people for whom it was really tough to get through school because of stuff like that. But it seems like you made it out all right, so that's good. So you made it out in one piece. Wait, so look on the bright side of things. Your autism causes you to stim at school. You pick up stims from motions with characters like so it can get embarrassing. Oh God, I need to not die by you. Oh, I'm gonna miss horrendously. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't say that I've experienced any of this stuff myself. But even though I haven't, I hope that my words of sympathy and saying that I wish you the best with all that stuff is worth something. I doubt it is, but because like all I can really say is that I feel for you guys with this stuff, because I'm lucky enough to like not have to deal with that kind of stuff in my day-to-day routine, but a lot of people around the world do have to deal with that stuff, and my heart goes out to all those people, because I can't even imagine what it would be like to try to go through a normal day with living with stuff like that. So my thoughts are with you all with this stuff. The old dance Inimani does, for that reason that became a stim. I do know that dance. Yeah, unfortunately we can't really control the way. There's some things that we can't really control. All we can do is make the best out of what we have. And you floated up into the air, and you did it again. All right, interesting play. All we can do is make the best out of what we have. Supporting someone with social anxiety is one of the best things you can do to someone because you help someone do something they wouldn't be able to do themselves when it comes to mental disorders. That's kind of all I was able to do, because I can't, like, I can't get into the head of someone. I can't make someone's anxiety go away. I wish I could, but I can't. Like, I don't have that power. No one does, unfortunately. So the best I can do is just kind of sit there and talk, and kind of talk it out, and go over, you know, what someone's feeling, kind of talk it out, and try to make them feel better, and try to help them get through any given day. It's kind of all I can do. I wish I could do more, but it's really all I'm capable of. So, you know, I hope it's enough for and it seemed like I like to think I did everything I could to help that friend I was talking about earlier. But you know, you always feel like you could do more. You always feel like you wish you could do more than you actually can. But I like to try to do the best I can to help people I care about, because I don't like seeing people in pain. I don't like seeing people stressed. I don't like seeing people undergoing any kind of physical or mental stress whatsoever. And I do the best I can within my means to help them get through it, whatever it is. I appreciate any help possible. Yep, I do the best I can, which isn't much, especially in this situation where it's just me talking to a microphone, talking to people through chat. But I do the best I can to offer my words of support, and hopefully I do what I can. Also, that's basically Halo 4 done. There is technically another gameplay sequence, but it's just a QuickTime event. As everything, they had the gall to charge $165 for the actual degree. Yeah, they just want to milk you dry. Like, there were some comments in my what's it? There were comments that I made in my Danganronpa 3 series about, like, this is the state, or even in my Toy Story 4 series, where I said, like, this is the state of the education system, because like, this is the state of the education system. They're just, like, they try to milk you dry of all your money for the most trivial of things, like required reading material that you have to do or else you can't progress in a class is something you have to pay. There's just so much things that you have to pay for. What is it? It's just a continuation of my LP. My next episode premieres on Wednesday. Well, not premieres, but releases on Wednesday. And then it'll release 2 videos today throughout the rest of the month. Danganronpa S. Well, I'll go over it all at the end of the money. You want to eat lunch? That'll be $30,000 and your left kidney, please. Yes, that's basically what it is. They're there to milk you dry
Your compassion for mankind
of everything you have.
I'm not doing this for mankind.
But as for this game, there is technically another gameplay sequence, but it's not, like, you'll see. It's not really gameplay. It's just, it's what I like to call press forward, throw a grenade, press forward, fire a weapon. Because this is technically a boss fight against the Didact, but it's not. It's just, it's like a Call of Duty QuickTime event sequence, and I really don't like that, because, I mean, I don't like Call of Duty at all. I think they tried to implement some of those cinematic sequences from Call of Duty into Halo 4, and they clearly learned from their mistakes and they never did them again after this point, which is good. But, you know, it's just a mistake. I wish they never did them in the first place, because this is so lame. You have this maniacal, like, really evil, menacing, intimidating, powerful villain, and he just falls off a fucking bridge. Like, look at that shit. That's his death scene, is he falls off a fucking bridge. That is so lame. That's the end. After the whole game, it just ends like that. That's so goddamn lame. But I guess it goes to show that the true focus of Halo 4's story never was the Didact. Like, even they do build up the villain to be this really intimidating, impactful, powerful villain, but in the end, the true story wasn't really ever about the Didact. It was about something else.
Cortana. Cortana, do you read? Cortana, come in. How?
Oh, I'm the strangest thing you've seen all day?
But if we're here,
It worked. You did it. Just like you always do.
so how do we get out of here?
I'm not coming with you this time.
What?
Most of me is down there. I only held enough back to get you off the ship.
No. That's not... We go together.
It's already done.
I am not leaving you here.
John. I've waited so long to do that.
It was my job to take care of you.
We were supposed to take care of each other. And we did.
Cortana, please. Wait.
Welcome home, John.
God damn it, Halo 5. Oh my god. Every time I watch that, I get a little teary-eyed. It's just... God... Like, it's such a perfect ending to their story. It's a beautiful scene. It's got phenomenal voice acting from both Steve Downes and Jen Taylor, and it just means nothing now. Because Halo 5 not only brings her back to life, but makes her the villain of the game. And I guess you'll get to see all that on Saturday's stream. The delivery of the voice acting was phenomenal. Yeah, it was. It was really exceptional. I really love that scene, which makes Halo 5 worse. Yeah, not that it needed any help, but my biggest problem with Halo 5's story is what they do to Cortana, and we'll get to that when we get to when Saturday comes around. Yeah, but that was they recorded. I've watched interviews with Steve Downes and Jen Taylor, and they recorded that scene in the booth together, and they both kind of like. They both recorded separate. They both recorded together, and they both had to kind of lean on each other for support because like they've been recording these characters for a decade when this game came out, and it was really hard for them to have that scene. And then Halo 5 just said nah. It's like Toy Story 4 but not shit. Yeah, basically. Lore-wise, you guess it makes sense because Halo 5 Cortana's like on. As one of the fragmented bits, that's not confirmed. That's not that they might try to retcon that, but that's clearly not the case. They've made it clear that Cortana in Halo 5 is Cortana. And you know that because they still refer to her as Cortana. They don't refer to her as some fragment of Cortana. In the Halo Infinite trailers, they referred to her as Cortana. As in the Cortana that we knew.
Mind if I join you?
And also, even if we make the generous assumption that it's some fragment of Cortana, it still makes no sense, because, I don't know if you guys know what happened there, but, so, we literally nuked that thing. That Death Star type thing that we were just on, we nuked it. We nuked it.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Meaning that she should no longer exist, and none of her fragments should still exist. Like, they should all be gone, dead. She used what was left of her to shield Chief to get him out of there before the thing blew up. She's gone. She's dead. There's no way she survived that. But they say in Halo 5, well, you'll see. You'll see. You'll all see. You'll see how they try to explain her revival, and you'll see how they try to explain her motivations. Character assassinated Cortana? Yes. They absolutely assassinated Cortana's character in Halo 5.
I won't pretend to know how you feel. I've lost people I care about, but never anything like you're going through.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
They say that, like, soldiers and humanity are two different things. I mean, soldiers aren't machines. We're just people. I'll let you have the deck to yourself.
She said that to me once. About being a machine.
Every great journey begins with a single step. This is our beginning. Thanks for trusting us with the universe you love and joining us in this epic adventure, 343 Industries. This game is amazing. Don't you just love it when pieces of media revive a character even though they already tragically sacrificed themselves? Oh, it's my favorite trope. It's my favorite when a character sacrifices themselves and it's a really beautiful scene, and then the next time it's like, oh, lol, just kidding. They're actually alive. Lol.
I ask why.
That's my favorite trope. I love it. What's that Red Letter Media quote? How does it feel to be old enough to watch all your favorite franchises go down in flames? Oh, but of course, how could we place blame on 343? How? Because if Halo 5 didn't nullify Cortana's death, then 343 would have been melted by the TVA. Of course, guys. You can't blame them. It's not their fault. I actually don't think it is. So, people give 343 a lot of shit sometimes, and they've definitely made mistakes. But I've watched the behind-the-scenes documentaries for Halo 4 and 5. They care. They do. I can tell from the way they talk in interviews and on social media and in videos. I can tell that they really care about the series, about Halo, about these characters. I don't think, like, 343 as a whole, like, the multiplayer team knocked it out of the ballpark with Halo 5, and the campaign level designers clearly knew what they were doing. Because I've seen behind the scenes and stuff like that. It's not them, it's just Brian Reed. And Brian Reed is the guy who wrote Halo 5's story, and he fucking failed massively. Like, maybe not as bad as Josh Cooley, but he's up there. The difference being that I don't think Brian Reed's malicious, I think he's just stupid.
As you will.
Because I've seen other things that Brian Reed's written, and they're all shit, whereas Josh Cooley's worked on really great films.
The reclamation.
But you'll see what Brian Reed did on Saturday.
And we are hopeless to stop it.
Oh, by the way, that's a Legendary ending. You don't see Chief's face on Easy, Normal, Heroic. Only on Legendary. Imagine if Iron Man came back to life or Mephier was resurrected. So the only reason why I know that they're not going to revive Iron Man is because Robert Downey Jr.'s contract expired. But I can say definitively that if Robert Downey Jr. woke up one day and said, you know what, I kind of want to come back to Marvel, you know damn well that they would find some bullshit way to bring him back to life, and they wouldn't even think twice about it. They already did it with Gamora, and Loki, and Vision, and probably a bunch of other characters. They won't even hesitate. They won't even hesitate. Anyway, that is Halo 4 cleared on Legendary. This might have been my favorite stream of the bunch. Of all the streams we've done so far, I think that's my favorite one. I had so much fun today. We talked about so many incredible topics. We had a lot of good conversations for all 6 hours. Thank you all so much for sticking through from start to finish. If you've been here for 10 minutes or all 6 hours, I appreciate you being here nonetheless. So that's it for streams for the week. I'm gonna take the week off because obviously last week was Thanksgiving break. That's why I was able to stream during the week. My next stream will be on Friday. Probably either in the morning or afternoon, a shorter stream just to cover Danganronpa S. It'll be fun, I'm sure. And then Saturday I'll do Halo 5, Sunday I'll do Halo Wars 2, and then, 1 week from Wednesday, it'll be time for Halo Infinite. It's almost there. We're almost there, just a little bit longer. So yeah, and of course, Persona 5, the next episode of Persona 5 releases this Wednesday. It'll be back 2 videos per day until the end of the year. I'm gonna finish this game. You have my word on that. So that'll be it for now. Thank you all for tuning in. Oh wait, one last comment. If Shiny Guy played Halo 5, he'd be like, it's the anti-Halo game, that's why it's good. It wouldn't surprise me. Can't wait for Wednesday. Our favorite game ever, and Friday Danganronpa stupid. Yeah, it'll be great. It was great hanging out with you guys. Yep, great hanging out with all of you as well. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I certainly had a blast talking with all of you. And I will see you all soon for either Persona 5 or Danganronpa S or Halo 5 on Saturday. Whatever it may be, whatever you want to tune in for, whatever the next thing you want to watch is, then I hope to see you there. But hold on. Yeah, okay. One last thing before I head out. Let me just post this in chat really quickly. I forgot to do this earlier because I was busy playing. There we go. Because we talked about this stuff earlier, I just want to do that one last time. So thanks all for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. And I'll see you next time for whatever else you decide to watch next. Have a good night, everybody.